What's happening? Welcome to the 25th episode of the Slapstream with Djordje live from Slapsville. Today I have a special guest, as always, and interesting thing is that he's a fellow bass player from my band Tiger Army. He played before me, not right before me, but he played in the band before I joined the band, obviously. And besides that band, he played with many really cool psychobilly bands from Los Angeles. Now he's with AGGROLITES. And before I announce him, and I have to see him that he's actually here, um, I would like to thank to Ryan Gould who helped me out with flyer because I don't know how to do Photoshop and all of that. And if there's someone out there that is willing to help with After Effects and make this little intro that I had for each episode, thankfully for Fernando who was doing that, was not able to do that anymore. Please send a message to Art of Slap Bass, contact at artofslapbass.com, and it's gonna take you just a few minutes if you know how to do it. Special thanks to our new Patreons. If you haven't joined Patreon, check it out. The link is below. And there are like a couple other options how you can help me out, like continue doing these slap streams every Saturday and invite all these cool guests. The links are below: PayPal, Venmo, and pretty much every other link that you need, like to follow Art of Slap Bass, to follow my guest, or to follow myself, which I hope that you're already doing that. There's quite a few here over already. All right, happy Slapper Day, Carolyn. Maybe I should accept that as one of those like what's happening um, things. And I actually been working on merchandise. I'm excited about it. I'll let you know about it later or next time. The Bashery, my two favorite bass players. Thank you. Hi, Johnston Zell. Coffin Base 666. And I think it's time to invite my guest. All right. He seems to be ready. What's happening, Jeff? You're muted. You have to unmute.
Do I have to?
Yeah, now you're good.
How are
You
you?
don't have to, but I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty good. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm trying
All
to
right.
display.
Surviving the pandemic.
I thought you were going to dress up.
I'm always dressed up.
You look good.
This doesn't work.
It
You
worked
look
great.
great. It's good to see you.
Likewise. Thanks for
How have you
inviting me.
been? How have you been doing during this craziness, end of the world thing?
I've been all right.
Is there any like live streams with your bands or any music thing?
With the AGGROLITES, we did a live stream about 3 weeks ago. I also did a Halloween live stream thing with my friend Mark Arell.
Oh, cool. That's the guy from Wild Roses, right?
Correct. We played together in Wild Roses.
Is that band still around?
Yeah, we still play sometimes. I mean, obviously there's not a lot to do right now, but yeah.
That's a band with Chris Chaney from the Living End, right?
Well, not anymore. He's back in Australia.
I know.
But yeah, we were fortunate enough to have Chris with us for many gigs.
It was I tried to come to that gig, like Chris invited me a few times, and then I would come like at the last song or like right after you finished. I think 2 or 3 times happened like that.
Why?
I don't know. I mean, there was always something going on before, and then I would try to rush and this and that. But anyway,
What could be more important? What could be more important than Wild Roses with Chris Chaney?
I know. I did see you once at, but I mean, you know how LA is. It was just once it was parking issue, and then you started playing early or something. It was a whole mess.
Parking in Hollywood, always a piece of cake.
Oh yeah, is that?
Let the world know how fun it is to park in Hollywood.
Oh yeah, I think that was Echo Park or something when you played it, kind of like a festival. It was a cool place. I remember, yeah, but like a few years ago. But it is what it is.
Echo, the Echoplex.
I think so. I think
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, remember venues?
Oh yeah,
That was fun.
vaguely.
Yeah.
Well, I really hope it's gonna come back after the vaccine, or
I
sometime
think
during our lifetime.
I would think that there's going to be a return.
Yes.
Otherwise, we're just in the matrix for the rest of eternity.
Oh yeah. How do you feel about that?
How do I feel about the matrix for the rest of eternity?
Yes, and the lifestyle that we're forced to live now.
Uh, I mean, obviously, it's not ideal, but I adopted a motto last summer. And that motto is in the voice of Tony Soprano, and it's "What are you gonna do?"
Well, I guess so. Just wear a mask.
I'm probably gonna repeat that throughout the course of the Slapstream today
All right.
in Slapsville.
Yes, we're all in Slapsville. That's
We
our
are. Thank you. This is my first time here in Slapsville. I love what you've done with the place.
How does it feel?
It feels good. It's actually it's a little smaller than I thought it was going to be. Like a lot of people say that about Graceland or maybe Mount Rushmore, but it looks good. The point is the decor that has been assembled it's the quality.
All right. I have quite a few
All right.
questions that I want to ask you that I'm
Yeah.
interested, and all these people I'm sure are interested to hear as well. And all of you that are watching this, please ask any questions that you have for Jeff or me, but primarily
Yeah.
for Jeff. And check out I forgot to mention that now I have a super chat and super stickers. That's what YouTube allowed me to have, and it's right under the live chat, so you can check that out. All right, Jeff, when did you start playing music?
Hang on. Before we get to that, I have a question for you.
All right.
Because your name, I want to know the correct pronunciation of your name, because I hear people saying your name, pronouncing it in different ways, and I want to know the proper way to say your name.
Okay. First name, it's Djordje.
Djordje.
Perfect.
That was good.
As long as you roll DR,
Djordje.
you're good. Yes.
Do I sound Serbian?
Yeah, pretty close.
Okay. Pretty close. Serbian adjacent. I like that.
Yeah. Interested in the last name?
Of course.
All right. Stijepovic.
Stijepovic.
Wow, excellent. Have you been practicing?
No, that's why I asked you. Djordje Stijepovic.
Excellent.
Could I pass?
Yeah.
I could pass if I'm walking the streets.
Exactly. You can move to Belgrade.
I could what?
That's my hometown. That's the capital of Belgrade.
So if I'm walking through and I'm just like, Djordje Stijepovic, everybody be like, yeah, yes.
Yeah. Somebody.
Okay, I got it. I feel good about this now. I feel like we can move forward.
Exactly.
People say, they go like, Georgie.
Yeah, I heard lots of variations.
I'm sure.
But I'm pretty happy with how it's supposed to be pronounced and the way you pronounce it. So it's all good.
Good. We're on the same page. Slapsville.
Exactly. That's what we do here in Slapsville.
The happy place. The slappy place.
Exactly. The happiest and the slappiest.
It's the slappiest place on earth.
Exactly.
Have you used that yet?
What is it?
The slappiest place on earth.
Yes, that's the one. All right.
Here we are.
When did you start playing music?
I think I started playing music when I was about 9 or 10, probably. My dad got me. Where'd you go? I can't see you anymore.
It's more important that people can see you.
All right. I feel like I'm talking to myself now. like Billy Idol was dancing with himself. Anyway, I was probably about 9 or 10 years old, and my dad got me a guitar. He always had, we had a piano in the house and an acoustic guitar, and he played a lot. So, he played the piano, he played the guitar. And when I was about that age, 9 or 10, I started showing a little bit of an interest. So he found there's an old brand from the 60s called Tisco Del Rey. So he found a little guitar, probably at like a garage sale or something, and brought it home, fixed it up, tuned it up. And I started just messing around a little bit on a guitar at that age. That's when I started.
What kind of music were you interested back then?
I mean, I could say probably the first song that I learned was, I think my dad tuned a guitar to a major chord. And so you could just take your finger and slide it up and down. And I learned how to play You Really Got Me, the Kinks.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
And when did you start being interested in rockabilly and psychobilly?
I would say, maybe when I was about 12, 13, getting into first punk rock, and rockabilly came in, right? I'd say initially like punk rock stuff, and then as far as starting to really get into rockabilly, that came on the heels of that. So like classic rock and roll and rockabilly was a part of growing up here, because it's just part of the culture, and even would be played on the radio when I was a kid. So there's like a classic, rock and roll station, which they don't play. The station still exists, but now it plays like 80s music. But at that time, it played 50s music. So you heard a lot of that.
Huh. And you grew up in Los Angeles, right?
That's right.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so, but I was not sure. And wanted to check to make sure that I get my facts straight.
That's good. I appreciate that.
Your first instrument was guitar. And when did you switch to bass?
I wouldn't say my first instrument was guitar. I had a guitar and I started messing around a little bit, but I wouldn't call it my first instrument. I would say bass. Actually seriously trying to learn that bass would be my first instrument. So I actually got a bass guitar when I was 13, and it was just like a used one, that I got. And I think my dad, being a guy who was interested in music, was happy that I was actually interested in music as well. But, he wanted to get something that was just like a cheapy one to see, like, is the kid really interested before moving forward,
Yes.
Like, because it's something, as a kid, you might go, oh, I want to do this. And then you get a thing, and then it just sits in the corner.
I know. I went through the same thing with my parents around the same age as well. And when did you start playing upright bass?
When I was 15.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And it was because of rockabilly?
Definitely, yeah. That was the primary interest by that time.
So you immediately started slapping and all of that?
Trying to. At that time, it's like you just listen and then try to mimic what you're hearing. So, there's no YouTube, there's no internet when I was that age to look things up and even see what it looked like. So basically everything would have been what you're hearing, or going to see a live band and actually just watching the bass player live and looking at what he's doing with his hands.
Got it. Someone just told me that I should turn up the volume for myself, so I'll try to do that.
Okay, pump up the volume.
Yes. Is it better now? Please, guys, let me know. Is this better or not?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Well, I'm glad that you can do that. Let me just make sure that, okay, they say it's better now. Perfect.
Okay.
You got Rick Tanner. He said,
Rick.
Hey, Jeff.
Rock and Rick.
Greetings from Switzerland.
Hello, Rick.
They say that I have to pump it up again.
Pump up the volume. Pump up the volume.
All right. Is this better now?
Man, that's really rocking, like rocking Rick Tanner.
All right, I hope this is better. You know, I kind of.
That's very lucky. Do you know Rick? Djordje?
Yes.
You know Rick?
Is he the guy that played with Hellbillies?
That's absolutely right.
Oh, okay. San Francisco was the place where I first saw you play, and I believe that Hellbillies might have been on that bill as well. It was Quake City Shake, and it was right after I moved to US, right after I moved to San Francisco, and you played with Lobo Negro.
Okay. And you decided to stay even though you were at that show. That didn't scare you away from this country.
No, I enjoyed it a lot. I thought that the scene would be bigger, and then
you thought it was going to be bigger.
Yeah.
See, you always think it's going to be bigger.
I guess so.
Graceland.
Yeah, I know. But it was a fun show. It was a really fun show, and Hillbilly Hellcats were on that show as well, and then a bunch of other bands that was my first time to see it. But I never heard about Lobo Negro before, and I remember how much I loved the way you played with James on drums, and I thought that was like, oh, this is excellent rhythm section, and that's obviously the most important thing, the pocket.
A pocket, baby. I love playing with James.
Yeah, you guys sounded excellent. Somebody else was at the Shake. Charlie.
James.
I'm not sure, Charlie, how to pronounce your last name.
Gutierrez.
Oh, okay. You're good with names.
Roll the R.
Gutierrez. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, that was good.
Somebody, Jeff was the first bass player I listened to and played the bass to. See?
Wow. Les Boucheries.
Yeah, Les Boucheries. And
we're going so international today. I'm loving it. Slapsville covers a lot.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So check out this. Cloudberry said, if Jeff is going to play anything, and I hope you will, I want him to play the bass intro to Ghosts of Memory by Tiger Army and Every Day is Halloween by Rezurex.
Oh, okay. Two things I haven't played in a very long time, but
yeah. Okay, well, okay, I think that there's lots of comments. Thanks a lot for all of this. Yeah, I'm excited. Like it feels a little bit like all these people are with us, right? I mean, they are with us.
I feel the love. The love in Slapsville. The love flows.
Oh yeah. And these days you play bass guitar and upright bass kind of equally, right? It's not one or the other.
Yeah, it's the combination of both. The main group playing with is AGGROLITES, and that's strictly electric bass. So that's only bass guitar. With the exception of there was an acoustic performance we did a very long time ago, and like for a radio thing. So it's supposed to be strictly acoustic, so I brought my upright bass for that. But other than that, AGGROLITES is bass guitar.
And would you consider yourself like a better bass guitar player or upright bass player?
Neither one.
So you're super comfortable with both, anytime.
I actually say I prefer playing the upright bass.
Oh, okay.
I feel more at home.
Oh, okay. I mean, later on, I will ask you, the difference about, when you build bass lines on upright bass versus electric bass. I'm interested to hear that, especially as you have, a different approach when you play reggae and, Billy type of music. I think that will be interesting. And besides basses and a little bit of a guitar, do you play any other instruments?
I mean, I like to play some percussion instruments, so I like to play drums. I enjoy playing drums, I should say, and like Latin percussion stuff, like congas and stuff. But it's stuff that I was kind of doing when I was younger, but I don't own a set of congas, so I don't really play very often. Actually, I don't really play at all anymore.
But you should introduce to you know to other bands that you play? You know, like even like with Psychobilly, you know, I'm always excited when I hear, you know, an instrument that it's not commonly used in the style, and then it sounds like kind of like you invented something, you know, something cool.
Yeah, I enjoy. I was going to say, thinking about playing percussion instruments is a. It's nice to learn because you're learning the relationship between the percussion and the bass, and then I think you take that with you back to playing the bass, so you understand the relationship between the bass and the percussion instruments, and then that gives you, I feel like, an advantage.
Absolutely.
Full circle.
Do you think that that helps with slap as well? Like, do you,
Absolutely.
like when you play these little, um, I mean, percussion instruments? Or like, the reason why I'm asking you this, like, once I played with a tabla player from India, and he had like such a cool grooves, lots of cool things with playing, and then I tried to transfer that to slap, and they were like literally things that would never come to my mind. Like, I was playing things that were like, wow, this is so obvious and so musical and great, but I never played it like that. Do you
Yeah.
feel the same?
Yeah, exactly. And I think tabla is a good example because tabla is an instrument that is it has that kind of like percussive element. And then, you know, there are patterns that are developed over with that instrument in particular, centuries, you know, and patterns that people put together. And just as you would study scales, you know, with playing like a string instrument, or, you know, with tabla, there's patterns, there's rhythmic patterns with that people put together with their fingers, and just it's an infinite amount of possibilities. I knew a tabla player, and he said that it was like playing tabla was like, you know, exploring the ocean. There's no end to it, you know, just constant exploration.
That's beautiful. There's something about music that it's just amazing and like a never-ending discovery, never-ending.
Never-ending story. Never-ending story.
And so you said that you started being interested in slap bass when you were 15. And when was your first band? Did you start your first band immediately?
Not immediately. So I would say the interest in the instrument started before that, but then I actually started when I was about 15. So the first band that I started playing with was when I was 16. So I was already well into psychobilly music at that time. So I met a couple people just out at a club one night. They actually approached me because I had a psychobilly look. So they came up, and something to understand is at that time, Los Angeles, California, and even the whole country, as far as I know, there were very, very few people who were into psychobilly. So it was like, you know, you had to create a network. You would meet people literally one by one. There were so few people. So I was out at a club one night, and these people came up and they were excited. They were like, "Oh, you like psychobilly?" And then we started talking, and they told me it was a drummer and a guitarist, and they were looking for a bass player. So we got together and started trying to do the best we could to make some music.
And do you remember what was the name of that first band?
Yeah, we were called the Slee Stacks.
All right. Any recordings of that band?
The answer is yes. We did make some recordings, some kind of like home recordings, but we never actually officially released anything.
Oh, maybe it's time.
So, well, I mean, those guys are still around. I mean, why not?
Exactly. People love hearing those early recordings.
Yeah.
And for how long did you play with that band?
I would say, you know, again, we didn't really, you know, play too many, like, I don't even remember playing. We played like a handful of gigs, you know, we were young. You know, I was 16. The other guys were maybe a couple years older than me. They might have been like 19. Like I was the kid. But you know, we played a couple gigs like with friends' bands and stuff. But I don't actually remember the exact time frame. So maybe a year, I would say.
And immediately after that, you started playing with your other bands, or
that translated into the next group that I played with was a band called Cosmic Voodoo.
all right? I
That was
think
both of
that's
these
this one, right?
were trios. There it is. That's Cosmic Voodoo.
Okay, and how old were you on this photo?
In that photo, I would say I am either 16 or maybe probably 17.
Oh, okay, and so these were like mid 90s, or when was this?
That would be the early 90s. That photo right there will probably be 92 or 93.
It's so cool. I love seeing like those old photos. And there was not much of a psychobilly scene in Los Angeles back then, right?
No, there was absolutely none whatsoever.
Oh, really? Okay. So there was just like just a few people here and there.
There's a few people here and there. Now, when I was first getting into playing the upright bass, there was a band here called the Bee Pickles. You know about the Bee Pickles?
I don't.
You don't know about the Bee Pickles? Oh, we're going to talk a little Bee Pickles. So I started playing the upright bass, and the Bee Pickles was a band that had the bass player Gator.
Oh, okay. I heard about Gator.
Gator did a Coffin Draggers later, but his band at the time, it was a trio, and it was female fronted. A woman named Angie Boothroyd on guitar and vocals, Gator on the upright bass, and then a drummer named Herman Senack. Okay. We also played with a group before that called Blood on the Saddle, which was kind of, you know, loosely I say cowpunk. People throw that term, but it was kind of like, you know, Americana, kind of Western feel, but the upbeatness of what was happening in the 80s with punk rock. So Blood on the Saddle is a band you might want to check out too. So Bee Pickles was Gator's band at that time. So that was the only band.
Oh, is that like a first Los Angeles psychobilly band?
I would say that would be it. I can't think of, you know, doing the style like upright bass. Now there were bands that would maybe use electric bass and it would be called like cowpunk or something like that. But Rick. Look at Rock and Rick. You said Gator Rocks.
Yes.
So I say
as for I mean, since you were there, and I noticed that somebody mentioned about the Quakes being the first U.S. psychobilly band. Like, do you remember? By your opinion, oh yeah, Saka mentioned Quakes are the first in U.S. I think. Who was, by your opinion, the first psychobilly band in U.S.?
Well, I mean, I don't think that's a matter of opinion. To my knowledge, it is the Quakes that was doing, you know, the style that we kind of know and love. You know what I mean? Again, there were bands that were kind of, I'm going to say, you say cowpunk. You know what I mean? In the 80s, there were bands doing that kind of thing, like maybe early and mid 80s. But like for what we call psychobilly, I think would be the Quakes.
And I always loved the Quakes, and still one of my favorite, you know, psychobilly bands.
I think they're my favorite band to see live as far as psychobilly bands go.
Yeah, they're consistent. They always sound excellent.
They really do, and a fantastic rhythm section.
Yep.
Right?
Yes.
Am I right?
How about
so just to be correct about what we're talking about, you asked me the first Los Angeles psychobilly band. So my answer to that was Bee Pickles. But if you're going to talk about it in the whole country, we got to say it's the Quakes.
Yeah. How about Elmer Shotgun?
Whoa. Okay. Elmer Shotgun. They were from Santa Cruz area.
I think so.
Yeah.
Weren't they before the Quakes?
That I don't know.
Okay, I never heard any recordings. I kind of heard legends about them.
Yeah. That was a band that you would hear about. And then, if we're going to talk about bands you kind of hear about, there was also a band called Easter.
Okay.
And I think people, when I was young, there were so few people playing the style of upright bass. They would see me playing, and then they go, "Oh yeah!" Like they thought I was like from some other band. Like, I saw this band before. You the guy from that band, right? Like, nah.
Ah, okay.
But I'm a kid.
And so, since we're talking about the Quakes, Wes is here, and he asked you to play bongos.
Hold up.
All right, Wes. Just for you.
And this is only because it's Wes that asked.
All right. Whoever is not familiar with Wes is the current upright bass player for the Quakes.
There you go. That was for you, Wes.
Thank you, Jeff.
Hey, and thanks, Wes, for being here.
All right.
Special request. That was a song that I composed for him. I was waiting for the opportunity to get to play it. I've been sitting on that one for a while.
And you played you played on some recordings of the Quake, right?
I played on a song called One song, yeah. I would play on more, but I've only played on one. It's called Straight to Valhalla.
Okay.
So,
and that was with James on drums, right?
Correct. Mr. Wasted James Mesa on drums. So that was like a collaboration track. So we have Paul Roman got us together, and James on drums, and me playing bass. And he actually had Pete Sandorf, also Necro Pete, doing backing vocals on that track. So I love that track.
Which album is that?
My favorite guys.
Do you remember which album is that song on?
Negative Charge.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I love the Quakes. Hey, quite a few people asked, like, if you can play something. Can you do something, a little slapping for us?
I could try, man. I actually broke my fingernail yesterday on my right hand. I broke this fingernail, and did a little playing that we're going to get into later. A segment with my friend Mark Orell, and I hadn't been playing. Well, me and Mark did a Halloween live stream thing, but I haven't been playing my bass a lot. So if you're not playing very consistently, the skin gets soft on your fingers. So
that's why we're doing these slap streams, so we can show how bad we play after not playing for 8 months.
Oh, we're gonna get bad. We're gonna get bad, baby. Bad to the bone.
All right, so Cloudberry requested Ghosts of Memory or Everyday's Halloween.
Wait a minute. I've seen that before. Is that Cloudberry's second time?
Well, I'm just going through these comments because there's like so many, and then I'm just trying to see all these requests. Of course, I have to do it. I'm just like saying which ones are on there.
Cloudberry's consistent. We got to give Cloudberry that.
Yeah, Bashari said Calavera.
Calavera.
Yes. Oh, and Juan Casillas, can Jeff play Vertigo?
Okay, yes. Vertigo was a song by Cosmic Voodoo. These are all songs that I played I haven't played any of these songs in a really long time. So
yeah, Lavashari, second time. Play Calavera.
Okay. And, any particular song?
I don't know.
I might have to do some medical procedure to get my finger playing. I got some tape.
Michael requested the same song that I asked you about, Sombra. And I have to mention that song because that's actually the first time I heard about you when I got that Calavera album, and then I heard that long intro for that song. Is it the intro or it's a solo in the middle? I think it was the intro, right?
It's the intro.
Yes. So I thought that sounded really cool. I actually transcribed it.
Really?
Yes.
Can you play it instead of me then? Because I haven't played it in a long time.
No, I mean, that was 15, 16 years ago, you know, when I was trying to transcribe like everything that was slap bass related, you know, from the 20s until now. So I was just like transcribing all the time because I just wanted to learn everything.
Did you succeed? Have you transcribed and learned everything?
I did. I mean, no, I mean, like at that point, yes, like whatever I was able to find at that time, I was, you know, I transcribed.
Yeah.
So quite a few people request Sombra, you know, so
I might have to leave. I might have to leave for a brief medical procedure before I attempt that.
see, Sombra is nice. Marquez says like improvise something. Lalo, Sombra was next level. Abashari, Sombra rules. One, Michael, all of them. Sombra.
Wow.
It's a pressure.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, like whatever you feel like playing, you know, this is our show. It's your show. So whatever you feel like playing, people just want to hear you play.
Okay.
Do you have your bass right next to you?
Oh, well, again, I probably have to go get a brief medical procedure. That could take a couple minutes.
Okay. I will try to entertain the audience while you do that. Is it fine?
It could take a while.
How long it's going to take you? Oh, yeah. So you have tape, right?
I got to go get tape. I got to cut the tape. I got to wrap the tape.
Okay. How about this? Get the tape. And bring the tape and show us how you put in that tape on your fingers, because you know you told me that you have a special tape, a different tape than I usually use when I screw up my
Yeah,
fingers.
this is a portion of this stream that I wish had been pre-taped. You get it? That was a tape joke.
All right.
You like that?
I'll entertain the people.
See you later. You guys take it easy.
All right. Please don't. Djordje sing something. No, I'm not gonna sing anything. And there's but I appreciate. But you might hear me singing soon because I'm working on actually a couple albums where I sing, and I'm really excited about it. And I haven't been working on new music for a while, and now with all this downtime, I actually started working on my new music. Nikki wrote Voy por la. Sorry, Nikki, I should learn Spanish. But I appreciate your comment. Cloudberry, Sombra is nice. All right, so while we're getting ready for Sombra, I would like to remind you that you should subscribe to the channel. The subscribe button should be somewhere over here or somewhere around. I was checking out my analytics recently, and I noticed that 61% of the people that watch Slapstream are not subscribed. So please make sure to do that now. I'll wait for a second while we're doing that. Have you subscribed? Okay. Hope you did. It really means a lot. It really helps actually the YouTube algorithm, because otherwise it's not recommending and showing, you know, these videos to anyone. And I really want to spread the slap bass seed around all over the place. And also, I was reminded by YouTube that whoever subscribed has to do the all notifications. That's like, I think, a bell that it's around the video as well, that shows that you can actually tell you when I upload a video and where all these live streams are happening. So question from Cloudberry. While we wait, is Tiger Army working on a new album? We are not working on a new album. And any chance of Lee Rocker as a future guest? I hope so. I would love to get Lee. Lee has been an influence to me and to many other bass players, and I will try to do that for sure. Dead End is your new project, Psychobilly. I wouldn't say it's Psychobilly. I never like to put myself in one genre, but there's definitely Psychobilly influences and Rockabilly influences. I mean, Rockabilly is my first love. That's the reason why I started playing music. So there'll always be Rockabilly in my music, even if I'm playing classical or jazz. There's always a little bit of that vibe. And Jeff is back. He's going to show us how to tape our fingers and tape. Jeff, don't forget to unmute your microphone.
Oh man, I was gonna do it like silent movie style.
All right, so what kind of tape is that?
This tape is called Mefix. Mefix.
So where do you buy it?
You got to order it. It's a special medical tape.
Huh.
Mefix, because it's going to fix me.
All right.
That's what I like about it. You know who showed me this tape? I learned about this tape a very long time ago. So
from who?
From the bass player of the Crewmen, who at the time was Paul Oxley.
Oh, okay. Wow, cool.
So, you know, when I was young, I would get blisters quite a bit. As I started playing more often, you know, more regularly, it didn't seem to happen as much. And there's long periods of time where I wouldn't even get blisters at all. You just develop these calluses. But when I was young, I would try different kinds of tape if I got a blister, because, you know, you see it, people, there's these upright bass forums, and everybody who plays knows that if you play, once a blister starts, particularly if you're in the middle of a gig, there's no turning back, and it's going to get ugly. Blood all over the place. So this tape, I tried different types of tape, like store-bought kinds of tape, you know, like they would either be too thick. It's really difficult because once you put the tape on, it's not the same. You don't have the same feeling, you know?
Yes, but sometimes it's very helpful.
Tape? I would say sometimes it's a necessity.
Yes.
Very helpful indeed. So you can order this tape. There's like all kinds of websites that sell it. I actually need to order some more. I don't use it very often, but as I mentioned, we did that Halloween live stream thing. So we did a few rehearsals, and I got a big old nasty blister. Don't you have a blister, Djordje?
Sorry, what was the question?
Do you have a blister?
I do, actually.
Right there, that middle finger.
Yeah. Yeah, middle finger.
Middle finger. So why don't you, what kind of, you say you have a tape that works for you. What do you use?
I'm using just a regular coach tape, Johnson & Johnson or something like that.
Yeah.
I got that from Mark Rubin, and he told me about the tape while I was in Serbia, and I was not able to get it back then. So over there, I was getting a different tape, but it was still helpful. And then I kind of got my little thing, how I taped the finger, and it worked out great. And once I moved here, I actually switched to that tape, and it was helpful. I haven't taped my fingers for a long time, actually. I probably should next time when I play, but I was just playing a lot so there was no need.
That's the way it goes.
Nikki asked us, blisters cause of steel strings? And for me, yes, because I play steel strings, but it was not, it was just because I haven't played at all. So, and then Jeff, I don't think you play rotor sound, right?
I'll play roto sound strings. Yeah. I've played through over the years. I've tried all kinds of strings, but I've been playing roto sounds for a while now, just sticking with those. Sticking like sticky tape, baby.
All right. So, all right. So I'll solo you out so you can explain us how to put that tape.
Oh, okay. I've already started the process now. It's important that your hands are dry and they're clean, because what I was going to say with the different types of tape that I've tried is it can slide right off. So that doesn't do you any good. If you're feeling prepared, you have a blister, you tape it up, and then you start playing, and then it slides right off of your finger. So you got to wash your hands, dry them very well. I remember Paul Oxley showing me the way. And then I use this is part of being an active resident of Slapsville, this is what happens. You tape your finger. Are you there? Did I lose you?
I'm just focused on and watching you do what you're doing.
It's nice and slow. I go twice around the afflicted area, and then I keep going down. Now, the problem is you don't want to put too much because then you lose that sensitivity, the feeling, you know? It's hard to bend your finger. I go down around that first knuckle, so that helps keep it on.
And you tape only the middle finger?
Well, you know, if I was going to be playing a lot, I'd probably tape them both. Like this finger is fine right now. So the blister is on my middle finger, just like that. You have one as well. So this should probably do. Now, the difficult part is cutting it with your left hand.
And what fingers are you usually do you use for slapping?
Clean cut, baby. Huh? What are you saying?
Which fingers do you usually use for slapping?
Index and middle finger.
Oh, okay.
And that's it. I noticed you don't really use your index finger, do you?
No, I mostly play middle and ring finger.
I saw that. I've been watching you, man. I'm watching you and seeing what you do.
I'm on your radar.
Don't think I haven't.
I play like something fast, like a Psychobilly lines or something. I use these two. Then I use these, you know, point and middle. But if I play like double stops, it would always be middle and ring finger.
So wait a minute. When you're playing fast runs, you use your index finger, and then when you're not playing fast runs, you don't.
Yes, exactly.
Interesting. So you're doing this, and then you move to this.
Yes, I mean, I'm going
to interview you too, by the way.
All right, so I can show that for a second. Let me see.
Let's do it.
My face is visible with this thing.
Give me to learn. Hey, that's good. You just happen to have your bass right there. That's good.
Oh, I always have my bass. So except, you know, so if I'm doing something faster, like I would use these two, and I would kind of insist on the middle finger. So it would be like that type of thing. But if I'm playing something groovy, you know, like
so using deductive reasoning, we can say the groove is in the ring finger.
For me, it is actually.
Okay.
I think that I have a little stronger sound when I play with my ring finger, but I'm a little faster with a point and middle. But I mean, now it's not very representative because I haven't played much, so I don't feel like.
Now that we have all the time in the world to be playing, we don't play.
Well, that's true, but it's, you know, it's hard to be inspired, you know, with all these things that are around us. So, but yeah, that's basically it. You know, if I'm playing, in general, I would use these two fingers most of the time, and for some reason, it's really easy for me to switch to double stops. Like with this position and this, I'm not moving my wrist at all. So that's it.
We're slapping. We're slapping in Slapsville.
Yes. I should have tuned my bass for this. But,
Tuning is important. We're going to go through some fundamentals today. That's important.
Yes.
So taping procedure. I don't know if anybody has any questions about taping procedure. We got a bunch of tape on there for our mummy finger. And then bend it. You got to bend it. Make sure you get that flexibility in there.
Nice. Let's see. I'm trying not to miss like anything. Oh, Thomas, Fun Thomas. He wrote, "Hello to the bearded man, Jeff and Djordje."
Thomas.
Yeah, that's what COVID can do to well, I don't wear beard usually, but you do, right?
You know, it's just an ever-changing part of, as the style council said, it's just part of my ever-changing moods. Actually, this is kind of a COVID era growth, I have to say.
Well, yeah, for me as well.
Inspired by Val Kilmer's portrayal of Doc Holliday in the movie Tombstone.
All right. Who's your favorite Doc Holliday?
The favorite portrayal of Doc Holliday?
Yeah.
I think it's got to be Val, man. Val Kilmer. Who else? Who else was it?
For me, it's Kirk Douglas. You know, that's.
Oh, you're going back. Okay, you're going more vintage.
Yeah, Gunfight at the OK Corral. I mean,
yeah,
I love that movie. I always did. You know, when I was a kid, I hear that song, you know, from Frankie Valli, I think. I was like, man, this is so cool.
Well, I don't want to take anything because Kirk's an important historical figure, but I got to say I'm more familiar with the more contemporary portrayal. Actually, career defining, I learned recently because Val Kilmer wrote an autobiography, and I believe he titled his autobiography, I think he called it "I'm Your Huckleberry."
Huh?
Interesting. Which is a catchphrase from the film.
Have you read it?
No, I have not. I know about it. I was actually kind of surprised that I didn't realize that character was that important to his career.
Interesting.
Remember, he was Goose in Top Gun.
Yeah.
Real genius.
Yeah. Yes.
Real genius. Yeah. They had to develop the laser beam.
And
I've been known as a laser beam.
What did you say?
No, that's not that important. Go ahead.
Okay.
Laser beams.
And these comments are coming up and down. Lalo, I'm glad I'm not the only one that feels uninspired these days. Yeah.
Where's everybody coming from? I'm curious because we established it was kind of international, but I'm seeing a lot of it.
Let us know where you're coming from.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, I'll try to comment on these. So Labashiri asked Djordje, what strings do you use? I use Tomastics. I either use just regular spiral chord orchestra, or I use a new prototype that actually Tomastics started making maybe 5 years ago, but they wanted to produce them publicly, but there's something about the material that they started using and they cannot find it, so they decided not to do it. But they've been making those handmade strings for me and just sending me a few sets per year. And I love those. They're kind of gold. They were made for people allergic to nickel, and for some reason that makes them sound a little bit less metallic. And for somebody who is a slap bass player like myself, it really works well. And these are also Tomastics, but I think this is a solo set, because this is the bass that I usually use for Tiger Army, and with Tiger Army, I use a solo set. Yeah, Nikki, Djordje not playing much. World's getting mad. Well, I still play, but I'm not touring, and that's
It's very different, isn't it? If you just play at home by yourself, that's one thing, but then when you get together with the band, it's a whole other.
Absolutely. When I was a kid, when I was studying in the conservatory, you know, I was practicing for 5, 6 hours every day. And then that was like one thing. And then, you know, once I started touring, I kind of stopped practicing at home, really.
Yeah.
And I guess I should go back to that.
Of course. We should. We all should, right?
I know.
Yeah. So wait a minute. You studied at conservatory in Serbia.
Yes. Classical.
This is the part where I interview you. So conservatory, were like high school age or like college age?
No, that's after, you know, so the school system and music school system works in Serbia a little bit different. In order to get into conservatory, there was 4 years back then when I was going, you need to finish music high school. And the music high school is just music subjects where you have, I believe, 14 or 15 music subjects like counterpoint, music history, harmony, orchestra, chamber music, bass, piano. I forgot now, but it's music history. So everything, it's just music related and just classical music related. And so that lasts for 4 years. And before that, in order to get to music high school, you need to finish music elementary school, which is 4 years as well. So basically, in order to get to music conservatory, which is college age, you need to have 8 years of music school before that. So I did that, which is, I guess, 12 years of music school. And plus I had like 5 years of jazz school. So I spent lots of time in school.
5 years of what?
Of jazz school.
Okay. So that makes you, all those years put together makes you about 197 years old.
Well, jazz, you know, I started playing bass when I was 12 or 13.
Electric bass or double bass?
No, double bass.
Ah, okay.
And so I studied constantly until I was 26, 7, something like that. Okay. But during that time, I played in bands. I played in a symphony orchestra for 7 years, and I played and I studied jazz parallel to a regular classical music school, which is the equivalent of the master's degree here in the U.S. for classical music, not for jazz. For jazz, I studied bass and I studied big band arrangements. So that helped out a lot as well.
All right. So wait, then you did all that. How old were you when you came here?
26.
Okay.
Something like that.
All right. So you did all your schooling and then you came over here and said, wow.
Yes.
And you came over
here. Workshops as well. You know, I was trying to go and travel because back in the 90s, they were like, you know, Serbia was under sanctions, so we couldn't really leave that easily. But, you know, I was getting scholarships and sponsorships, so I was able to get and to travel to different music workshops and, you know, study with, you know, some of the best, mostly classical, some jazz professors. And it was mostly in Germany, which was really excellent. So
I didn't realize that East Germany at that time was a hot spot for jazz.
It was not that, you know, but it's, well, not East Germany. Back then it was not, there was already Germany as altogether.
Right.
But I did it's interesting. My first workshop was in East Germany and it was in Erfurt. Beautiful city. And it was my first time like studying with foreign professors. So, which was really cool.
That's cool. That sounds like a lot of great opportunities.
Well,
solid background, solid foundation.
I made those opportunities myself.
All I did was I went to rock and roll high school. That's it.
That's cool.
Rock and roll high school. Remember the Ramones? They made a movie.
Oh yeah, I did.
Yeah. No Val Kilmer.
Use the pad method that Mark taught. I'm not sure what you're talking. Oh, a few inches of the taping half. I actually don't remember how. I think you're talking about Mark Rubin. I forgot what was he saying. I started like that, and then I made my own thing. But enough about me. Let's go back to Jeff, and let's go back to Sombra, right?
Oh, back. We're gonna go way back, dude.
All right, let's do that.
Shoot, we're gonna try.
I'm excited.
Huh?
I'm excited.
There's a chimney.
Yeah, this is the first song and the first slap bass solo that I heard, on Calavera record, and I was like, oh, I have to find out who's this bass player, and it was JEFF ROFFREDO, and now he's here with us.
Oh my God, I made it to Slapsville. I got lost. I got lost on the way to Slapsville. Took a wrong turn in Slovakia. There's a flight delay.
All right.
There was a flight delay in Clicklesbury Manor. Clickleton. How about Clickleton? I like that better. Hey, this bass has been recently tuned, hasn't it? Clickleton. Clickleton Manor. Now that was on G. That's it. Oops. I throw in my left hand on that one. That's it.
That's it? I remember it being longer than that. No?
I mean, I could try and do a longer version. Basically, it's just noodling around on the G string, throwing in the left hand, so. And accelerating. But that's the gist of the intro. If anybody has any detailed questions, I'm happy to answer, but that's pretty much it. I actually am pleasantly surprised that I was able to play that without much thinking about it, because I hadn't done that in a very long time.
Nikki Lugoshi said, like, that intro was and still is pure fire for the album.
I mean, if I could just play it as much as I can until I get more blisters on the other fingers and just have a completely mummified right hand.
Okay.
Lalo. Lalo. Where's Lalo from?
Lalo, where are you from, Lalo? Lalo Toledo.
Rick,
Spain?
Rick told us he's in Switzerland.
Yes.
Yes, Rick, this is the same bass. I got a couple other basses, but this is the old fave.
And Nick is asking you, this guy doesn't look like the same guy from the photo from Regions Beyond. Are you sure this is the correct Jeff?
Well, there are, as I have a couple basses, I have a couple other Jeffs. And I like to use them for the different gigs. So on Music from Regions Beyond, that was a younger Jeff who shaved more regularly. And he wore sunglasses all the time. Check this out. Here, let's try this. Put these on and cover up the facial hair. Are we getting closer? Now I look like that country guy that wears the shade on his face.
The most important is that it sounds exactly like that Jeff from Calavera or Tiger Army or AGGROLITES or Rezurex or any other band that you were playing with. So Richard is, my finger split in the winter and I have to use super glue and Johnson & Johnson water block tape.
Richard.
That might be the same tape that I've been using, but not sure.
Yeah, I had to use some crazy glue on this fingernail.
Are you dead?
Yeah, I split this nail. That never happens.
How is it working?
Of course, it's the day before I got to take my big trip into Slapsville. The nail cracks. What are the odds of that?
You asked Lalo Toledo where he's from, and he wrote back Lockdownville.
Lockdownville.
Yeah.
That's a couple towns over. I think it actually borders Slapsville.
Yeah, Cloudberry's asking you, do you want to or have plans to go back to playing psychobilly stand-up bass again?
Well, the real answer is, most recently I never really stopped. Most recently, the thing was playing that style. I wouldn't call the Wild Roses a psychobilly band. It's like rock and roll, but we're definitely using that slap style. And I always love to do it. So the answer is yes, because it says, do you have plans to go back to playing that style in whatever band? So yeah, answer is yes, doing it with Wild Roses. And I do this project with the singer of the AGGROLITES, Jesse Wagner. We put together an album called Jukebox 101, which is a bunch of different styles. And we did some songs incorporating the upright bass on there. There it is. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, the bass is so shiny.
That's not the same bass, right?
No, that's not. That's actually not my bass, but it's a cool bass, isn't it?
It is cool.
You know whose bass that is?
I don't.
That's Wasted James Mesa's bass.
Oh, really? He plays that as well?
He can slap.
Oh, as good as he plays drums?
That's hard. He's really good at playing the drums.
He's excellent.
Isn't he?
Oh, I would say he's one of the best on the psychobilly scene. For sure.
No doubt about it. So I would say, without taking anything away from him, I don't think he's as good at slapping the bass as he is at playing the drums.
All right.
But make no mistake, he's got a lot of rhythm, and he can slap that bass.
Nice.
Maybe I think what I should do is get something going with him where I'm playing drums, and then he's playing slap bass.
You should have brought him to the Slapsville.
I mean, I could try and get him on three-way. We'll see. He might be over there in Drummertonia.
Okay. Cloudberry tried to Google Wild Roses, and all he got was Nick Cave featuring Kylie Minogue.
Okay. Well, I mean, that was an important part of my life.
Kylie Minogue?
The Kylie Minogue era, yeah. And we were slapping. So that's a song. That is a song by Nick Cave. But Wild Rose is, I mean, it's sometimes if other things exist by the same name, you're going to get a whole lot of that. So, for instance, even looking up, I was trying to pull up some pictures for Calavera, the band, and
I tried that too.
Try getting the search engine, put in the word Calavera, and try finding pictures of the band from.
Impossible.
Yeah, so I had to do some digging, cyber digging.
Oh, nice. Thanks for doing that.
Luckily, I have a cyber shovel.
Contenauta asked, whose bass was that one? He didn't understand. For the Jukebox 101 band.
That bass belongs to Wasted James Mesa.
And Jer H.
Just check Drummertonia. He's not here.
Yeah.
Okay. He might be self-quarantining, so it doesn't mean that he's not in Drummertonia, but he's just quarantining himself. That's very responsible for those at-risk and elderly people. Thank you, James. Appreciate you.
And do you remember how did you discover psychobilly?
I came across it. I would say, I liked punk rock, and it's also I like, ska and reggae, Jamaican music, punk rock, rockabilly, actually all kinds of music, really, old country music, and Caribbean, Latin music. Salsa is like the umbrella term for that, but all kinds of music. But coming across psychobilly, I would say, here in California, the Cramps were part of like the the punk rock scene, if you would call it punk rock alternative scene. So the Cramps were a big part of that, you know, and they had definitely had that 50s and rockabilly and even country twang influence. So I would say the Cramps were part of it, but then coming across stuff with upright bass, the first thing as far as going to that scene, I would say is Guanabats, hearing Guanabats. And then again, this was a time when you'd have to search things out, you know, and just go to the record store and ask and hope that the person knew what you were talking about. And I came across looking for Guanabats. There's a record store in Pasadena called Poobah, and it's still there, not in the same location, but it's probably closed right now because of everything that's going on. But I went to Poobah in Pasadena looking for psychobilly stuff, looking for some Guanabats, and what they had was a compilation, and the compilation was called Stomping at the Club Foot. So I got that, the Stomping at the Club Foot, and that had, you know, so much good stuff on it. So that's one thing that's really, you know, when you're getting into a style of music and you want to learn about it, in those days, a compilation album was really, if it was a good one, you know, that was really important because it was just like a portal into that entire world. So as far as looking into like psychobilly and neo rockabilly stuff that was happening in England and Europe, that Stomping at the Club Foot was awesome. So I got that, and once I had that, you know, you got a lot of the what was happening in the 80s on that stuff. Great bands, Guanabats, Batmobile, you know.
I love those compilations. I believe there were like 5 or 6 of them, and then there was like the best of the best or something. And
yeah,
just looking at those like album covers were amazing. Me, I was like 10 or 11. I was like, wow, this is so cool.
Right. I was already like 15, I think, at that time. But still, you know, you see all the people, and you know, and it's a good sound. You know, it's a good live album, right? It's got good sound.
Yes.
Well done.
First compilation for me was Cats Keep Rockin', Volume 2. And I remember hearing Demented Argo. You know, they had a song, I think Sharp Knife or something like that.
One Sharp Knife.
Yes, and it started with bass, right?
Does it start with the bass or does it start with the?
I forgot, you know, but it was I was 10, so but I thought it was like, wow, this is so cool. The whole compilation, I loved it.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with that one, but at that time, I don't know if there's an equivalent to that. You know, these days you look anything you want up on the internet, and then I guess it gives you suggestions of similar things. But at that time, and that could go for any style of music too. You know, there was really cool ska, traditional ska compilations were like a big part. You know, a label would put out compilations and have different things. It was cool. You know, it would turn you on to music that you might not normally listen to too, something that's a little different. But as far as answering your question directly, the thing that I got was like Guanabats and then Stomping at the Club Foot. And then from there, you can start, you know, checking out in more depth the other bands that were on that compilation. Somebody recently asked me, a very good friend of mine who's a very smart and funny guy, and his background is like punk rock. And, you know, I got a lot of respect for him and his opinion. He asked me very seriously. He said, Jeff, man, I don't get it. Like, what is like Demented Argo and that guy and his voice? And this is something like, you know, I listened to this when I was younger. You know, I listened to a lot different styles of music these days, a lot more mellow music, to be honest with you. But it was funny, you know, he's like, oh, like that, because it's such a unique approach, you know, and I actually revisited it because I hadn't listened to it in so long. It's a very unique style, and the singing is good. And I would say that it created something that was overly imitated. Everybody tried to get that growl that Sparky had from Demented Argo, but he did it very well. And a lot of the people who followed suit, not everybody could do it quite as well. But it really, I think it laid a little kind of blueprint for a lot of people, that style. A lot of people tried to imitate what he was doing. And as far as I know, he was the first. And I listened to it and I was like, it's super unique. A very unique approach.
Sparky for me was kind of like Tom Waits or Psychobilly.
Yeah. No, I would, when people would, when I was young, even high school age, and I like Psychobilly and stuff, and people would ask, well, what is that? People wanted to know what it was, and I play them different things. And Tom Waits would get drawn into the conversation. People who weren't too familiar, they go like, oh yeah, like Tom Waits. Okay, like I like that.
Mm-hmm. It's a cool thing about Sparky is that he's actually singing. His notes are correct. Even he has a growly voice.
Yeah.
He's almost perfect as far as pitch goes. So
no. That's exactly the point I was trying to make. Is my friend asked me, and I hadn't listened to very much of that recently. And some things that I revisit that I liked when I was a teenager, I listen to it now. And what I guess maybe being a musician, you develop your ear and becomes more. You get more and more into fine tuning, and you can hear the little things that are just out of pitch. And it's almost a bit of a curse, because stuff that you liked when you were younger, you can't listen to it anymore, because you listen, you're like, oh man, that's a little out of tune. It's just a little, and you can't just But that's what was the point. And he asked me, he was like, I don't understand it. I don't get it. And I was like, well, let me go back and let me listen. And I agree with you 100%. His voice is that growl, but the pitch is right there, and it's got a lot of feeling.
Yes, it's so cool. And I'm actually glad that he got out and played those few songs or a whole album with Hillbilly Moon Explosion.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Characters like that out of their, I wouldn't say comfort zone, because it's not completely out of his comfort zone, but out of that scene that he basically created.
Yeah.
I think that he really shined over there with Hillbilly Moon.
Right. I've heard him sing like not super growly, because they came here. I want to say it was about 1996. The Man at Argo came here and played. They played San Francisco, and in Calavera, we played with them.
Oh,
and so they came a couple of times, and afterwards hanging out and stuff, and you hear somebody sing. And I'm sure like Tom Waits puts on that growl, but if you listen to early Tom Waits too, he's not doing that yet on his first 2 albums, I think. And it's really, hearing it's nice. Somebody's got really good pitch and feeling to hear them sing. I wish I could sing as well as that, but
yeah, those guys are excellent. And so how was the scene back then? That's like 96. So already quite a few bands started playing Psychobilly by then, right?
I wouldn't say quite a few. And
no?
I wouldn't say quite a few. And I don't want to have the date wrong. It might have been, I'm trying to remember when Demanded Our Ghost specifically, but if I want to take it back to what was happening here, there was, as I mentioned, there was the B Pickles in LA. And then you had, as you mentioned, Elmer Shotgun, which is a band that didn't really come and play here.
Okay.
So there was a band also from that area, San Jose, Santa Cruz area, called Hayride to Hell. Mm-hmm. They were a 4-piece band, and they would come down and play. And the Hellbillies were from San Francisco. That's, as Rockin' Rick, who was tuned in before, he could maybe chime in. That would actually be interesting to see what Rockin' Rick has to say about it, because he came in from before my time. So if you're still there and you're still listening, feel free to chime in and give us some details about what was happening in the Bay Area, California, of the bands, what we're talking about. So I don't want to miss anybody. We had the Man at Argo came. We played San Francisco, but I wouldn't say there were a lot of bands, but there was an interest in them by that time, enough that the shows were well attended. So I think something was kind of building up, starting. I mean, if we want to talk about the early 90s, I mean, I could have counted on one hand the people that I knew, even in California, in the entire state. There are very few people, and you get to know each other because we have the same interests, and I'm talking about the whole. Think about that in the entire. This is a big, a place with a big population. And there are very few people that were into that kind of music.
And when did it blow up, like in California and in US?
Did it ever really, really blow up? I mean, I guess it had a moment where there was a pretty healthy scene. End of the 90s, 2000, early 2000s, I would say more, right?
Okay.
Right? Because I remember.
I mean, I was not here, so I don't know.
Yeah. That's why I was hoping somebody else would chime in about it. So they had 2000 with. Okay, well, I'm going to take it back to like when I was young, still high school, teenager. The band Cosmic Voodoo. We would play kind of around LA, Orange County, and we would really be playing punk rock shows because we couldn't really play rockabilly shows. And the reason being is that rockabillys did not like us. They didn't want to hear they would make fun of it. They would call it basically the insult. They would be like, "Oh, cool, metal. You guys play metal, huh?" But it was an intentional insult. So traditional people that were into traditional rockabilly, they didn't want to hear psychobilly. And however, there would be some, I'd have to call them closet, because if they were around their friends that were like traditional rockabilly, they wouldn't really admit to it. But then if they caught you like somewhere at a show by themselves, they'd be like, "Yeah, I kind of like this a little bit, But the traditional scene tended to be a bit more exclusive. They didn't want to be open to other things, even though some of the guys liked it. But we would play with Cosmic Voodoo. We would be playing punk rock shows as a result. So I loved rockabilly and would go to rockabilly shows, and you could still see some the original people would still be coming around, like Ronnie Dawson. You could go see him. He play around here pretty regularly.
Who was the bass player? Was it Kevin Smith?
For Ronnie Dawson?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know that Kevin toured with Ronnie Dawson a lot, so I thought maybe he was the one.
But as far as a scene and a scene building and becoming like a big scene, Cosmic Voodoo for us, we would play, and also surf. There was like surf and garage kind of bands. So that was something I'd say in the early to mid 90s. There were bands like the Bomboras was a band. There was a female band called the Neptunas. Mm-hmm. And it's, surf and like garage rock stuff that was based instrumental. A lot of bands were instrumental, and like garage bands like the Mummies from San Francisco. So that was sort of parallel to in the same world, psychobilly stuff. So I still love that music too, But,
and earlier you mentioned that you're really into Jamaican and Latin music in general. Does that come like from as an influence from the Clash, or is it a completely different source?
I would say absolutely. That's definitely part of it. I think something that's important to understand is Jamaican music in England when the Clash was forming, was a big part of what was happening. Jamaican music was in the 70s was in the pop charts in England in a way that it definitely was not here in the US and other countries. So, there's a lot of people, Jamaicans, moving to England and bringing their music with them. And that music became part of the youth culture of English kids. So for me, being exposed to it, there was a few things, like I'm talking about just like radio when you're a kid and stuff that gets played on the radio, like Desmond Dekker, Israelites, I think was a charting hit here. So that would be played on classic radio occasionally. And then stuff like Jimmy Cliff or a little bit of Bob Marley. So, but being turned on to like really getting into it, I have an older sister and she got into like traditional ska music. She's 5 years older. So when I was like, I'd say like 9 or 10, she was listening to like Scotalites and stuff like that. And that was in the formation of the band HeadCat, which was kind of the first band that really tried to go for a very traditional sound. Are you familiar with HeadCat?
Yes.
So HeadCat's an LA-based band that started out in the late 80s. And so I was kind of like the kid brother because my sister was a girlfriend of one of the singers. And that, I was a kid hanging out and these guys are starting a band and they're making demo tapes and stuff. And I actually, I got an electric bass, and that was part of me learning how to play, was just listening on cassette tape to the demos that they were making. And I go to the shows and watch, and then you get the demo tape and sit at home and literally just sit in front of the stereo, put the tape in, play it, get the bass, and then go and figure it out note by note. Listen and then stop, put it on pause, and then play. And then before you know it, you get start putting the whole thing together. And I actually learned a lot of their songs to a point that there was a show, they were going to do a radio show, and I was young, but I had learned all the songs off of their demos and stuff. So there's a moment where I almost played bass for them when I was like, a kid, young, 14 or 15, I think.
Wow.
So that was a scene that was happening here. And I feel like I was really fortunate because HeadCat's one of the best, like the bands to do that style. And if you want to talk about traditional style, at the same time as that was happening, I would say, because, there was the original Jamaican music from the 60s and 70s. And then in England in the late 70s, you had what became like the two-tone scene, Specials, Madness, Selector, all of those bands. But they brought a more contemporary element. They were mixing that punk and rockness to it. They weren't trying to be strictly traditional. And then throughout the 80s, that kind of got, and you could even probably draw a parallel with this to Psychobilly too, right? There was guys who were trying to do, it was like, Stray Cats were not trying to strictly be 50s. They had a very traditional sound, but they were incorporating what was contemporary at the time to some extent. They weren't trying to sound like, we're trying to sound like 1957, but I feel like I was fortunate.
Appreciated the most, when bands sound contemporary and then bring their own stamp to the old style of music, and they show that they understand the music, but they are, have a need to express themselves, that they don't want to be just a copy.
Yeah, and also, one thing that's important to understand is this music that became classic. People that they zero in on a certain period. There's rockabilly guys who, like, I don't really know if there's much of a big rockabilly scene anymore, but I had this talk with Danny Harvey, right? And I'm talking about years ago when there was, we were at a show and there was actually an element of like, no, I only listen to rockabilly from like that specific era, like 1955 to, they put just a few years on it. And I was younger. Danny was, more veteran of the music and stuff. And he said, what these guys don't understand is the way the music that they're listening to was created. Was these guys were listening to jazz and bebop. These guys created rock and roll. They were listening to rhythm and blues and jazz. And a lot of these guys were kind of country white guys that were listening to rhythm and blues and jazz, and they loved it, and they wanted to play that style. And what the combination of the different elements, they were open to a lot of different things, and that's how they created that new style of music. That's how rock and roll was created. So
I absolutely agree with that. It's kind of strange that people are, even in a scene such as small as rockabilly or psychobilly scene, want to separate each other. For me, it was always about a song. If you have good songs, cool. And then if it's a good musicianship and the delivery of those songs, that's an extra. And then I really do not care if it's one style or the other.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. I'm open to listen to any kind of music from anywhere. And, if it's got something that appeals to you and you like the way it feels, then that's what it's all about. So, but this, you're talking about a small subset of, there's people that are going, no, I only want to listen to this. But I remember Danny bringing that point up, that it's like the music that they love was created by a very deliberate combination. What are you doing in there? Tool time? Is it tool time in Slapsville?
I just dropped my mug.
You're building a new bass?
No, bass is safe.
But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is it's important to understand that, the music is constantly evolving as a result of people listening to different things and being influenced by different things. And it's always interesting, like, to consider what makes a certain group of people come together at a particular time, and then it defines a genre. They put like a word, they can make a label. It's like a cohesive thing where they go, all right, there's enough of us doing this thing right now, we got to call it something. You know what I mean? Rockabilly.
Yeah, people, I guess music critiques especially want to, put you in a certain genre.
But from what you're saying, as far as like people trying to be separate and stuff, it's almost like, I remember when I was young and you get into punk rock or rockabilly type stuff, it's almost like a hazing, like it's an exclusive club. Like there's people like, we're into this and we like it, and you're starting to show some interest, but are you really into it? Because if you're not, then you're not welcome here. You got to really be into it and really make it like, your life. You got to be about it. You know what I mean? And I think that happens in any kind of style.
Sure.
It's kind of almost like
Juan mentioned Oscar Telepticus. He said like mid-2000 psychobilly where everyone inspired by Oscar Telepticus. What do you think about that?
I couldn't really. I don't even know. I know Os Catalepticos. Like I know, and I saw them play. They came here in the early 2000s. They came a couple times. But as far as like being able to say that they influenced everybody, I'm not. Don't have enough expertise in that particular era to say one way or the other.
And
so I'll take your word for it. I don't know.
Here. And Rick mentioned after Gilman Street with Calaveras and Hellbillies, it got bigger in LA, mid-90s, and then the Chromatics came in and boosted the fan base.
Yeah, I think it was an important part of basically, there were very few bands doing it, So, yeah, you had the bands that we've talked about, and playing punk rock shows is how it started, So we'd go play. I remember Cosmic Voodoo, and we'd go to a punk rock show, and Rockabilly's didn't want to hear it, so we go to play a punk rock show, and I'd show up, walk in with the upright bass, and I had my hair, big quiff and stuff, so they'd be like, "All right, your hair passes the test, get in because you got the hair." But then they'd see the upright bass, and they would start talking some S if we're going to keep it clean. Even punk rock people would be like, "Oh, cool, look, the Stray Cats are here. Are you guys going to play some Stray Cats?" And they'd start, and then we get up on the stage, and then we start, and they would be like doubtful, and then boom, then all of a sudden they'd be like, So that started drawing people in. I would say from like the punk rock scene, it had that, it was punk, it had that punk that appealed to people. So that
that's so cool. And
it was fun. It was fun to do that too, because if it happened one time, they'd start kind of making fun of you. I walk in with the upright bass, go through the crowd, go up on the stage, and you go, all right, keep talking, keep making fun, and then you get in. You guys ready? And then they would be like, yeah.
Awesome. Do you feel like that nowadays when you play Psychobilly show?
I don't remember when was the last time I played a Psychobilly show. Like again, I play with Wild Roses, which I wouldn't say is Psychobilly, but it's definitely got rockabilly and it's Billy to it, but it's like a rock and roll band, and we have the upright bass, and a lot of it's playing like slap. So I wouldn't say it's a psychobilly band, but I mean, I don't know how many psychobilly shows are there these days.
You know, you mentioned Wild Roses, and something that I do like about Wild Roses is that it seems Mark is the name of the singer, right?
Mark Arell, yeah.
He seems like to be focused mostly on the songwriting, which is something that I appreciate the most.
Yeah.
And when you have like a good songwriting, good songs with slap bass, it sounds great. It sounds amazing. And should we play the little clip that you made for us?
Yeah. Before I do that, before we listen to the clip, I'd like to say exactly for what you're just saying, like as far as good songs and good playing and good bands, like I'm looking towards younger people, you know. I'm not a spring chicken anymore. And, you know, when I started listening to the music, I was a teenager listening to stuff that had been happening probably 10 years previous. So it's people that were probably at that time in their early 20s making music in the 80s. I was listening to it in like the early 90s. And there was new generations coming in. People were getting interested in the music and starting to play and form bands and stuff. And I just don't see that now. So I'm talking about 2020. Can you name like how many young bands are there that's doing rockabilly or psychobilly? I don't really know very many. And it could just be me being ignorant. I don't know. Do you know I'm talking young bands like coming up?
I wouldn't say on top of my head, not really, but I'll have to think about it. No.
Right. So we'll give it some time. But I feel like, you know, throughout time, there's young people getting into it. And I'm not aware of like young people doing it. And I'm not saying it's gone, but like it tends to come in waves, you know. So right now, I'm not aware of many young bands that are doing it. So I would love to hear a young band coming out with great songs and great singing and even harmonies, you know, and just like I would love to hear that, but I don't know of any right now.
So if any of our viewers know any younger rockabilly, psychobilly bands, rock and roll that can recommend, write down in the comments, and I would recommend the regular comments, not the live chat, so we can check that out later.
Yeah.
Should we play the Mark and Jeff duo now?
Yeah, let's do it. This is a song with the band Wild Roses. So just me and Mark got together, and you wanted to have a demo of playing. Just it's me and him playing. So I'm playing basically. There's no drums, so it's just me and him. I'm providing the percussion as well.
Sounds great.
Old school style.
That's good.
Let's get into it, man.
Hey everybody, I'm Jeff Roffredo. Joining me is my friend Mark Arell. Right now we're going to do a song for you guys called Cute Little Runaway. It goes a little itty bitty something like this.
Is that a song from an album, or you just played it for this demo?
We just played it for the Slapstream. That's a Slapsville exclusive.
Nice.
So that's a song. Yeah,
So,
that's a song. That's a song that we would play, but there's been no released version of that song.
oh, okay. And it's Mark's original?
Yes, it is. It's a good one. I like it.
I like it too. And you sing backups.
Let's sing some backups. Yeah.
Nice. How do you feel like when you? Is it easy for you to sing backups?
I wouldn't say it's easy. I enjoy doing it, but sometimes when I hear it on the playback, I'm like, whoa. Whoa.
You know, when I have to sing backups, I put my bass on autopilot and then just focused on the backup. I think about, I literally think about, you know, like a math. You know, I'm like, okay, now I have to sing the third, and then I kind of calculate in my head and sing the scale, and it's whole process. You know, it's not very natural for me to sing backups. I really have to concentrate.
Yeah, I think with anything, it comes with practice. Like when I was young, the band Cosmic Voodoo, we were a trio, singer, guitarist, and there were very few backing vocals. But you know, there were songs where it was more like a yell or like a shout. You know, and the singer would be like, "All right, on this part, you got to do this thing," and I was super shy. I loved playing the bass and concentrating and really playing as well as I could and really fast. We played really fast, so trying to be creative and interesting and original with what I was playing. But for me, it was more of actually like a shyness, like getting on the mic and just having your voice in there with something to overcome. So I remember we had a song called Run, Cosmic Voodoo, fast, you know, and you better run. I had to go, run. That's it. But even that, you know, it's like getting used to that. Like, all right, get up on the mic and say the thing and say it loud. But once you get comfortable with that, I enjoy it, you know. I think as far as music goes, hearing the most difficult thing, in my opinion, is somebody who can really, really sing really well, right? And that's a strange thing because the voice, we use a voice constantly. You're speaking all of the time. So you'd think it was the most natural thing to be able to just use that and sing really well. But if you get the ability to tune in and hear pitch really well, to hear somebody singing well, man, like it's very, very difficult. Like even professional famous singers, when you hear them on an album and it sounds fine, but then you hear them live and you're like, So when you hear somebody who's really just constantly nailing it live vocally, it's something you really appreciate. And then you understand why singers are so revered, you know, because you can kind of sing. Everybody can kind of sing. Well, maybe not everybody, but most people can kind of sing. But when somebody who can really, really sing well, with I guess everybody can relate to that, even if you're not a musician, because it's the voice. That's how we communicate. But man, somebody who could really sing really well, it's hard. It's really hard to do.
It is. And do you ever sing lead vocals?
Yeah, the answer is yes. With Calavera, I did sing a few songs, but I'm using the word sing a little bit loosely. It was more of like a yell, kind of like bluesy yell, like not in the style, like we talked about, like Sparky kind of had a style. I wasn't really trying to do that, but like maybe more like a loosely like a howling wolf, or like, you know what I mean, just like a growl, yell. So yeah, I sing on some stuff. It's fun. It's fun to do.
Are they on the are you a lead singer on any of the records?
On Calavera, yeah. There's we put out an EP called Tequila-matic, and I think I sang 2 songs on that.
Oh, cool. Okay,
Yeah.
I think I have that album. I'm familiar with it. So which year were Cosmic Voodoo from?
The year Cosmic Voodoo, I would say, I think I started with them in 1992, and then up through to like 95.
So Cosmic Voodoo 92 until 95.
Yeah, so we didn't really have a hard finish. So 92 through 95, we would play, around town a lot. We didn't tour. We went to like Salt Lake City. We heard there was a scene up there. And, actually the crewmen came, I believe it was 1994. The crewmen came here to do a U.S. tour, and we were going to be their support band and, providing the back line for them, providing the equipment for them. We were supposed to do a tour with them, but they came, and unfortunately the guy, the promoter who was putting the tour together, didn't really have everything together. So it was supposed to be this full U.S. tour, and it only ended up being a handful of shows around Southern California, and then they went back home.
And
but, the crewmen did come and play here in 94.
okay.
Yeah.
And so you played with Cosmic Voodoo at that time until 95, and then after 95 you joined Calavera immediately, or?
Well, I'm trying to remember. This is something like I haven't really thought about the exact time frames of these things. So 92 through definitely we played quite a bit Cosmic Voodoo, and the thing was we rehearsed religiously 2 times a week. It would be like, say, like a Wednesday and a Sunday, and we would rehearse no matter what. Like it was like you had to go, and if you had to call out for a rehearsal at that time, you better had a really good reason. I can't make. First of all, we wanted to rehearse, so everybody was happy to do it. So, but if you said like, oh, I can't make rehearsal this Sunday, well, why not? What are you doing? Like, and you had to have something important going on. But that's the thing too, is we really enjoyed the rehearsal. At least I could speak for myself. You're going in and you're playing, and I like that part. Some people don't like rehearsing. I found playing with different bands. Some people, they don't like rehearsing, and I enjoy the rehearsal. If it's the music that you love and you're getting together and playing it, like you love it. So at that time, we're getting off on tangents. And let me interject this really quickly. It's funny because, seeing when you asked me to do this, I was checking out some of the slap streams, and I'm like, man, these things are like 4 hours long. Like, what do you talk about for 4 hours? But it's going pretty quickly. We're talking about all kinds of stuff. So Cosmic Voodoo started in 92, and then went through, as I said, rehearsing religiously and playing a lot of shows. Like you play like Al's Bar was a place in downtown LA, and Orange County. There was a small place called the Doll Hut that we would play. And we'd play there a lot. Like at one point we had a weekly residence, and we'd be playing, just all around LA, playing different places, Orange County. And we actually, Cosmic Voodoo actually played a show with Sublime, the original Sublime.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, in Huntington Beach. So I don't remember the year exactly. I think I was 18, so it was probably, might have been 93 or early 94. But yeah, we played, and we were the direct support band for Sublime, the original Sublime. Think about that combo, a psychobilly band with Sublime.
Yes. And then after Cosmic Voodoo?
Cosmic Voodoo went into Calavera. So that came about as I was actually just at a party. I was at a high school by that time, and I was it was basically like a punk rock party, like at night, and outdoor thing where it's just like a bonfire, people hanging out, drinking some beers, listening to music. And the house that the party was at, Daniel De Leon lived at that house. So he's the original rhythm guitarist for Calavera. You see him there on the right. And I met him, and the singer Caesar, he was from a punk band called Dogma Mundista. So I don't remember how we actually got into, I guess we just started talking, and like, they were punk rock guys, and I was mostly into psychobilly stuff. And you know, they hadn't played with an upright bass player. So I got together with them and we just started. And just like I said, how rehearsal would be, you get together and it was like where Daniel was living. You know, you cram the amps in there and you get together, and we would do it very regularly. You know, you'd play a couple times a week and just getting together and putting songs together. And then you start playing shows, and, you know, I guess it was, they got turned on. I showed them the stuff that I liked, like the bands that I was listening to. They were from more of like a punk rock background. Daniel was familiar with the Cramps, and who doesn't love the Cramps?
Absolutely.
How can you not love? You know what I mean? I love the Cramps. I used to go see the Cramps all the time. Side note here, but you know, the Cramps would play L.A. You know, they had their times when they would play. They would play at the Palace, which is now I think called Avalon on Vine Street, directly across the street from Capitol Records. So they would play there, and it was, you know, it would always fill up, and it was always awesome. And I think about that. I see people nowadays, younger people, randomly, and they'll be wearing a Cramp shirt, and like I'm like, man, I miss the Cramps. You know, they were so unique and so good at what they did. They're so awesome. And I missed that. There's no band that really came up behind. There's no, you know what I mean? There's nobody that kind of followed in that footsteps and does what they do.
They were excellent for sure.
Yeah.
So basically, you got Daniel into psychobilly. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, yeah. They weren't familiar with the bands. They came from more of a punk rock background, so they didn't know the bands, what was happening in Europe. Like, again, this is before the internet and being able to just go online and look for anything. So I was a guy who had already some years listening to the music and a collection. So I had records, and then what we would do is we would record the records onto cassette tape. And give it to them. So I would give them, and you could make them like a mixtape. It would be like a personal compilation. Like, I really like this song by this band, this song by this band, or just entire albums. So they didn't know about that stuff. So I was able to introduce them to those bands. So that's what Calavera was, the punk, the guys from a punk background, and combining with what, you know, I was more into like psychobilly stuff, but I also did like punk rock and of course all kinds of other stuff. But we met at punk rock and psychobilly. And like me, when I found out about it, you know, they got really into it, you know, and learned and listened to a lot of the stuff.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So basically, without you, there would not be Rezurex.
I mean, I never thought of it that way, but I don't know. I mean, you know, it's hard to say one way or the other, but Rezurex did come out of Calavera because Daniel, the singer guitarist of Rezurex, was the rhythm guitarist of Calavera. So he left the band. I think he left around 98. He started playing with a band that was kind of more like a goth band called the Deep End. And they went on.
When did you guys start Calavera?
95. It was early 95.
Right after Cosmic Voodoo.
Well, I'm trying to remember if Cosmic Voodoo kind of slowed down. You know, like, again, we didn't tour nationally or anything. We just played around California. We'd play like the LA area, which is huge. So you could playing Orange County and LA, or even going out to like Pomona. You know what I'm saying? These are different. These are all just like a cluster of cities. Or San Diego. Yeah, I don't remember if we were going very strong at that time. But the thing was, Calavera started I was at a party in early 1995. Met those guys, and we started getting together, jamming, and then it became like, all right, we're rehearsing, and now we have a bunch of songs, and now we could play a show. Like, do you know somebody that could get us on a show? Well, yeah, I know these guys in this punk scene, and we're going to get on this punk show. All right, let's do it. Well, we got to come up with a name. What are we going to call it? So that started early 95. And Cosmic Voodoo, I think definitely had slowed down by that time. And the drummer I think went to grad school, so he just kind of dropped out of music.
Okay.
And then we did start trying to do stuff with a different drummer, and we'd play like occasionally with a different different drummer here and there. But yeah, that was the beginning of Calavera. And we played again, same thing, like rehearsing religiously, like I think it was like twice a week. And we played a lot of shows. Like we play all the time. You could play at that time, mid-90s, I would say there was punk rock people who were they were into punk rock when they were in their teens and early 20s. And then as they got to be like 30, basically, or in their 30s, they started looking back to rockabilly. They didn't, they weren't, so it's a lot of punk rock people that were getting into rockabilly music.
Okay.
So I think that's part of a scene that was forming at that time. But again, that was people that would have been probably in their 30s at that time. They would come up to me because I was a younger guy. I was like 19, 20, and be like, hey, man, like I'm an old punk rock guy, but I love what you guys do because now I'm getting into rockabilly. I'm getting back into classic like 50s stuff.
Yeah, cool.
So it was a combo of rockabilly and punk rock. Not as in a way that it was actually punk rock people getting into rockabilly here in California.
Mm-hmm. So Calavera was going from 95 until what year?
Well, with Daniel, it was until I think 98.
Okay.
We started playing with a band called The Deep End, and then they went on like a long US tour, and that was kind of it. He was out. And then we kept going though. We got another rhythm guitarist, and we kept going until, for me, I'm just speaking for me being with the band, I think it was about 2001 or 2002 maybe. And then at that point, Daniel had started playing with some different guys, and actually Rick, Rockin' Rick, was playing with Daniel at that time.
Oh, okay.
So he was up in San Francisco though, and so we were down here, and then I ended up started playing with Daniel again, and that was what became Lobo Negro, and then Rezurex.
What year is that? Like, when did you start Lobo Negro?
I would say Daniel could give you a good answer, but 2001, I think, or 2001 maybe.
Oh, okay. And I remember that show in San Francisco, and I remember that you were saying in San Francisco that was, I think, the last show with Lobo Negro, and you were asking audience like, hey, we just discovered there's another band, Lobo Negro, in Mexico or somewhere, and we want to change the name.
Yeah.
Anybody has any suggestions? Something like that. Remember that?
That sounds right, because I think there was more than one band. I think there was a band in Spain that we found out about, and maybe one in Mexico too. So I think there was more than one band. I think there's a band called Los Lobos Negros, and then there was, I think there was actually more than one band. So we could try to continue. We could try to continue and be yet another band with the same name, but we thought it was probably a bit wiser to just choose something else.
So you changed the name around 2004?
I guess so. Sounds like you know better than I do. You remember better than I do.
Just because I remember that show, and that was the first time I heard about Lobo Negro or Rezurex.
Yeah.
And okay, so now we got a timeline right. And for how long did the band existed?
Well, it's still going. Rezurex, Daniel still does it.
He's with you.
Different. I would say, I think it started around 2001 or 2, and then till 2007, I was playing with them. So I actually started playing with Tiger Army in 2004, and I was doing both. So I was playing Tiger Army and Rezurex, and James too. You look at baby James right there on the right. And the two of us were doing both. So we're playing Tiger Army and Rezurex at the same time. And then he stopped playing Rezurex before I did. And then I kept going with it. And I remember it was 2007 because Tiger Army was going on Warped Tour in the summer of 2007. And so Daniel had some gigs coming up, and I told him, well, I'm going on this long tour, so I can't do it. So you got to get somebody else. And then we cried together and shared some moments. No, we didn't really cry. It was an amicable split. I basically was like, well, I'm playing this other band now, and we're doing stuff, and I can't do both anymore.
Yeah. So you joined the Tiger Army in 2004?
That's correct.
And until 2008? Is that what you said?
The end of 2007.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
But
so
you quit Rezurex in 2007 as well.
Sorry?
You said that you quit Rezurex in 2007 as well, right?
Well, Warped Tour was a summer tour, so I was playing early 2007 with Rezurex, and then when Tiger Army was going to go on the Warped Tour in 2007, I let Daniel know that we were going on this long tour, and he's had some shows coming up, so I said, I can't do it. I'm already doing this tour with Tiger Army, so you got to get somebody else.
Oh.
So that's how that works. So basically, like, the first half of 2007 was with Rezurex, and then that was it after that. But, it was an amicable split. I told him, man, I still would love to be doing it, but we're doing this big tour and doing other stuff, so I can't do both now. So, I mean, I'm still in touch with Daniel.
Yeah, Rezurex are going strong, and I think that they just got a new album on.
That's good. You know what's funny about finding your voice and singing is in Calavera, Daniel was nowhere near a microphone. So the lead singer was Caesar, and I would do like backing vocals and yells and stuff. But Daniel was just like sitting rock solid rhythm guitarist.
Huh.
No vocals whatsoever. So when I first heard Fast Forward, that was 95. In those years, like when Rezurex and he started singing, I was like, whoa, he's just where'd that come from? Like, he could sing.
Yeah.
He's kind of a quiet guy. So it's like, it was cool to hear, like, wow, man, you could sing. And again, that's a cool thing I appreciate is when you do hear people singing in a style of like what we call Psychobilly, like when people are singing, it's nice to hear that because so much of it is just like a yell and a growl. And if that, again, like we said, if that's done well and it has good pitch and good feeling, like some soul to it, then it's cool. But a lot of it is just growling and yelling.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So it's like, it's nice to hear some good singing. So when you hear somebody that's singing and not doing that and doing it well, it's nice.
Absolutely.
Which reminds me is there's a guy named Matt Armour that I was playing with for a while. This is more recent, but I bring him up because Matt Armour was a singer of a band called Blazing Haley, and they were based in Santa Barbara. They were around in the 90s. So I bring that up because while we're talking about that is Matt. He's not a growler. Matt's a singer, and he sings. He's got a good voice. He sings well, and that was cool. I remember at that time too. Like it's like the mid '90s, and everybody there was like psychobilly bands. It's like kind of a punk rockness, like and then Matt came in, and you'd watch Blazing Haley, and he had a nice kind of like country-ish singing voice.
They were kind of cowpunkish, right? And they were a little bit metal as well, right?
I mean, they had some heaviness to them.
Yeah.
You could check out Blazing Haley. Put out some good stuff in the 90s.
So for how many years were you with the Tiger Army?
From 2004 till the end of 2007.
Oh, okay. So 3 years.
Yeah, it was a little over 3 years.
And you did one record, right?
That's right.
Music from Regions Beyond. Is that one?
That's the one.
I love lots of songs from that album. It seems that's when kind of Tiger Army got a little polished a little bit, which I actually liked, and that lots of songwriting, and it's excellent. I really like lots of songs from that album, and I enjoy playing them. And I wanted to ask you, how was it working with the Jerry Finn on that record?
I mean, that was a great experience. Obviously, he was at that time a very respected producer who had done some very successful records with, like, you know, I guess you would say pop punk bands. And he had also done, you know, stuff that was, what was really cool about it, I guess, was no producer of that stature had really done like a psychobilly band.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? A band doing like upright bass. Like, he was a guy that was like doing very commercially successful albums. So to be pulled that, you know, into that, it's like that was bringing the style of music to a guy who knew how to create successful out records. You know what I mean, on a big level. So it was cool. I mean, he was a very avid collector of gear. Mm-hmm. So he would collect, you know, he had all kinds of amps and guitars and basses, and he was like avid. You know, I remember we would be in the studio and he would kind of just be online looking like, oh, there's, you know, like this 62, and, you know, just really into it. Should I buy it? I don't know. And he had such a great collection of things to play to get good sounds, you know. So I was playing my bass, and we actually tried different basses. Mm-hmm. But I stuck with the mean green machine. And but for like electric bass, for instance, you know, I didn't have a good electric bass. I was really only playing upright bass. And so he's like, oh, don't worry about it. You know, I got a couple basses. And when he said I got a couple basses, meaning he would like wheel in like a road case with like a beautiful, you know, 1962 precision bass, just beautiful, perfect condition. And I'd pick it up and sit down and play it, and I would be playing it, you know. And I was mainly an upright bass player, not playing a lot of electric bass. So he go, yeah, check it out, see what you like, and see what you think about it. And I remember I was playing this 62P bass that he had, and the road case was like right here behind it. I had the headstock, and I was playing it, and he walked in. He was like, so how do you like the bass? I go, no, it feels great. It's awesome. It's amazing. So it's like, all right, cool. So just make sure you're a little careful. I see the headstock's getting close to that road case right there, because that's like a $20,000 bass. And I just went like this. Whoa, and handed it right back to him.
So did you play bass on that electric bass on that record?
Oh man, I think there's one song. I'm having trouble. I think there's one song where I played electric bass.
Electric and upright in the same song, or it's just,
I think there's a song that's electric bass. I'd have to actually look at the track list to remember. Okay. But there was also a Mark VI bass, if you know what that is.
Mark VI bass, remind me.
It's a Fender bass. It's like a 6-string bass. That's kind of like I think The Cure used it. So it's kind of it's definitely got its own sound. It's kind of like it's almost in between a bass guitar and a guitar. You know what I mean? It's sort of like a hybrid instrument.
Is it like a regular, just a 6-string bass that, you know, country bands use it sometimes?
I mean, I don't know, to be honest. Okay. It's very rare. Like it's not something you see very often. But being that he was a collector, he had one.
Is there so did he have any suggestions how to record upright bass, since he comes from more world?
No, as a matter of fact, he I don't think he really did. So he was asking me like what my experience was with it. And I remember, so I brought to him, you know, it was a lot of trial and error. For me, the guy that I really learned how to record the bass with was a guy named Michael Rosen. So he had his own studio that with Calavera, we went there in 1995 when we first were getting together, and we went and we recorded, I think four songs for an EP.
Mm-hmm.
And it was put out on vinyl. So we recorded with this guy, Michael Rosen. His background was kind of like, I guess he liked like industrial kind of music, but he was very intent on making the sounds as good as they could be. So I bring that up because I think it's really important that showing up with an upright bass in any studio in this time, you were not going to have like anybody who had experience with it. You know, it's mainly rock guys that are engineering in studios, and you walk in with an upright bass and they go, whoa, what's that? So it was like me just kind of like the trial and error, really. The first thing I did, I remember Cosmic Voodoo, we did an EP at a studio in Orange County, and it's exactly what I'm talking about. I was like 16 or 17, walking in with the upright bass, and the guy's like, oh, what do we do with that? And so I had a pickup on it, and I think we ran direct into the board. I don't even think we used an amp for that. But bringing it all up is I kind of developed the technique with Michael Rosen because he was intent on getting the best sound possible. Up until that point, I had recorded with people, and they just go, how do you want to record it? I don't know what to do, man. Like, I'm a rock dude. I don't know upright bass. So you try different things. And, you know, it could sound pretty good. But when I got into the studio with Michael to record that first Calavera EP, he was like, no, we're going to get a good sound. We're going to try different things, and we're going to get – I remember there was a particular point we were recording some stuff, and he said, how do you like the sound of the bass? I said, yeah, it's all right. And he's like, it's all right? I said, yeah, it's all right. He's like, it's all right, or that's how you want your bass to sound, and you love it, and that's as good as you think it can sound. And I said, oh, if you're going to put it that way, yeah, it's all right. And he goes, no, that's not good enough. We're going to get it. I want you to come in here and listen to what we're recording and say that is what it's supposed to sound like. So he put time into it, and I love that. And so we got like microphones to record it acoustically. So I record it isolated in a room to get the acoustic sound. And I think that's mainly what you hear. I'm trying to remember if at that time we mic'd an amp, but I don't think we did. No, actually, okay. So I had a pickup, and I think we ran the pickup direct into the board. So I had a pickup and then a microphone down low on the body of the bass to get the tone. And then we actually set up the microphone up higher, up by where the fingerboard, you know, on the neck to pick up the click sound. So we had 3 different lines, and then we would mix that. So that sound, you know, he put effort into that for the first Calavera EP, and then we recorded a full album with him. And then Rezurex, we actually did our first album with him too. So he was a very important part of the recording, the development of getting a good sound. So I brought that, the trial and error of like which kind of microphones to use, where to place them, you know, the distance from the body. We tried a lot of different things. So that's what, with Jerry, I brought that to him going, well, this is what we've done. And it was just, you know, him doing the same thing, going, okay, well, what kind of mic are we going to use? Where exactly we're going to place it? So that's what actually we did for recording the bass on that, was using a microphone for the body and having, in this case, it was we used a tube amp run through, and he put a mic on that on like a cabinet of 10s to record the bass for that. It's actually, I think for that album, I remember it was Royer is a microphone company. They make nice microphones. I don't know if you're familiar with them.
I'm very well familiar with them, and I'm actually using Mojave always on my basses, and even for this live stream, they just sent me this one, which is their sister company, and they're made in the same same shop in Burbank.
Burbank, yeah, that's right. So I think there was a particular mic that Royer made, and it was a prototype. So I was the first recording, and I'd have to, I don't know the model number, but I think it was a ribbon mic. So it was like the prototype of this mic, and Jerry like knew the people there, and he's like, oh, well, let's try this mic out. They've got a new mic. So we recorded with this Royer microphone. So it would have been the first recording made with that particular mic. But I don't remember like model name or anything.
That's cool. I love those mics, like both Royer and Mojave. Excellent microphones.
I'm not familiar with them, the Mojave one, but yeah, the Royer mics for sure. But
yeah, I mean they're basically, I mean not exact same microphone, but you know, same people make them, in the same room. Did you ever go there?
No.
Yeah, so it's not that big of a room, and they make
it's smaller than you thought. It's smaller than you thought it was going to be.
Much smaller. Yeah.
Smaller than you thought it was going to be. Why is it always smaller?
Yeah, I know.
Smaller than you thought it was going to be.
Maybe because we're not in Texas.
Okay, yeah, Texas is big.
Yeah.
But wrapping it up, I mean, as far as recording the bass with Jerry, I showed him what I had learned through trial and error with Michael Rosen, and he took that, and he actually said to me, I remember he said, I want the bass that we record, I want to be the standard. I want to set the standard for how the bass is. I want to make it sound as good as it can sound and set the standard, and people go, this is the bass sound. Like, this is the bass sound to emulate. He said that to me. He's like, that's so it's like working with somebody who has that desire to get the sound that good. So for me, it was this guy, Michael Rosen, who's still recording. He's working with Ministry now. And, he had that mentality to go, I've never worked with this instrument. I want to make it sound as good as it can sound.
Nice.
That's important, because sometimes you'll hear some recordings that they could be a good band, and if the sound's not good, it's
absolutely.
Yeah.
And what would you, by your opinion, what would you say was the highlight for Tiger Army while you were with the band?
I mean, I guess the biggest thing that we did was we did tour supporting AFI when AFI was at their height. So we were playing very big shows, and the biggest one being one at the Long Beach Arena, which was like a sold out show of 14,000 people or something. So that was awesome.
How was that? Like, was it like, how was it playing upright bass in such a big venues?
As far as the sound or like having control of it, I mean, by that point, I had pretty much had stuff dialed in. I didn't really have feedback issues or anything, so the control was pretty good. I'm not a guy who likes to really blast the bass. As long as I can hear it and I could feel it, then that's all I need. So, I had a setup that I was comfortable with, and I thought it sounded good, and I don't remember really having any issues. I thought it was good.
For me, it used to be kind of always tricky when I play arenas or stadiums, and then I noticed that I use a little bit more of my magnetic pickup, and then I prefer that sound for bigger venues like that.
Mm-hmm. Now, I would say for controlling the feedback, I mean, the way it works, if you get into those bigger venues, you don't have to blast the amplifier that's on stage, because they just put a mic on it and run it through the PA system anyway. So, I mean, these days you can be a guitar player and have a very small little, if you want a tube, sound, have a very small amp, and they just mic it and you're good to go. It doesn't matter how big the place is. It just depends on what you want to hear on stage, if you want to have a real wall of sound coming at you. So you don't have to have a giant blaster wall of speakers, just to get a sound that you like. The tone is comfortable.
Absolutely.
That's how it was.
And how was that tour that you did a tour with Morrissey, right?
That's right.
How was that?
I mean, it was interesting because we were a lot more of an aggressive sound than what Morrissey does. And obviously, he was the Smiths, and then he went directly from the Smiths to assembling a really quality rockabilly band, right? He had Boz Boorer, he had Gary Day on bass, who I love Gary Day's playing. We could talk about that. But, he put together an awesome band of basically British rockabilly guys, Alan White. And I'd say when we did the tour with him, it wasn't, I think when he first did that rockabilly thing, it had more of a rockabilly sound, maybe straight out of the gate. And then by the time we did the tour with him, it was in the mid 2000s. So he still had, Boz was still there. Gaz Day was actually there too, but it was a combination. It wasn't like the point I'm getting at is we were a lot more aggressive and different than probably what the average Morrissey concert goer was used to. But people that are fans of his know a lot about him. They get really into him, so they understand that he handpicks the bands. So you don't just get on to play with him. It's like selected. Like basically, he's kind of like I choose thee to play, and you're on the gig. So people, for that reason, were open to it. But I remember having the feeling on certain gigs, and you're playing nice rooms. You're playing big places, and it was in England. We played in Oklahoma a couple gigs, and then we went to England and played. And playing nice, like classic concert. In some cases, like a classic concert hall. And I was coming in there and just going, "All right, ready, bah!" And it caught some people got caught by surprise. It's a lot different, but overall, it was a cool experience,
I bet. Just here's a question from Lalo, and it's about Tiger Army. Jeff, on Hot Prowl, I can't help but think you were holding back on the bass lines. It's a great song, but did you simplify it for Tiger Army? I know your style and how you can rip through anything.
Rip through anything.
That's your reputation.
Huh?
That's your reputation.
Yeah, baby. Even chainmail armor. Rip through. So, I mean, particular, yeah, I mean, I did keep it more basic. It's part of like the philosophy of being like what works best for the song. So, keeping it simple was the decision made on that. It's like I do love, I'm going to say at this point, like, I don't love to just totally rip through stuff anymore. Like when I was young, I really did love to. And as a matter of, I listened to, and I was have this on my mind to bring up with you because I know you're a jazz guy too. I listened as a young guy playing upright bass. I was listening to a lot of jazz. So I was influenced by these guys, and particularly like harder jazz because, these guys are playing the same tempo that we're playing. Some of these jazz songs, these guys are really nailing it to the wall.
Yes.
And but they're doing stuff that's a lot more, they're running through chord changes that are a lot more complex, and they've got a lot of schooling under their belt. So they're doing things with a sense of harmony that, we're playing is like coming essentially from like sort of like initially country, like slap bass, like blues and bluegrass, and then coming into rockabilly, rock and roll. But I was listening to a lot of jazz, like 50s and 60s jazz, where it's like these guys are playing and they're playing complex things. So that was always in my mind as a young guy. Like I wanted to be playing stuff that was interesting in that sense and creating, not just playing the same pattern over and over again, but creating something in the moment with the spirit of improvisation, that comes from jazz. Jazz, they're challenging each other to play something that's interesting and unique. It's coming up on the spot. So that was something that's part of my mentality as a young guy. So to rip through anything, that was kind of my mentality. And but in a way that it felt really good too, to be playing that way. So I love, like certain things. Some of these jazz players, they're awesome. They're just not slapping, but they're playing doom, 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 and they're playing just as fast. And they're doing stuff that's far more complex with their left hand than what's typically done with what we do.
Do you play any jazz?
Huh?
Do you play any jazz?
I mean, I don't play with any jazz groups. I have done things like over the years where I play with people, but like currently not doing anything. But like I'm definitely somebody who has been an appreciator of it. And I still, you can visit some of those things. Like what's amazing now is stuff you would listen to on record, on vinyl, or then CD. You listen to it and you don't know what it looks like. You hear it, but you can kind of envision something. But now with YouTube, you can go on and find live versions. I mean, there's songs that I loved in high school. You go on and you go, oh, 1961. Here's Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers playing Caravan live in Sweden. And it's a really good quality recording. Like it was recorded for like a TV show at that time. And so I love that you could go on and you see, you know, and it's well done for a TV show with multiple cameras. So, and they'll do focus on the bass.
You know, I love the Messengers. You know, they were, you know, that's probably my favorite Art Blakey period. And it had pop into it, you know, the song structure was a little bit different than regular jazz guys back in the 60s. Really cool. I'm glad you mentioned them.
Oh yeah, no, but I mean, I encourage people to check that stuff out too. Like if you're playing, like check those guys out. You know, what they're doing is awesome. It's not slap, but if you want to think about being creative and original with what you're doing with your left hand, like, you know, the bass player at that time in the Messenger, I think, was Reggie Workman.
Mm-hmm.
Or like John Coltrane had a bass player I love named Paul Chambers. Played on a lot of his stuff. And then, of course, probably one of the most highly revered of that era is Mingus, Charles Mingus. And Mingus could slap too. Mingus played on
stuff. He played slap on a song, My Jelly Roll.
My Jelly Roll Soul.
That song. He slapped.
My Jelly Roll Soul.
There are like different versions of the song, and he always named it differently. But it's Jelly Roll, it's Jelly Roll. So My Jelly Roll Soul. It's like different. At least 6 or 7.
He put out an album called Blues and Roots. I love that album.
Which album? Blues
and Roots.
Okay. Mingus is definitely one of my favorites. And you mentioned Paul Chambers, and I love his bow work. He was excellent.
That's the thing. Those guys really were very well schooled, you know, very, very well schooled musicians. And you got to think about the amount of time that they were playing. You know, we in our generation, you know, music was like day and night full time for those guys. Like they would be playing sort of like a commercial. When I say commercial, I mean like something that maybe they didn't find very challenging, but it was a money week for them. So they'd be playing something like jazz standards for a dance in the early evening that they didn't find very challenging. However, they're playing their instrument and they're learning a big group of songs, and they're doing it every day, you know, for many hours. And that was their job. And then at night, they would go to like the little clubs, and then that's when they would let loose and get together and go like, all right, we did our thing when we're playing standards for like a little dance, but now we're going to see what we can come up with and create and do something new. So you got to think about it. That's just not the way it's set up for us these days. Like music as a professional thing doesn't exist in that way anymore. You know, now it's like dance clubs is just playing. There's DJs and you know what I mean? Like live music was a thing that was happening in more forms. So as a musician, you were constantly learning and practicing as you were working.
Times changed for sure.
Yeah.
We came like around, you know, the time like when you quit Tiger Army, which is 2007, and I wanted to ask you something. Did you know that the HeadCats, the band with Lemmy and Slim Jim and Danny Harvey that you mentioned earlier, there was a gig, I believe, in Hollywood, and Danny told me that later on. I played that gig as a bass player, but they wanted to get you on that gig, especially because you had, you know, Tiger Army behind you, so they wanted everyone to have like a big band name, you know, Lemmy from Motorhead, Jim from Stray Cats, Danny from Rockettes.
Yeah.
And did you know about it? Did you ever talk about it?
I remember getting a call from Danny about playing a show. And of course, I would have loved to have done it, you know, play with Lemmy. I met Lemmy a couple times because he would be out, you know, in Hollywood. He would be checking stuff out sometimes, not all the time, but you'd see him out and about. And of course, everybody knew that he hung out at the Rainbow. So I had met him a couple times, and but didn't have any interaction with him as far as talking with music. I mean, just a very, there's Lemmy and hi, and that's about it. But yeah, I remember Danny calling me about potentially doing something. Of course, I was interested in doing it, but didn't end up happening.
Yeah, I remember that was I think that was the promoter or something. I forgot. I mean, that was a long time ago, but I found out about it later. So you mentioned something. It's cool, like to improvise and play something on the spot. So I would like you to improvise and play something on the spot. What do you want to play?
Oh man, I don't know. Let me think about that for a moment. I don't even know. Let me ask. I want to say, thinking about everything we were talking about with recording, and even going back to like a combination of. I'm totally sidetracking to not play, but going back to talking about HeadCat in the late 80s, early 90s, there's a bass player I wanted to bring up who I was seeing live a lot. And that was the bass player for Big Sandy and the Fly Right Boys. His name's Wally Hersom. And he's still around, still playing. But I mean, I feel very fortunate because it just so happened that I happened to be a teenager and was able to see a band as good as HeadCat. And then Big Sandy was an awesome band. And they were doing that traditional rockabilly in a way, to my knowledge, like people that hadn't really done that well. So you had very traditional sound and original songs that were very good. And the bass player at that time was Wally Hersom. So he was a guy that I was actually seeing and talking about. You can't just, at the time, if you wanted to learn something, you had to watch people. So I'm watching him, Wally Hersom. And he actually recorded their albums as well. He had a studio, and he recorded with vintage gear and in the style that would have been done in the 1950s. So the sound that they were putting out was definitely emulating the style of music and even the recording techniques. So I wanted you familiar with Wally Hersom?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I know that Wally also had a psychobilly band, but I forgot the name of that band.
They're called the Gravediggers.
Ah, okay, so that's the band. Oh, okay.
So this is an interesting pool of musicians that we can all bring together. So Wally Hersom was in the Gravediggers. They were based in Orange County in the late 80s, and they did only one album, and they did that album with Billy Childish.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I love that album. It's got some awesome songs on it, and the singer of that band, his name is Jason Goodman. And he was a singer-guitarist, and he ended up playing with an LA band called Jump with Joey. And so, you know Jump with Joey?
I don't.
Jump with Joey was a band, that's an upright bass player, Joey Altruda. So they were around.
Joey Altruda.
Huh?
I know Joey Altruda.
So Jump with Joey was his band, and I don't know if they started in the late 80s or early 90s, but no, I'd say they must have started in the late 80s because I think I remember seeing them as early as 1990. So I was young, and Jason Goodman, who was the singer-guitarist of the Gravediggers, became the guitar player for Jump with Joey. And Jump with Joey is also one of those bands that was very traditional sounding. Now, they were doing like ska music and not trying to sound exactly 60s because they had a heavy jazz influence, and I mean, which the original ska music did too. Those horn players who were listening to jazz, and they loved that's what they loved, you know. But I bring it up because it's just interesting to see, you know, a guy like Jason Goodman was a singer for, I don't know if you could call the Gravediggers exactly a psychobilly band. They definitely, you could say they played psychobilly stuff, but they also played like garage stuff, you know, like they did a Sonics cover. So it was like, it was kind of their own take on psychobilly. And, you know, so it was Wally and Jason Goodman. And then there was a band called, well, there were two bands called the Blazers. There used to be a band from East LA called the Blazers that actually played around on that scene quite a bit. They were a little bit more mellow, maybe loosely, I want to say sort of like Los Lobos. But the Blazers was a band that had Jason Goodman playing guitar, and then Mike Hansen, who was the singer-guitarist of Cosmic Voodoo, and the drummer of Cosmic Voodoo, Alan Nicholson, and then Gator on bass. So I think they only put out like an EP. So I think that was happening around the same time as the Gravediggers. If you get into the history of stuff that was happening in Southern California, you had to, in the late 80s, Gravediggers and the Blazers. And then giving credit also to Jump with Joey. They had like a lot of Afro-Cuban influence, and they were jazz schooled guys. You know what I mean? Mike Boydo, what does he say? Jump with Joey. Yep, ska makes jazz. I mean, the original ska is, you know, a lot of jazz influence in it, but they kind of brought their own take to it. But that was a band. I feel very fortunate because I got to see that's a high level of musicianship. And, you know, they were playing all ages club. There used to be a club in North Hollywood called the Palomino, and all those bands would play there. And that was a legendary place for country music. You know, Johnny Cash played there. Everybody played. That was like the country place at one point in LA, the Palomino. And, the building's still there, but it's not the club anymore. But I mean, that was a legendary place. And
I think that James Hetfield occasionally do, I mean, like a once a year or something, like a Palomino like show. I mean,
James Hetfield used to play there on a regular basis.
Yeah, I've never been there. That's a little bit before my time, but it's interesting that you mentioned Joy for the first time. And when I heard about Joy Altruda, it's from Money Mark, the guy from the Beastie Boys. And I played with him. I used to play with him quite often. And then first name that he mentioned is like, oh, do you know my friend Joy? He's great. He had a studio, and I think that he moved up to Oregon or somewhere.
Yeah, he's in Oregon right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he used to have a studio maybe about a little over 10, 12 years ago that was on it was like an older recording studio that he was doing stuff out of Melrose, right by the across the street from the movie studios there. I can't think of the cross street. Is it Gower? Maybe like Gower. Anyway, he had a studio in the early to mid 2000s. But yeah, now he's moved up to Oregon. But at that time, I was able to see all ages gigs. Jump with Joey, HeadCat, Big Sandy. They actually all played at the Palomino. HeadCat too. HeadCat would play the Palomino. Jump with Joey would play the Palomino. Big Sandy would play there pretty regularly.
And
I didn't. The thing that I'm trying to bring across is I didn't. At that time, you don't know. You're a kid and you're going to see the bands, but you don't know those are some of the best bands in the world that are doing that style. And it just so happened it was happening here. I don't know a lot of bands that are of that caliber.
LA is such an amazing place, like for at least this type of music. It's just crazy. And Cloudberry is actually reminding us that he'd still really like to hear Every Day is Halloween or Ghost of Memory.
Shoot, I mean, I got to think about that.
Or something else, you know. I'm more open-minded. You know, I can hear anything. I just want to hear you play.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to think about how you know, even the key that those were played in.
It doesn't have to be that. You can slap whatever. I just love hearing you slap. So
you want to entertain for a moment, and I'll try and pick up my bass and see if I can get the rust off of those for a second.
Sure, I'll do that. Okay.
All right. I'm going blank.
All right, folks. While Jeff is getting ready to play one of these songs for you, Cloudberry, and for all of you that are watching, I would like to remind you to subscribe. That's really helping me out, and it helps out YouTube algorithm. And while you're at it, please ring the bell, as YouTubers say, and click on all notifications so that you can actually get a notification when I upload a video or when I'm doing these slap streams, if you enjoy the content, of course. And I also have a couple of cool things that if you feel supporting the channel, please check out the Patreon. Patreon is the main one. The link is below. And I offer quite a few cool perks over there. So please check it out. I think that you will enjoy it. Or if you just want to donate, PayPal or Venmo or super stickers and super chat. They're right under the live chat. If you click that little $sign, you can do that. But before you do all of that, please subscribe. That means a lot to me. Really makes me happy. And slap that like button under the video. I should start saying that. I think that Jeff is getting ready. And James Doken, he said like, or play Sombra. He already did. Let me see. Sasha reminded us about Palomino. Clint Eastwood made Which Way but Loose movie in Palomino mostly. We'll see. Well, James, this video gonna live on this link forever, so you'll be able to check it out. And please share it on your social media. And if you're not following us, please do that. Art of Slap Bass, all the Art of Slap Bass links are below the video, mine and Jeff's as well, so please follow that. And hello, Vince, welcome. I think we're getting there. Jeff, are you ready? Let's see. Is he ready? Is Jeff ready? Not yet. Okay. I think he's still getting ready. Okay. I don't have any jokes, but you know what? I'll play something for you. I think that's I'm gonna kill time like that. I hardly talk about tritones, but there's like one song that I recorded with my band Atomic Sunset a while ago where I kind of based the whole thing about tritones. And then that's one thing that sometimes I recommend people if they want to spice up their own bass lines, use tritones. All right, that was short. Little tritone, hot rods and pinups, improvisation. Let's see if Jeff is ready. Hope he is. I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to get any more blisters. And thank you, Sasha. I'm glad you enjoy this little thing. And welcome, Kim. We missed you. Thanks, Jeff, for letting me use your rig at the Bolorama in 2001 or so. We're still far from 4-hour mark. Okay, let's see. Is Jeff ready? Is he there? Not yet? All right. Okay, so, all right, let's use this time. Please let me know where you guys are coming from. I want to know where you're able to watch. I mean, you're able to watch it everywhere, but you know, when I check out my YouTube analytics, it always says that I think 60% of people that are watching are from US, and then I think it's mostly Japan and UK and Finland. So I wonder where you're at now. So please let us know that. And if you feel like supporting the channel, all the links are below. Come on, Jeff. I repeated all my sentences. I don't know what to say anymore. I think he's back. All right. So, all right. Well,
I was back in,
same.
yeah. I had to go back to Czechoslovakia. Back to Czechoslovakia to check out the tune. So I listened to Ghosts of Memory. Do you play that song with Tiger Army?
I did.
So I listened to, I just pulled it up off of YouTube real quick, but it sounds like it's in C sharp, and I don't remember playing it in C sharp, so that's really weird.
Okay.
But I mean, I could play it in, like, if starting on B, like, I'm trying to remember, like, you know, it's a song I haven't played in a very, very, very long time. But let's start with the Rezurex.
All right.
Hi. Are you there?
Yes.
Hi. So Every Day is Halloween intro starts here. That's it. That's the whole intro.
All right. It's a cool intro.
And then the song. And then improvising whatever you want to do. Cloudberry.
That's a bad sound.
Cloudberry's Persistence.
And Sasha wrote Encore.
The same thing again? You want it slower or what?
Or something else.
You want a breakdown of it? I mean, there's your encore, slower.
I have a question. I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
And that's something that I always like to discuss with all my guests. What is the nomenclature and the terminology that you're actually using when you're playing slap patterns? What is a single slap for you, for example?
I mean, if I'm being completely honest with you, it doesn't even really get talked about. Like bands I played in, it doesn't really, nobody says to me, oh, can you do like a double slap or a single or anything on this part? So, I mean, if you want to take something really basic, just pulling off is one, right? You get that snap, and then you hit it back. So, asking you what are you referring to as a single slap?
For me, single slap would be just one. Once you pull, I basically count both slaps,
Just the
fingers, and one palm slap as well.
So this is what you'd be referring to as single slap.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
Okay. And then you hit it back.
I would call that a double, but I want to hear how you call them.
I mean, again, it's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't have anybody to like refer. Like when I'm playing in the band, I'm the only bass player, and nobody really says like do a single slap here or a double slap there. You know what I mean? If anything, the direction you get is to keep it simple, particularly when verses are happening.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But as far as like slap technique doesn't really get discussed. So as far as what single slap.
So when you teach someone or something, when you try to explain someone, you don't use a particular terminology.
I don't what? I'm sorry, I kind of blurred out for a second.
Sorry, do you? What kind of terminology are you using when you're trying to explain different slap styles to someone who is interested?
I guess the answer is I don't really explain the different slap styles to a lot of people very often.
Oh, okay.
To just be completely honest.
Sure. Yeah. I no. Here's the thing. Like there are like lots of different people or teachers that are trying to explain slap use a different terminology. So I want to kind of understand
Okay.
all that it's coming from. So then once, just like to make some kind of sense and logic and basically school certain system, so that kind of works for everyone. I mean, it's not possible to do that, but something that makes sense to everyone.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this then. It's up to you.
All right.
You know what I mean?
I wanted also to ask you.
But while you're on the subject of talking about that, let's just say, like, if somebody's gonna put it together, let's just do it, man. Let's just call it. Let's define it. In the academic world, don't they say codify it? So no, seriously, like, what you do is you're documenting a lot of the history of the instrument, right? You're interviewing people who have played not just more recently, but some of the older guys that are still around. So
yeah, everyone.
You can define the you can define the terms. Are you there?
I think I have a pretty good sense what's common in different styles, but I always like hearing different, inputs from people that I respect. Like,
hang on, say that again. I had some interference. I don't know if it happened on your end, but it just sort of had this digital freeze. I don't know what you just said.
I think that I have a pretty good sense how I feel about different slaps and then how I want to name them, but I always want to hear different inputs from different people, especially from players that I respect, like you. So that's the reason why I always ask my guests about it.
Well, I don't really have different names for the thing, but we can put them together, man, and just make the definition. But let me tell you, this is a cool thing. Like, what you're doing is actually documenting, all of the history of the instrument that we love and play. So that's a really cool thing, to have all these people talking about it and getting into the history of it. So, hey, Slapsville, baby.
Slapsville.
Yeah.
So do you mind then showing me different patterns that you're using without naming them?
Okay.
Let's try
to do that. Talk to me in clicks.
Well, you just if you can show all the patterns that you're using, so that we can document that as well.
Really, I don't know. You want to start with something simple? Walk me through it.
Sure.
Like it's a walking bass line. If you just start with that, and then you pull, and then you hit it back. Right?
Sure.
And then you can get it to the what else?
I'm asking you.
I don't know, because I tend to kind of just start bouncing around rhythmically.
Oh, okay. So when you do that, let me. You often start with the rumba, and then you mix it up. Like, what's going on in your head when you're trying to make different rhythms?
What's going on?
Yeah. How do you make that happening?
I guess I'd say it's something in the moment. I used to have a lot of fun, particularly with playing with James in Rezurex, because he's a guy that listens a lot. As a drummer, he'd be listening. We were listening to each other a lot, and we'd be having what would be within the song could be a fun kind of bouncing off of each other and even challenging each other rhythmically. So, you know, meaning like in jazz when they say trading fours, like a guy takes a turn, but we'd kind of be doing it within the song, like say not when vocals are happening, but just doing a little patterns. Like, you know, he could do a drum fill like, and then I'd have to, and we'd start playing off each other and like sort of challenging each other while the song is happening. And we had a lot of fun with that. Call it a percussion discussion, Djordje.
I like that percussion discussion.
I didn't make it up. It's actually on a Mingus album that I think he did with, I think it's his first album, actually. I think there's a song on there called Percussion Discussion. Maybe it's Max Roach on drums.
Huh.
The first Mingus album where that he did himself, where he's got like a cigar and he's black and white picture with him on the bass on the cover.
You know, I'm not familiar with that song. I have to check it out.
Check it out. Percussion Discussion.
All right. Do you so with Rezurex you would play those trading fours and stuff like with James?
I couldn't call it trading fours exactly, but it would just sort of, it could be happening within a song. Like we'd be like, the song is happening and we're keeping tempo, but we're trying to do little, let's call them twiddly doos.
Okay.
We're doing little twiddly doos.
Can you demonstrate that a little bit?
Huh?
Can you demonstrate that a little bit?
We got to freeze. What happened?
Can you demonstrate that a little bit?
I got to get James over here for that.
Oh, okay.
I got James over here with the drum set.
All right.
But as far as just, go ahead.
You're avoiding more slapping. I'm trying to convince slap.
I definitely am. I would say just bouncing around and having fun, but you got to stay on time. You can never come off of time. Now, I've played with drummers who really try to overdo it. And I'm not talking about in one particular style they can be playing, and they try to fit too much into a time frame. So, and then you come off beat, and then it's a train wreck, particularly if that's happening with the drummer, because you need to have that time nice and steady. So, that being said, rhythmically having fun with it and trying to like push the boundaries and maybe even open a wormhole into another dimension if you get the right rhythmic and if you get the right rhythm and frequencies together, start bending time space. You think that's possible?
I like that. With slap is everything possible. In Slapsville, everything is possible.
That's the answer that I was looking for.
Yes.
Taking it into the future and into space. Do you think you'll be the first man to slap a bass in outer space?
I want to document all of you guys so that all the future people, you know, hear about you, so that they don't miss it.
I think that the bass will be slapped out. I don't want to say out of Slapsville, but I'm going to say off of Earth. And at that point, Slapsville will be extending into outer space. In other words, you won't be leaving Slapsville. You're bringing Slapsville to maybe a new dimension, to space, maybe new planets. We don't know yet.
No. All right. When did you start playing with the AGGROLITES?
I started playing with the AGGROLITES in right around beginning 2008. Oh, snap.
So, I mean, so with your bands, it's actually kind of like you quit one band and then we immediately start playing with another band. How did you get involved with the AGGROLITES?
Well, I actually have played in a sort of like there was a band based here in LA that was like traditional kind of ska band called C Spot. So they're around in the 90s, and I didn't play with them at that time, but I think late 90s, very end of the 90s, I kind of started playing bass with C-Spot, and formation of C-Spot actually had a number of AGGROLITES members. So Jesse Wagner, the singer of the AGGROLITES, he wasn't singing in C-Spot, but he was playing guitar. Brian Dixon, the rhythm guitarist of AGGROLITES, was playing in C-Spot, and Corey Horn, the drummer, was playing a C-Spot too. So it was almost like a proto AGGROLITES. Now I was playing upright bass mainly in C-Spot, and I think I might have had an electric bass that I played a couple songs on. But I mean, it's like 1999, 2000. So I had played with these guys already, is my point. And I was friends with them, and, you know, they formed the AGGROLITES around 2002. So I was playing in Rezurex at that time. And then, yeah, so, you know, I remained friends with those guys, and I would like to go see them. To be honest, I'd like to go watch them. So I ended up playing. It turned out their bass player ended up quitting. So I wouldn't say it was always a flow. There was always like a bit of a gap. Like, but for instance, like I'm saying with Cosmic Voodoo, I don't remember it being straight into the Calavera thing. But you know, it sounds like it when you talk about it in retrospect, but not necessarily that way.
It didn't feel like that. How many albums have you recorded with the AGGROLITES?
There are 3. So I joined a band, and then pretty quickly, within like a year, I think we recorded an album that was called 4, because it's the 4th album that they had recorded.
So that's the 4th is the first album that you recorded with them. Okay,
recorded bass, because as I said, I was friends and I had played in bands with them before, so I actually did a lot of backing vocals on the first record. And I'm sorry, it would be the second record. It's called, they refer to it as the Red Album. So it's the first album that they did on HeadCat. The first one they did was called Dirty Reggae, and the second one is called the Red Album. And what's funny is I had just come back off a tour when they were going to record that album. And again, I was friends with these guys and loved to go see them play. So I got a call, and I'd only been home from tour for like a couple days, and they were in the studio to record this album. So they were recording what became the Red Album, and then the Tim Armstrong Poet's Life album. I don't know if you knew they were the backing band for Tim Armstrong's solo album, Poet's Life. So they're recording, getting into recording those albums, and Jesse, the singer, called me. He's like, "Man, we're in the studio, everything's set up, and Jay, the bass player's amp, like it blew up, like it's not working." And they're like, "Are you home or are you on tour?" I go, "No, I just got home." They're like, "Is there any way you can bring a bass amp down to the studio like now?" And I said, "Well, I'm on my way." So I brought a bass amp down there. So the bass amp that was used on those albums is actually my amp. And then I did a lot of singing, backing singing. You know, it was a lot of gang vocals. But there's a song called "Work to Do," and that on the Red Album, that's just me and Jesse singing. So I was in Tiger Army at the time with no idea of ever being invited to play with the band, but participating, you know, and being part of it. Never knowing that I would be playing bass with the band eventually. I thought, you know, some bands, they get a certain unit, particularly when it's like the early days, and you just see it as like it's those guys. This guy is the drummer, this guy is the bass player, and that's not going to change. You know what I mean? It's going to stay that way. But then what happens? Seasons change, feelings change.
So for how long you been with them? You still play with them, right?
Yeah. So that would have been since
12 years? 12 years?
Almost 13 now.
13 years. Wow.
Almost.
So what would you say was the highlight of you playing with that band for you?
The highlight of playing with AGGROLITES? I mean, when you ask that question, I gravitate towards like the biggest show.
Mm-hmm.
So the answer to that is the biggest show we did a festival in France called Celestat.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to even think it was probably at least 10 years, maybe it was 2009 or 10. But it was a massive outdoor festival. And I don't know how many people. I think they said the estimate was like there was over 20,000 people. So we weren't the headliner of the festival, but we happened to be playing in a good time slot at night. So that was like the biggest crowd I've ever played in front of, was that festival.
How many people said that was at the show?
I believe the estimate was like at least 20,000.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, but it was an outdoor festival. So when you look at that amount of people, it's just like a sea, an ocean of people. You know, there's people on each other's shoulders, and people got like banners and flags, and you're just looking out, like it looks like an ocean of people. It just goes on. So that was a cool moment.
It's hard to imagine now, right?
It's impossible to imagine now.
So, and with the singer from AGGROLITES, you started a new band called Jukebox 101. First, I wanted to ask you, where's that 101 coming from? Is there any connection with, we talked about Clash, is there any connection with Joe Strummer's first band 101ers?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tip of the hat to that. Definitely. Jukebox 101, we came up with the name because it's like a reference to what we're doing in that is with AGGROLITES is pretty much one particular style of music, but you know, we like a lot of different styles of music, and we took this as an opportunity to play the different styles of music that we love and listen to, but we don't get to play. So there's the upright bass and the photo. So we did a song that's kind of like 50s, you know, early rock and roll with upright bass, kind of like a jump, you know, kind of song. And then there's obviously Jamaican influence songs on the record too, on the album too. And we get into like soul stuff, like 60s soul, and even some like bossa nova, and a song on upright bass, kind of like a, I don't want to say jazz, but kind of like crooning style, like almost like would fall in. It's an original song, but sort of paying tribute to like a Sinatra era song on the upright bass. So we called it Jukebox 101 because the jukebox is referring to the fact that we're playing a lot of different styles. Generally, a band is playing one particular style that they're sticking to. And for this, we were very consciously playing all the different styles of music that we love and putting that together on one album. So that's the jukebox aspect. And the 101 is a reference to being very basic. Like when you say something like, "Oh, do you know how to build a cabinet?" You go, "Yeah, that's carpentry 101 is the term." So we're saying jukebox 101 is like the fundamental, and 101 also being reference to the freeway that runs from LA up the California coast.
Oh, that's a cool reference,
right? So that's
yeah.
where we put a lot
about it.
We put a lot into that. We put a lot into the references.
Yes. Do you write any songs?
Yeah. So that album with AGGROLITES, writing stuff together, and Jukebox 101 was me and Jesse writing stuff together. So AGGROLITES were at a time where we weren't recording. There was a long gap of several years where we weren't recording anything, and you know, I had song ideas and he had song ideas, and we started hanging out and developing them, you know, putting them together. And we're like, well, let's record. And this way we can record songs that are outside of what people are used to hearing from one particular band. That gives us the freedom to get out of that one particular style and do whatever we want. So it's all, I think what ties it together is it all has like a retro influence.
And do you slap at all on that Jukebox 101?
I do, yeah, actually, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So when people can expect to hear something from the band?
We're actually putting out a limited vinyl. Our friend Sammy K, who's kind of from the East Coast, New York, New Jersey scene, he's putting out limited runs of vinyl for bands, so of kind of that scene. So there's a band called Bandulus. He's putting out, and Jukebox 101. It's going to be coming out soon. I'll get the information. I'll look it up, and it's a very limited run, but we're putting out some vinyl. And if people are interested in hearing it, they can hit me up like directly on Instagram. We pressed up some CDs just ourselves, so I don't know how many people listen to that format anymore, but we get them out to you. It's an album.
And
hit me up. Basically, what I'm saying, just directly ask me, and I'll tell you how to get that.
So Instagram and Facebook, those are the best options for people to get in touch with you?
Do it.
All right. I posted the links below the video, so follow Jeff. What would you say, did the fans change, like from the beginning when you started playing with the AGGROLITES until now, or there's kind of the same people?
I mean, I guess as time goes by and the music gets kind of just spreads more throughout the world, you get a more sort of broad audience. So generally, you could say so even with like the first people you're going to be playing for are people that are into traditional style Jamaican music. You know what I'm saying? Okay. People that are from that scene. So that's definitely, again, the band, I wasn't in the band for the first 5 or so years. And, you know, but it would be the same for like, for any style. There's people that are into that scene, like traditional Jamaican music. They're into ska, rocksteady, reggae, rude boys, rude girls, skinheads. Like, they're the people that are coming out, and they still absolutely do. But now as time goes by and people even get older, you know, our bands, we've been playing for a long time, like, and people get older and they have kids. Maybe they don't go out as much anymore. So you have older people too coming out. I think what AGGROLITES do in particular is a style of music that's more friendly to people, more mature listeners, let's say, than say psychobilly. You know what I'm saying? Like real heavy music, generally older people probably aren't going to get into that unless they were already into it since they were young. But AGGROLITES is a music that can be more palatable for somebody that's older. So you get all kinds of people. The answer is yes, it has changed, but you still do get people who really are from that scene of traditional style Jamaican music who still, because we haven't really changed. We haven't gone far off from where the band started, what we're playing. We didn't go off into to a different style. We're not doing EDM. We're still doing what we did, you know?
All right. And how did the things for you as a musician change, like since when you started?
How did what change?
I mean, everything, music industry, and, you know, how do you feel, you know, about everything that is happening in music, like from the shows, from releasing albums, from everything related to music industry, but like for you as a musician, it doesn't matter which band, you know, just for you personally.
Well, I mean, music is essentially free now, right? People don't have to pay for it. You can listen to music for free. Like when we were young, like that wasn't the case. You'd have to go to the store and purchase an album or a cassette or then a CD, you know? And so that was a very big industry. And even at an independent level, bands that were doing kind of underground stuff, like garage type stuff, I don't think they didn't get rich, but I think they were able to do all right playing their music, you know, and they could do it on a label they created at that time, you know, throughout the 80s and 90s. But then at the end of the 90s, like advent of Napster and the internet music file sharing, music became free. Basically, it was a choice, and it is now. It's a choice to pay for it. You have to opt to, you have to choose to support it, because you can listen for free if you don't take it and own it, you know, on a device that you have. If you don't choose to pay for it to download it onto your phone or your computer, you can go onto a streaming service and listen to it free of charge. So obviously that's a massive change. So that's how it's changed. And I guess the benefit of it is you can go, what I love about it is you can think of anything, and you could go on YouTube and go, I wonder if that's on YouTube. And I'll even think of something that I think is obscure, and more often than not, it's there. Like even an obscure, like an 80s psychobilly song that was put out on like a Dutch label. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a band called the Cavemen. They were a Dutch band, and they put out a cool record. And I have it from when I was young. But then I was thinking recently, like, I wonder if that song's online, and that album. And I went and I looked, and it's there.
Everything is online.
It gets uploaded. And here's something that's cool that I'd like to talk about is the slap bass style is used in a form of traditional Mexican music, norteño music. So back what we're talking about, stuff changing and even discovering music. When I was young, you would have to find out about something, or you might just be in the record store and look at a record cover and go, that looks cool. So I remember being, maybe I was in my late teens and being at like a record store and seeing this record, and it was a group called Los Traviesos, and there's an upright bass on the cover. The group's on the cover. They got uniforms, like matching hats and clothes and stuff, but they kind of had like like they're being funny on the cover. So the guy had an upright bass, and in fact, it looks like a baby bass. It looks like a baby, like the body is small, not an acoustic bass. But and there's a guy who's sitting on like a little tiny bike. So they're having a sense of humor about it. But I look at it, and it's at the record store. Oh, I'm going to buy this and check it out. It's got an upright bass on it. Looks cool. I put it on, and this guy is slapping the hell out of the bass. It's awesome. So I hadn't thought about that in a very long time. And you asked me to do this, and I was thinking about all the different styles of slap bass, and I thought of that. I remember that record that I bought a really long time ago. So I looked on YouTube, like Shot in the Dark long shot. Is that going to be on there? Guess what? It's there. It's there.
It's great. No, it's great for slap bass.
So say what?
Norteño music is great for slap bass.
Yeah, they do a lot of really really awesome runs, and kind of play with the rhythm. And I pulled this track up just the other day. I hadn't heard it in years, and it's one of those things like we were talking about earlier. Something you like and it sounds cool when you're young, and then you revisit it later, and you're like, maybe it's not that cool. But I pulled that track up, and it's awesome. This guy's slapping like, it's great, and he's got really solid, like, you know what I mean, pocket, and he's doing and the thing is, the bass in norteño music, I think that's a traditional style that kind of went away. I don't know if you talk. There's a bass, like a specific Mexican upright bass. It's called tololoche. Yep. So in this case, I don't think he's playing a tololoche. I think it looks like a baby bass on the cover, but it doesn't sound. It sounds like an acoustic upright bass. This particular thing I'm talking about. But the roll of the bass and the runs that they do, like the choice of the notes and stuff, seem to be like tradition. So you're hearing a guy playing the upright bass and slapping and doing it awesome. And if you listen to like banda music, which is a lot of horns, they're doing the same runs and the same patterns on a tuba. So it's mainly 1/5, like bum 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 bum, or on the bass, but then the runs and the way they do the runs seem to be consistent on different instruments. So that's interesting. So that, I think, was something that a style that kind of maybe went away, but I'll be in random spots now and I'll hear a contemporary song, Mexican song. And whenever I hear it, just pulls my ear right away. I'll just hear slap bass. I'm like, whoa. And it's come back, like, I guess, as like newer contemporary artists are using slap bass.
You know where I hear it often? Like if I go to San Pedro Fish Market,
Yeah.
always have like Mexican bands with tololoches, and all of them are slapping.
Yeah, awesome patterns.
And Kim actually sent me a guy that I never heard about before, Manu Tololoche, who's I guess has pretty good YouTube following, and he's excellent for that particular style.
Yeah.
And when this whole thing stops, like, do you plan to go back on tour?
Well, we'll see how that's going to play out. Obviously, the answer is yes. It's a fun, awesome experience to be able to take music and play for people and be able to travel all over the world. And over the years, you meet people and develop friendships with people all over the world. And so it's always so awesome to be able to go to a different city and know that you're going to see your friend, and you guys have similar interests and that connection through the music, which for us as musicians is our strongest interest. So you meet other people that like the same music that you like, and they want to hang out and they want to show you their town. They go, we'll go over to this place. They do a music night, like the stuff that we like. So you get to experience each town, each city through the music and people that are.
I really miss touring. Touring is the best.
Well, what I'm saying is, yeah, obviously we got to get back to that. This is a temporary time, and some people are saying it's never going to go back. But I mean, it's got to go back. It might be in a different way, but we're talking
That's
about.
how I see it as well. I think it's going to come back. I'm not sure how soon, but
Nobody knows.
I actually like it is that musicians and artists are creative and they're finding their own way. We are finding our own way how to do something cool during these crazy times as well.
Yeah.
I wanted I had like quite a few questions that I wanted to ask you about bass. Who would you say were your biggest influences on you as far as bass playing goes?
Slap style specifically.
Both.
Slap
Both.
style. Well, starting with slap style specifically, I mean, you hear classic rock and roll, rockabilly, like on the radio. Bill Haley, Rock Around the Clock, was a radio staple. The radio station in LA that played 50s music when I was a kid was called K-Earth 101, 101.1. So they used to play 50s music, and Rock Around the Clock, they probably played every single day. And I think a lot of upright bass players, you could say, will refer to that song. Like, the playing on that song is just awesome. The sound and the slap, and it's just great, right? That's one of those songs that's just, would you agree?
Absolutely.
So that was a song you were hearing all the time. And, then getting into Stray Cats was a band that was getting played on the radio, in the early 80s. I was a little kid, and you don't even think about it in terms of like, oh, that's rockabilly. Like when you're little, you go, oh, okay, they're doing something that's throwback to the 50s, because that was actually kind of a big phase here. Like in the 80s, there was like this throwback era. You know what I'm saying? Like even in films like Back to the Future, going back to the 50s, and there were like 50 style diners, and there was this whole kind of phase in the mid 80s of like throwback to 50s stuff. Like a reverence for that time. Like it was a more simple, innocent time. But Stray Cats got played, and I was hearing that on the radio. So that's early. I was mad. I mean, Stray Cats were massive. They were a commercially successful band getting played on the radio. So, but I mean, as I get older, like early teens, and started to like seek out and find stuff. I love the bass playing on Johnny Burnett recordings, and Bill Haley stuff is obviously awesome. But then getting into like what was happening like in the 80s, finding Batmobile, right? Frenzy, Steve Whitehouse, of course. Guanabats, Sam Sardi. Like these are the guys who are really doing it well in that time frame. And that's music you had to seek out and find. But it was well worth it. And, you know, who else can we talk about from that era? Like those would say, I would say are some big ones. Sam Sardi, of course, from Guanabats, Steve Whitehouse. What else?
You mentioned Lee Rocker, right?
Lee Rocker for sure. Like, no doubt about it. But I'm saying like that was stuff that was getting played on the radio. But when you go to seek it out and say you're getting into the music and you got to find it, you're finding Guanabats, Sam Sardi. You know what I'm saying? Like who else could we bring into that? I don't want to miss people.
Well, from the 50s, like for myself, it was James Kirkland that I love, who played with Ricky Nelson.
Okay.
He's probably as far as rock and roll bass player on top for myself. Another one as far as rock and roll goes is Willie Dixon, who played with Chuck Berry. I love the stuff that he did with Chuck Berry. And you mentioned Marshall Idol. I would add Al Rex as well from Bill Haley's band, and Bill Black as well.
Of course. I was thinking you were talking more about like getting to like 80s like psychobilly stuff, but yeah, all those guys, and you know that was popular music too. That's important to remember in their time. And Marshall Grant as well, Johnny Cash. You can watch.
Never too influenced by Marshall Grant, I gotta admit that.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed the sound, but I was never too impressed with his bass playing.
Okay. I mean, I'm saying like these are guys that were doing it. And there's actually footage on available on YouTube. I don't know if you know this, but they used to do a country music show in Compton, California, called Hadley's Town Hall.
Yes, I'm familiar.
Have you ever watched any of that footage? Yeah. Johnny Cash was on it. Eddie Cochran was on it.
Yes.
Eddie Cochran, just when I watch Eddie Cochran, I'm just like, man, he was like 19 years old and he was so good.
Yeah.
He was incredible. Like, and you watch the live footage and you're just like, man, this is a kid, man. He was 19.
So great. So great.
But all the classic stuff is obviously an influence, and of course, Gene Vincent, right? Jack Neal.
Yeah, but I don't recall him slapping that much.
I'd say as far as like patterns to follow, though, this is stuff I was listening to.
Sure.
But getting into like, and of course, Willie Dixon, right? And even taking it back to jazz world, Milt Hinton.
Of course, yeah, I love Milt Hinton. Yeah.
Yeah, and even like Red Callender, like these are guys like this is what was happening in early jazz. I think even probably before music was being recorded. You know what I'm saying? Like early 20th century, guys were playing this style. It's like to be heard, I would think. You know, you might be playing in an acoustic setting where you've got horns and you got to dig in and play that style.
Yeah, definitely before the music started being recorded. The earliest example that I found of the description of slap bass is with Bill Johnson from 1915 when he was on tour in New York.
Really?
The earliest one that I found in the newspaper in New Orleans. So they were talking about slap style. And when I listened to some recordings of the interviews from the guys back then, like Steve Brown and Pops Foster, all of them would mention Bill Johnson, but they would argue who was the first guy. But, you know, first example that I personally found is Bill Johnson from 1915.
Uh-huh.
As far as recordings go, that will be, you know, from like 1924 or 22 with Ed Garland on bass with Keith Ory, and then but it's not very loud. So it's
not very audible. Yeah.
You can find like newer masterings of those recordings, and then you can hear bass decent, but it's not very presentable, I think, until 1925 with Gary Barth on bass, and then first amazing slap bass recording that I would say would be like the first slap solo. It's Steve Brown with Gene Colgate Orchestra on the song Dinah.
Huh. So let me ask you this. Growing up in Serbia, what was your exposure to like slap bass? You talk about you got to you went to music school and conservatory and were able to study classical and jazz, but how did slap music come into what was your experience? How did that come into life in Serbia?
Well, when I was a kid, you know, around 9 and 10, I got really into rockabilly, and I just loved the sound. And I loved, you know, Bill Black and Lee Rocker, I mean, Stray Cats, and that's how I got interested in the sound. And then there was a guy called, his name is Veljko, from the band Vera Kvark, which was kind of like a neo-rockabilly band back in the day in Serbia, in Belgrade. And I would religiously go to their shows, and he was just the coolest guy, you know, on the bass. And then I tried to emulate. He was slapping. He was not slapping all the time, but he was slapping. So that's kind of, he showed me a couple licks, but it was kind of like Rock This Down and I don't know what else. But, you know, he showed me 2 licks maybe. And then from then on, I tried to just become a better bass player. So then I was going better rockabilly bass player. And then I started going to these schools, which is the reason, you know, for why I studied music, is because I just wanted to be a better rockabilly player. So, I mean, and I just like to understand and learn music overall. I didn't want to just be stuck in one genre.
Was there a scene for that, or is this kind of one band?
There was a scene, actually, when I was 10, 11, when I started going out, you know.
You're talking about late 80s.
That's like more like early 90s.
Okay.
And there was a scene. I guess, late 80s, early 90s. There was no mainstream bands, but there were like a couple of mainstream bands that were influenced by rockabilly. No psychobilly yet. And then there was like a decent, healthy rockabilly rocking scene back then in Belgrade. So that was pretty cool. So
when did you first hear like really like high speed psychobilly style?
Live?
No, or even a record.
On the record would be that album, Cats Keep Rockin'.
Okay.
And I was 11, maybe, something like that.
All right.
And I got really into that. And, you know, but I have to admit, speed is something that I never really chased. It was just if the song asked for it, you know, I would do it. But it's not something that I was like really impressed in a kind of like a hardcore type of way. You know, I had to do a particular tempo or something. I like pretty early on, I got more into understanding melodies and understanding chords and chord progressions and analyzing jazz standards and analyzing different symphonies or operas. I was going to operas a lot, and then trying to understand how harmony developed over time and understand, you know, that concept, counterpoint and harmony a lot.
And so you developed this intricate understanding of music in many forms, and then you took all that knowledge and threw it all out the window to play 3-chord songs?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I played for 7 years in a symphony orchestra. I still have like a solo band that I play with in Europe, where I combine kind of all the styles that I like, and it's usually the music that I wrote, and there are 3-chord songs, but then there are also lots of songs that I wrote with very complex harmonies, and have like more, I would say, bebop or even like a free jazz influence. And then there's like a decent amount of songs that I wrote that are more like a Balkan and world music, ethnic sounds that I incorporate.
Okay. No, I was just making a joke when I say you threw it all out to play the 3-chord songs.
Yeah.
But,
I never forgot why I started playing music, and the reason why I started playing music is rock and roll, rockabilly, and 3-chord songs. If you know how to write catchy 3-chord songs, that's amazing. It doesn't have to be complicated. I'm not with any of those. It doesn't have to be simple, or it doesn't have to be complicated. If it's good, it's good, and it's absolutely individual approach. But that was always my thing. I don't care what kind of style it is. If I like it, I like it.
I feel absolutely the same way. There's all kinds of stuff. Yeah. So there's great music everywhere. And when you're talking about like Balkan music, one thing that is a style of music that doesn't get talked about too much, you're probably well aware of, is like in Romanian gypsy music. They're playing slap bass too, slap upright bass.
Yes, like in Romania, especially Romani people, they do play lots of slap. And I did like quite a bit of research on that, because I thought that was a traditional approach. But I think it kind of started with the 70s.
It turns out that somebody dropped off some Necromantics albums in Romania, and they got influenced by that.
Actually, I tried like to find out like how did they get into that, and it was they heard like a jazz records, so they were like a Django stuff and like early jazz. So that's what influenced them like to do it, and some rock and roll, because it actually all of that happened before slap in Romania. But the interesting thing. Slap style of playing was actually forbidden in Romania until the early 90s when Ceausescu died, because it was considered Romani or gypsy style of playing, which was not cool by the government back then.
Yeah. Have you ever checked out, there's a movie called Lachodrom?
Yes, of course.
I love that movie.
It's great.
I actually haven't watched it in quite a while, but man, such great music. And in particular, there's the scene where they're in Romania and the guy's playing slap bass.
Yes, there's actually quite a few, and that all led like to the band Tatar of the Haiduks, and the main bass player Vlad Viorel, who is a friend of mine. He was featured in those Tony Gatliff movies, and he's absolutely one of the best for that particular style.
Yeah,
I love that. I love that style.
Yeah, so they got into it. They got some frenzy records.
Yeah, maybe.
But I mean, we're talking about the guys like 80s guys, and then I guess it'd be around 1990. Necromantics, Kim, obviously, and that was just very high speed,
Was that an influence on you?
Yeah, absolutely. Particularly like the first, that was something that I guess for me was I started getting them as they were coming out, as the records were being released. Because up until that point, you're listening to 50s music. It came out well before you were born, and then the 80s stuff was all happening. When I was a kid, I wasn't aware of it, and I'm listening to it like, oh, this is what was going on, years ago. And then Necromantics, I got the first record, Hellbound, and I loved it. And then then you could get them as they were coming out. I was at an age where I was like, all right, then the next album's coming out, and you get that. You're excited the next one's going to come out, looking forward to it. What are they going to do next?
Was it easy to get those records here in the States?
No. You would have to find like a specialty shop that could order them. Mm-hmm. Or there was a label that was based in England called Raucous Records.
Yes.
And you could actually order you would have to order the record. So I would order actually from Howard was the guy at Raucous Records. So I would order stuff from him. And yeah, it wasn't easy to find them at all. You'd have to seek them out or order them, you know, either by mail or on the phone. You'd have to call and make the phone call quick because there was a charge to make the phone call. Yeah. It was very expensive, so you'd have to have everything ready, exactly what you wanted. And
different times. And
sure.
Was like his style of playing, he has like a little bit different approach to slap bass. Was that influential? Were you ever using that technique?
What do you mean? What about the technique specifically?
With the pinky and the thumb, the way Kim is playing.
No, and again, I was definitely influenced by the playing, but I can't say I was even aware he was using his pinky and his thumb because I couldn't see him. I was only listening to the record. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I'm hearing the record, so I'm listening to what he's doing, but I don't know if he's using his pinky and his thumb. I'd never seen anybody using a pinky and a thumb, there were no videos to look at, so I was just purely listening. So I can't say I was even aware of what was physically being done with the right hand. I just would hear it on the record.
How did you develop your own style of playing slap bass?
I guess again, just having a combination of all the elements of listening to a very wide variety of music, and somehow, in some way, incorporating all that. So rhythmically, you're hearing different approaches, and incorporating that in different ways. So there's the traditional styles, country, bluegrass, where, you know, you're playing ding, 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 or ding, 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 like really just 1/5 stuff. And then you can get into walking bass with a slap, but then also listening to a lot of jazz and even Latin music. You know, that's a completely different approach, but rhythmically bringing that to the table as well. Maybe not super deliberately, but being as a result of being exposed to this music and playing that music. I've played in bands where you're playing that kind of music, you know. Tumbao is different. It's its own thing. There's generally not slapping that, but just listening to a wide variety of music and taking rhythmically all of the approaches and just trying to have fun with it and take a new approach and see if you can fit that in there somehow.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned Latin music because, you know, I think that Cachao and Cachaito were both using slap bass when they played slap, and when they played bass in Latin music. Not all the time, but
no, it would be like a trick, like a novelty trick.
Yeah.
So I've seen video more recently, and you'll see a guy and he's doom, 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 you know, and they'll do it for like a little trick, but they're not doing. Huh?
That's the coolest part of the song.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean that rhythm, when you're holding that rhythm down, that's awesome. When you're holding that, you know. I love that style of playing, the tumbao, like holding it down.
So by your opinion, what would be the most essential slap bass recordings?
Oh man, that's tough. I don't want to leave anything out. You know what I mean?
You mentioned Rock Around the Clock. Besides Rock Around the Clock?
I think that's a foundation for so many people, you know. That's like, and you listen to it now, and it still sounds awesome. Killer. Still sounds great. You listen to that. And I don't know. It depends on what you want to get into. I like a wide variety of things. So again, take it to like Willie Dixon, obviously is another founding father, you know. And listening to that music, I wasn't even aware of all the things that he was doing until later. You see and you watch video and you watch him, you know. like when I did that intro for the song Sombra, I'm playing with my right hand, and I wasn't aware that there were people actually using their left hand. I just tried it and was like, let me see if I can incorporate that. I'm gonna, you know, and try and get some extra clicks in there. Take it to Czechoslovakia, to Slapsville. So incorporating the left hand, I wasn't even aware. And then later in life, you see a Willie Dixon video, and he's playing, he's doom, 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 you know, and he throws his left hand in there. I didn't even know that that was happening. I just tried it, you know. And then you're like, oh, this is an old. This has been done, been there, done that.
I had a similar thing, you know. I was like, oh, I want to do that left hand, and then I was developing all these patterns, and then I saw like somebody, you know, like, you know, doing the same thing, you know. Might have been Willie Dixon or somebody else. I don't think it was Willie, but
yeah, we try to make up new things rhythmically, new patterns and stuff, and then you find out that people been doing it for a long time.
Well, then now because of that, it's kind of cool to document and find, you know, all this information and then have them in one spot, like the Slapstream. I'm
riding the Slapstream, baby. Ride it.
Are there any slap bass players that you like nowadays?
Well, I guess we could go back to saying like I'm not really aware of a lot of young people that are doing it, you know. So I guess the first your go-to guy is going to be Wesley Hinshaw of the Quakes. He's a younger guy and awesome. When I watch them play, just like it's just a very a unit that plays together very well. 3-piece band that you know, they just really keep it together. Hearing him play and Juan Carlos on drums, it's a very great rhythm section. So I love hearing him play. And I don't know, you got any younger guys that you could tell me about?
I don't mean just younger, you know, like whoever, you know, that it's playing these days that you appreciate. I would say that there's lots of people that I love hearing that play slap bass, you know, now.
Well, I mean, throw some names at me because I might not be up on it as well as you are.
Well, there's quite a few of those, like from Romania. I really like Gita Coada, who lives in Canada now. He's an excellent slap bass player in Romanian Romani style. Vlad Jurel as well. I love from France. I love Nicolas Debouché. I mean, pretty much everyone that I interviewed.
Okay.
Ryan Gould, you know, Kevin Smith, Jimmy Sutton, you know, like lots of players.
I guess I'm just not well aware, as you know. I gotta watch more slap streams. I did check some of the ones out, but I only went to the guys I already was aware of. You know, like Steve White. I watched some Steve Whitehouse and Kim Necroman. But I mean, I'm hoping to see like a new generation of people.
Well, very recommended that you check out Test Pilots.
Okay,
guys.
I've heard the name. I know there's like you know, I'm on like on social media. There's groups like a psychobilly group or like an upright bass group, and there's bands that get talked about a little bit. So that's a band that I've heard of.
Test Pilots are pretty cool. They opened for us for Tiger Army when we played, I think, Sweden or Finland, somewhere over there.
Is that they're from Scandinavia?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
Their bass player is a singer as well.
Okay. You know, it's a cool flat bass song that kind of got some popularity worldwide is the Imelda May song.
Oh, yeah. Johnny Got a Boom Boom.
Johnny Got a Boom Boom. So I was in a supermarket whenever, you know, years ago. And I was, you know, when you're in a supermarket, you're not expecting to hear the slap bass music generally doesn't become commercial music. But I heard.
Except if you're in Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's often plays some cool music.
I like Trader Joe's. And I actually didn't hear the song in Trader Joe's.
Oh, okay.
It was a supermarket, and it was like more of a like a Mexican supermarket.
Oh, really? Okay.
I was in the aisle, and I just heard that, you know, and I was like, it almost catches you off guard, like you're just getting stuff at the store, and then you hear it, and you're like, that's an upright bass.
Yeah.
look up at the ceiling, like stare at the speakers. Am I really hearing like slap upright bass in the supermarket right now?
You know, I heard Imelda made before at Trader Joe's. Once I heard Polecats at Trader Joe's as well. JD McPherson. You know, it's
yes. JD's got some stuff like you'll hear it like it's gotten some like would you call it mainstream, like it's crossed over from like a vintage music world into being appreciated in a more you'll hear it at the market.
Yes,
that's awesome.
I think it's, as we said, it's all about the songs. You know, songs
exactly.
Are there, so people are getting drawn to that. No, Cloudberry mentioned they are from Test Pilots are from Gothenburg, Sweden.
A Swedish band, okay.
Yep.
And taking back to talking about the song, what is the vehicle? The song is good. That's what takes it up to that level, and also the singing too, right? Like Imelda May is a great voice.
Yes.
Great singer.
I don't think she has club bass anymore. I think she has a electric bass now.
You know what? And that tends to happen. And I don't know if you're aware of this, but there's people that don't like us, man. They hate. There's people that hate the sound of the slap bass, and I'm being dead serious. Instances where I'll get called to play on something and like, but no, I don't like that clicky, that clicky clacky thing. I hate that. But I think that might be a result of, there came a time, I guess we're talking about the development of the music, and it went really metal. Mm-hmm. And I think the bass itself, all you were hearing was super clicky clack and not even hearing notes anymore.
Uh-huh.
And I think maybe some people get exposed to that. And for me, obviously upright bass is my favorite instrument. I love how it sounds. If you're slapping it or if you're not slapping it, it's a beautiful sound. It's a big, warm, full sound. And I like to have that combination of the tone with the click. I really don't want to hear that when there's no tone either. But there's people
I agree.
who play for it and they just go like, nah, don't play that clicky clack, man. Like, I don't know.
My channel is all about clickety clack, and then whoever is watching this, if you like the clicky clack, make sure to subscribe. And I have a question actually for you about it. What were your band leaders say about that? Would you usually say like, "Hey, play more slap," or they would say like, I don't want to hear that. Like, can you not play it? Or what was their approach usually?
I would say with the bands that I played in, it was, for the most part, it was like a collective experience. So I was actually given absolutely no direction whatsoever. So starting with like Cosmic Voodoo, the singer-guitarist, Mike Hansen, he liked, psychobilly stuff. Like he really liked the Crewmen a lot. And, he liked a lot of different things. But as far as direction on bass, I think they saw me playing with the band that was playing previous. We only did it previous to that band, and they were just like, "You got to come play with us." And so they already liked what I was doing, and really gave me free reign. Like, just you do you, play what what we like, what you do. So I was able to bring to the table whatever I wanted to. I was actually given no direction, or the other way to look at that is called just free reign to play whatever you want. So that was freedom to experiment and rhythmically, and also, even melodically, trying to be part of the song in interesting and creative, and try and be original with it, try and do new things. So as a bass player, I'm sure you get told a lot also, like, generally, if it's somebody, they just want you to come in and play bass, and they want you to play very, very simply, right? Very simple.
I agree. Sometimes, especially back in the day, people will tell me, "Hey, I would like less of that, click," or bluegrass. I was not completely aware of the style when I started playing bluegrass. Right after I moved to US, and then I realized that lots of people have a very strong opinion about slap bass and bluegrass music. and then I would just save it for banjo runs or for solos. But,
yeah, you get asked to play less a lot, but the bands that I played in particularly, Cosmic Voodoo, and then into Calavera, and then Rezurex, I can't even remember an instance of being like, all right, on this particular part, I want you to play this. It's like, nah, just play. We like what you do, and we like what you bring to the table, and do what you do.
and how about Tiger Army?
Tiger Army, I would say, would be the case of where I was being asked to play less, play more, just keep it more fundamental, keep to root notes, and you play as well. I'm sure you probably it's more like simple than what you would be playing in previous things, right?
Not really. I try to adjust myself to every band that I play with. So, for example, if I'm backing up a singer that it's more has like crooner jazz vibe, I usually start playing very simple, and then I develop my lines around how I think that could be developed. But in order to when I start enjoying the band, it's mostly root based, and I actually really appreciate when a band leader has a strong opinion how the sound should be, and then you have like a clear directions where you're going to, and then with those directions you try to find your own voice. Sense. So I prefer that than if there's like somebody play whatever you want. That's cool if that person is not a band leader, if we're kind of like the band. But if you have a band leader, I would like to be told direction of his vision, and otherwise it will be my vision. So I want to keep that for my projects.
Right. Well, every situation is different. There's people also being asked to be played very specific things. It depends on if you're walking into something that already has songs.
Yes.
And if the bass line is like a recognizable and appreciated part of the song, there's no deviating from that. You play what it is because that's what it's supposed to be. So I got a chance to play like in a musical theater production. Fat Mike from NoFX wrote a play, and it was actually what was basically the Wild Roses band was the backing band. So this is about
that's with Cheney, right?
Chris Cheney, yeah. So it was
you told me about it.
And this was an instance of you're playing on a stage with musical singing actors, and the songs are changing, and they're developing as you do it, and it was a very interesting experience because obviously it's a backdrop, and it's a very important piece of what's happening, but these are very specific things that's happening musically. So on the bass, very specific things that need to happen at specific times.
Yes,
it's part of a play, and that was cool.
Makes sense. Yeah,
that was a cool experience. And what's interesting is in that world, it's consistently changing because they're developing it as you go. So the song will be written, and you're playing the bass a certain way, and certain melodic things at certain parts of the song, and then as it continues on, they change lines in the play, and they change the song a bit, and then you got to work around that, and they're constantly trying to improve. And I think it's a very long process. But what you're talking about, like specific things happening at specific times in the song. So
because sometimes you need to have to give a cue to a singer or an actor, so they're relying on that. And I actually do like that, but I also come from the world where everything is written out. So I actually really appreciate that.
Yeah. That was interesting. It was something very new for me, even just to get a peek into that world. You know, the world of theater.
So you played in quite a few bigger bands on this scene. What would you say? What would be your advice for younger bass players how to get a gig, and younger musicians in general?
Huh. I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is just create it. You know, obviously you got to start playing and practicing a lot, and I think the best thing to do, I mean, just as a bass player, you're looking to link with somebody who's people that are playing like for what we do really guitar. But as far as like getting a gig, I mean, the bottom line is you just got to be present. You know, you got to be showing up. The very first band that, as I mentioned at the very beginning of this, was I was out. You know, I was out somewhere in LA, and I was young, and I looked like a psychobilly. And this people walked up to me and they're like, "You like psychobillies?" Yeah. And we got to talking, and it turned out that they were looking for a bass player, and I was like, "Well, it just so happens that I play the bass." So now it's a different world these days. You can seek people out through social media, so find people that have common interests. So as far as like, if you're talking about, are you trying to like talk about like landing like a professional situation, professional gig?
I mean, any gig, you know, like, because I know that like for different people, different things worked out. You know, like in the jazz world, that's mostly either people that you know from school or people that we meet at your jam sessions. For, you know, lots of guys back in the day, it was about putting flyers in music stores or putting ads in a paper.
Yeah.
And then, you know, like for maybe younger bands these days, I think it's mostly to be present on social media. So, you know, I'm wondering what would be your advice in that, you know, how to make, how kids can make themselves visible.
Well, I'm not like on the forefront of how to be a marketing guy on social media. So it's like, it's kind of a different ballgame for younger people that grew up on it, right? That grew up on social media, but it's obviously a great way to network, and you can be aware of what's going on in different parts of the world even. But as far as trying to play with people, I guess it has to do with, like you said, you're part of people who have common interests, and that can be a scene. So if you're into jazz music, you're gonna be hanging out with people that like that and listening to it, and you start playing with them and stuff. But as far as like getting gig, like, yeah, I don't even, it just, you gotta be out and doing it is the way to do it. You'd be the good guy to ask for that. I was gonna say, I didn't realize that you play with Molotov.
Oh, I love playing with Molotov. That's one of my favorite bands that I ever played with.
How did you come into playing with them?
It was so weird. It was very interesting. They were somebody from their camp sent me a message on Instagram or some social media, and they were like, you know, we love what you're doing. We saw you play with these bands. We know what you've been doing, like since you started playing with Lemmy, and then Tiger Army and Drake Bell. I came to Mexico quite a few times with Drake Bell, and they were aware of all of that. At least somebody in the camp, and they asked me, you know, we would like you to be a special guest at the show. And I never heard about them at that time, and I was, you know, who are these guys? And then, you know, like, am I gonna be? And then they asked me like to come next week. When is the show? Like in 10 days or something. I was like, okay, it's a little bit, you know, what kind of gig is this? And then I thought maybe this is some kind of punk band that I'm going to be crashing to someone's couch. And I just bought a house here in LA, and then I was not really in a, you know, in a position that I can just like go somewhere like that. And I asked some of my Mexican friends, and they were like, "No, these guys are cool. You should come and do it." And I did it. I asked them, like, "Is there going to be any other special guests?" And they were like, "Oh, it's going to be one guy from the Beastie Boys, and going to be Ana Tijoux, Chilean hip hop singer, excellent. She did some music for Breaking Bad, and that did lots of cool things, and somebody else as well." And then I was like, "Okay, so yes, I'll do it." And then I did it, and it turned out to be MTV Unplugged. It turned out that record was nominated for the Grammy. Like, so many cool things happened just out of that, social media message that I could have missed it, so it's crazy.
So the answer for you in that particular case is just having an online presence.
Yes.
Yeah, that's cool. No, I like that band. They approach. They're funny, but they also approach with lyrically. They can approach some serious situations.
Absolutely.
But they can present it in a way like a stand-up comedian, where it's like
Yes.
They're making you think, but they're also making you laugh about it. But it's a serious subject, but they can approach it in a way that's funny and makes you think about it at the same time.
They're amazing. I love those guys. We became good friends. We're still in touch. I'm working on a solo project for Tito, for the singer, and it's amazing. I don't know. I can't wait to play with them again. I'm friends with all four of them. So really cool.
What you did with them was just like a little solo spot. It's not playing an entire thing. It's just playing a little spot in part of the show.
It started for the MTV Unplugged. They wanted me to play one song. And I'm like, who's gonna just fly me over there, do one song for the whole show? And the song was and they sent me that song, and I learned it, and it was kind of hard to play because it had you go to the thumb position, you go down, and like it was basically bass guitar song.
Right.
Like, why are these guys flying to Mexico City to play this show, to play this song that it's not really that good for an upright bass? I was confused. But anyway, I learned it. I came there, and then they were like, "Oh, no, we don't want you to play that song. I mean, we can play that song as well, but choose any other song." Like, okay. And then I listened to their repertoire they were playing to play, and then there was a Misfits cover that I recorded with them, and then their biggest hit, "Give Me Power." So I did those three songs for that first show, and then later they asked me, like, can you play more? And then I played Puto, and I don't know, like 6 or 7 songs per show usually.
Frijolero.
I did Frijolero too. Frijolero sounds great with upright bass.
That's supposed to have an upright bass on it. That's the style I'm talking about. Like, it's a norteño style.
It's
what I'm saying? Like, that's a song cool. That have slap bass on it.
That's a cool song, and it works great for upright bass, and it's a important subject that they are talking about.
Oh, absolutely. And it's a hilarious approach because
yes.
I don't know if you're aware, the singing that's happening in Spanish is supposed to be from the perspective of an American guy. So they're singing in Spanish with like a heavy American accent.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the drummer is from US. He's American, dude.
Right.
Drummer, he's a gringo.
That's right, but I mean, he's been in Mexico forever.
Yeah. So they tease him like for it's such a great group of people. I love those guys. It really, whenever they call me to play, I'm like, yeah, stop everything, go there to join Molotov.
Yeah,
it's really cool. And we played all over the place, really all over the place. I toured with them quite a bit. We actually had 10 sold out shows at the Teatro Metropolitan. I think the biggest theater in Mexico City.
So when you were doing that, whose couch did they make you crash on?
No, they actually, you know, get me
the
hotel in the city.
I make it funny.
Yeah.
It's cool. Actually, I saw them. I was probably on the tour after their first album in the 90s.
Oh, really? That long ago?
Yeah. They played at the Palace again. The Palace on Vine.
Oh, cool. I was supposed to do one of those shows last year or the year before, and something didn't work out at the last moment. But yeah.
Yeah, no, they do some cool stuff. I remember in that particular tour, they have a song where the lyric, they're talking about people criticizing, like they say, porque dicen que somos huevones. Like people say that we're lazy.
Uh-huh.
And they say, no lo somos. We're not. And then it breaks. And on the album, it goes, porque dicen que somos huevones. No lo somos. And then they go, Viva Mexico, cabrones.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm sure when you play the show, if they play that song, I remember just when that moment hit in LA, you know, everybody's there at that show. It was just a moment of pride when they didn't even say it. It's just like, porque dicen que somos huevones. No lo somos. Pa! And the crowd just went, Viva Mexico, cabrones. Like,
exactly. Yeah. It's so cool. And actually, we do play that song. And it's at that moment, I climb on top of the bass. That's the only spot where I climb on top of the bass with them. And then, you know, like I'm all huge like on the bass, and then lift both of my hands, and then, you know, cheer the audience. Like to do that, it's really cool. It's a cool moment. Makes me proud too.
Yeah. It's interesting because, you know, that's a style that exists in Mexico. You know what I mean? So that's why it's like, there's traditional style. There's probably somebody they could have found in Mexico City, like, to do that.
And they kind of started like a Beastie Boys, Rage Against the Machine type of band.
Yeah.
And we'll play like lots of those songs that have like a hip hop rock groove.
Yeah. Yeah. They get a lot of
cool.
There was a group I played with with Calavera. What was an interesting part of the scene was, you know, asking about the development of a psychobilly scene. We were playing punk shows, and we were also playing, because Calavera had songs in Spanish. We had songs in English and Spanish, and actually a mix of the two. So we were playing a lot of songs with bands that were exclusively singing in Spanish.
Cool.
At that time, so the mid 90s. So we were playing with bands that are sort of in that same ballpark. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a band called Tijuana No. And they had like a punk kind of ethic, you know, of being social commentary, but also with a good sense of humor and talking about things, you know, important things, but sometimes in a very serious way, but also sometimes in a way that is very funny.
Mm-hmm.
But I got asked to play with them. So the point I'm making about that is we were a band that was kind of like a psychobilly punk band, but we would play a show that was like called Rock en Español, rock in Spanish, and you could have any kind of band at that time. So the common thing that was linking everybody was the language and the culture and the heritage. So you could play, it would be us playing, Calavera playing like a psychobilly band, and then you could have like a ska band, but more like an upbeat rock ska band, not like traditional, like a very check, which is a very popular style in Mexico. And then like Tijuana No, or even a full-on metal band. You could have a whole, one night could have all of those things at that time. And yeah, and people would be, the bands were good, so the people would be equally interested. You know, there wouldn't be that exclusion attitude, like, oh, I don't want to listen to that band because like they're a metal band and I don't like that. It would be like, oh, this band's up, all right, cool. And it'd be a night, it could be a night of very different bands, very different styles, all playing at the same time.
It's interesting you mentioning that. You know, I love playing with, you know, Mexican bands in general. And another band that I played with, Intocables, I never performed with them, but I did some recordings, and then that's kind of like more traditional. But that was fun experience as well.
Yeah. So being part of that scene with Calavera, Tijuana No, even though they didn't really play psychobilly, they had me play on a couple songs on an album that they put out in the late 90s, maybe like 97 or 98. So the main drag in Tijuana is called Revolucion Avenue, Avenida Revolucion. So they call it Contra Revolucion Avenue was the name of their album. So they.
Oh wow, okay.
What I did was a unique thing. I went into the studio with them and recorded 2 songs on that album. And the one is just like, it's almost like a funky song. They're like, just play something on here. And I'm just like, you know, it's like a funky, not a Billy beat at all.
Is there a recording of that song? I would love to hear it.
No, absolutely. It's that album. It was put out, it was on a major label. It was on BMG, I think. Okay. So they're a well-known band in Mexico, Tijuana No. So the Tijuana No is the band, and the album was from, I think, 98, 97 or 98. Contra Revolucion Avenue.
I'll check it out for sure.
They got the guy who did the artwork for Dead Kennedys to do that album cover.
Oh, nice.
Winston, he goes by Winston Smith. George Orwell reference. So it's a cool album cover, very diverse musical style. Say what?
And it has slap bass.
They took it to Slapsville.
Yeah.
They took it to Slaps. Slaps.
Yeah, like I wanted to ask you, like, also, like, what would be the advice or advices that you can give, like, to younger people interested in slap bass style? Like, what would not just about learning, but also like mistakes that you did that you would, if you can give an advice to younger JEFF ROFFREDO, what would you say?
I would say, don't do it. Try the flute, something a little more compact. Or maybe learn to sing better and just carry a microphone. No, as far as trying to get started right now, or did you say as far as mistakes being made?
Yes, mistakes that you made, maybe that, you know, you would prefer that you avoided.
Wait, have I ever made a mistake? I got to think about that. In life?
More in music.
Huh?
In music.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I would say specifically with the approach I was taking, I made a lot of mistakes musically because I was experimenting a lot. But I'm talking about on the fly, well, you're hit like a wrong note or something. But sometimes if you can go off and that note is quote unquote wrong, if you can find a way to make that make sense and pull it back into where you're supposed to be, then you did something new and different. But as far as advice, I say just do what is true to what's coming from your heart. You know what I mean? Like make it real. Something. I see people like they try to create something that's like it's trying to be like commercially successful, and it's not coming from like it's not really coming from their heart. They're trying to create something that's like a product. And so I guess if it's coming from what you truly love and you're a true form of expression from yourself, then that's the way to be poor. But love what you're doing. But no, I think, you know, I actually know a guy who recently, in recent times, said to me, he played bass in a band, and he said to me, like, yeah, you know, that's cool that you're still doing music, you know, and you're still playing all the time. That's awesome. He's like, I always thought that music was a thing that you do when you're young to like get up in front of an audience and get on stage and like be seen and kind of show off and go, yeah, check this out. And then you get that out of your system, and then you kind of move on and do something else. And I was like, well, you just told me why you got interested in playing music. But for the rest of us, we're playing music because we love it. And that's what we love to do all the time. And you find that people who are a lot of people who are very successful, what they do, that's what drives them, even, you know, in athletes, professional athletes. They're just doing it all the time. would love it. They talk about Kobe Bryant. They're like, you could not get the guy to stop practicing. He loved to go and by himself or with other people. He would go practice 8 hours a day, every day, more than anybody else. He would just loved and had to do it. He was driven to do it.
You mentioned practicing. What would you recommend, like for fellow bass players, like to practice on a daily basis?
I don't know, because I never practice.
What were you practicing to be that good?
No, I'm just kidding. I was making a joke. I was saying how important it is to practice, and then I said I never practice. Sorry, what was the question?
So, what would you recommend, like for fellow bass players, like to practice?
Well, I would say scales, right? Learning scales, basic scales, depending on how complex you want to get with it. Obviously, if you get into, like we were talking about, upright bass, we're playing Western music, so the intonation is 12 tones, right? But this is a fretless instrument. So if you get into non-Western music, you can play in-betweeners too. So it depends on how deep you want to dive with it. I don't know if you get into something like that. Microtones, they call them.
I did actually. Like I had a band that played Arabic and Jewish music from like Sephardic music, which is very similar to Arabic music, and that music is based on makams, and so they use different scales. So I was studying that music as well when I played in a band called Shira Utfila, and it's very interesting. It's a little bit challenging. It's really challenging for certain things, but it was a fun experience. I wouldn't say that I mastered it, but I was for an upright bass player, I would say that I was pretty good at it.
So speaking of, well, to answer your question, obviously it's practice, right? And taking out how far do you want to dig into different styles? Do you want to concentrate on one thing, or folk, or kind of just find out as much as you can find out about the instrument and different styles of music? But obviously practicing scales and timing, right?
How do you practice timing?
With a metronome.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, and you can work your way around that metronome. You know what I'm saying? Like you establish the timing right there, and do you want to get a little bit ahead? Do you want to go a little bit behind? And that's when you're talking about like improvising and starting to bounce it around. If you got time and a real solid drummer, you could really start to. It's almost like I remember listening to a jazz song when I was younger, and hearing the music as almost like it was like a sphere. Like the music itself was like pulsing. You know what I'm saying? All the instruments, like you have drums, you have bass, you have horns, and in jazz, they establish the form. There's a chord progression and a melody, and they'll give it generally. They give that to you off the top. Like the song comes in, and you're going to run through the chord progression, and here's the melody, and then boom. Once that's established, what are you going to do with that blueprint? And you're going to be, everybody's job is to be improvising on that. So it's almost like how far away can you take it from that melody staying in the chord progression, and how far away can you take it without going off the rails, and then it generally bring it back at the end, right? And jazz, you have the melody through the chord progression, and then people solo over it, but there's also different approaches happening constantly. The piano player can be playing different voicings, inversions on guitar, if there's a guitar as well. But the timing's got to be there. Timing, that backbone's got to be there.
The pocket. The pocket.
The pocket, baby. So you got to have the pocket, because I've heard players and they're playing like ahead. You know what I mean? Or
yep.
playing out of time is one thing, but like when it's ahead, it's just kind of like like a little bit jarring. So I like to put an emphasis, particularly like you were saying you weren't so motivated by trying to play super high speed, even as a young guy. I'd say when I was young, I really was like, I want to play super fast and also play things that are very interesting melodically, you know? But then now as I get older, like I feel like appreciating more just playing less and just being the foundation, the bass, the BAS and the BASE.
How do you warm up before the show?
Really, I kind of just like, I like to stretch, you know what I mean? And kind of jump around a little bit. So I usually don't have an instrument like in the dressing room, like a bass, or in the dressing room that's set up on the stage. So I really don't do warm-ups like in the dressing room right before going on stage. So
just some stretches then?
Just some stretches, yeah. I generally don't have an instrument like in the dressing room.
And you don't have a problem with the feedback these days, right? On upright bass.
No, but I have to say that the stuff that I've been playing on upright bass is generally a bit more low volume. Well, I mean, not necessarily. Wild Roses can get pretty rocking and pretty loud.
How do you find the feedback?
I haven't had much of an issue with it. You know, I will put like foam in the F holes.
Ah, you do?
No, I don't really have to too much anymore. But I'll try and get one that's a bit blends in, just like a black piece of foam to put on like the
F holes.
Well, generally, usually covering one is enough for me. And maybe I'm just playing far enough away from the amp too. Like obviously, the closer to the amp you get, the more feedback you're gonna get. So maybe I'm just far enough away to where I'm like not.
You know, I never covered my F holes, so it's interesting, you know, to hear that.
But you got a magnetic setup, right?
Now I have 3 pickup system on my bass.
But it's a steel. So what do you got? You got a magnetic.
Things.
You always have steel strings, magnetic pickup, and then do you have like a transducer or a microphone or what? What is the 3 things?
Piezos.
2 piezos and a magnetic?
Yes.
Okay, because some bass players, when they play more low volume, they'll put a little mic on their upright bass. So
I never did that. It's a great sound, but it never worked out for me.
I've never tried it either, and particularly because when I've seen that it's with lower volume music. Yes. For instance, I was talking about Wally Hersom, who played in Big Sandy and the Gravediggers, and I see him. He'll still play around. Well, when there was still live music, I would see him playing. You know, there's like swing music. It sort of has it kind of turned into a big thing in the late 90s, like a swing revival here, and there's sort of a small scene for it again now. But
I think that he plays with Dave Stuckey occasionally.
Wally?
Yeah, and Lucky Stars maybe even.
I want to say I've seen him. It's kind of just like groups that play swing for it's like the dancing is a big part of this particular scene, and it's more traditional sounding than what got big in the 90s. Like in the 90s you had like Big Bad Voodoo Daddy or Royal Crown Review. This music is, these guys are playing more like low volume, like but that's where I see Wally, and I just bring it up because he's got a microphone. A little one. It's like a little mic he's got mounted by his F-hole. But I don't think that would, I don't know how well that would work if you got into louder music. I think it sounds nice for like low volume.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that if you have a loud drummer that it's going to work out at all.
Yeah, those drummers play very quietly. Those,
yes.
Talking about what's happening right now, like music, swing bands, they'll play, and they play a very traditional style, like their drum set would be.
We were talking a little bit earlier about how you like to record your bass. Do you record it with 2 microphones usually? What is your preference?
it can vary these days, but definitely one microphone to get the acoustic sound, and then blend that with, I've got a pickup installed in there, and you could either run it through like a preamp or try and run it direct and dial in the sound from there. But the pickup tends to pick up the mid-range frequencies kind of straight up the middle, whereas the microphone is getting it like a more of a round sound. And sometimes put up, if it's slap, like click, put a microphone up top that's there specifically to pick up the click. So you have that, all three things to mix, the acoustic sound of the bass, and then the mid range coming off of the pickup, and then the click.
So what is your pickup system? What is your pickup preference?
Now, I had a K&K forever, a K&K box with the pickup on the bridge and the pickup in the underneath the fingerboard, up by like top of the fingerboard. And that's an interesting thing because moving that just a very small amount can affect the sound quite a bit, right? The slap pickup. So I had that set up for a very long time, and I was getting a bit of like a blowout sound on some of the lower notes. So I don't know if it was the actual preamp or my pickup just sort of breaking up. It sounded pretty good, but certain notes would be like, for lack of a better word, just like farty, like wah, you know what I mean? And so I actually got a Shadow, and I haven't really used it very much. So I was satisfied with the sound of the K&K over the years, and I used it forever. I used it throughout. I didn't have it when I was young. It's an interesting thing is I just made the pickups, made them from with no pickup. And it was actually Gator who showed me how. So, he was in the B-Pickles. I was a young kid interested in the music, and he was very much like, yeah, okay, like you're into this. Like there's so few people into it. He was happy to meet somebody else, like a kid, like into it. And I was playing bass, and he was doing it with his band. So he actually showed me the way he made pickups. And it's just with a transducer and wiring a transducer to a 1/4-inch jack. And in those early days, I had two pickups, and I actually ran them separately. So I'd run the bridge pickup into my bass amp, and then I'd run the fingerboard click pickup into a separate amp that was more like a guitar amp for, higher frequencies. So I actually had two separate amps, a small one for the click and, for the bottom and a bass amp. But then with the K&K box, they put those together. You had to wire the fingerboard and the bridge pickup together, and then we'll put that into the box and then blend the levels with the box. And that worked out very well. That was actually, I think I got that for the Rezurex album.
Oh.
The first Rezurex album that we recorded. And again, it was the same guy, Michael Rosen, the same recording engineer. So he had helped me get like a good sound and dial in a good sound for the Calavera album that we liked. And that was no preamp. So I was running pickups directly. And then the K&K was like a new thing, right? Like when did that come out? I don't even remember. Like early, like.
I never used K&K, so I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Early 2000s, maybe, or 2000-ish.
Possibly.
But he basically was like, let's try it out. Get one and see what it sounds like. Let's see if we can make the sound,
So you recorded with a pickup?
Correct. Yeah, we recorded always with the pickup. So even before having a preamp box, I would record. It was just a transducer wedged into the bridge connected to a 1/4-inch jack. And then you plug that in, and I would generally plug it into an amp. But for early recordings, I think we would run that line directly into the board for recording, or if there was like a nice preamp, but it wasn't through like an amplifier. So
basically, back in those days, you were always carrying like those two amps for every gig.
Cosmic Voodoo days, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
It was actually the guitar player that carried the amp, so that made it easier for me. So I'd bring the bass amp, and he would bring his guitar amp, and then a little amp for it was his amp.
Okay.
So I was using his amp. But I mean, obviously, you can really dial in exactly how you want the slap sound and exactly how you want the bass to sound.
That's cool. And you mentioned that you use rotor sounds, right?
Right. Now, starting out, I would try any kind of. I've tried them all. I've tried steel, metal strings, and I've tried all kind. You know, I want to try everything and see what it sounds like. But I kind of settled, and gut strings. When I was young, I started on gut strings. So when I got my upright bass, yeah, when I got my upright bass, and you'd have to track them down, like at violin shops around town.
Who is asking you? Are you using a bump set or regular?
What pickup preamp do you use, and what bass amp and cabs do you use? Yeah, I do use roto sounds. I use a standard set. I've never had a bumped set on my bass. I've played Kim Necroman's bass, tried it, and then other people have done it as well. There's a band we were friends with Rezurex. We did a tour, actually with Necromantics, Black Rose Phantoms, and Ozzy, the bass player for Black Rose Phantoms, he uses a bump set as well. So that was the time when I really first tried the bump set. And I guess I was just already so used to the tension of a standard setup that it just felt strange to me. It felt real floppy.
Yeah, it feels weird for me as well.
Yeah, and I feel like you don't. It's harder. You don't get the same definition. I know I just opened a huge can of worms with some people that'll have something to say about the sound. You know what I'm saying? Like definition, I'm used to the standard tension, and I'm comfortable with it. But I'm not opposed to like playing on a bump set. When I tried it, it didn't feel very comfortable for me. Maybe because I was already used to the standard setup.
I mean, that's how I feel when I play anything besides steel strings.
I tried the steel strings, and I like the definition they get, but I feel like a roto sound sort of emulates. When I was young, again, I played on gut strings, and I feel like they more emulate that sound. They have more of a fullness. Like a steel string has a particular sound, and a synthetic string that's meant to sort of have more of in my opinion, it's meant to have more of a gut sound. It's a different sound, and I like it better. But let's see here. What else did he ask? He said, I play roto sounds. Yes. I use a standard set. No, not bumped. Pickup preamp. So the pickup, that's what we were just talking about. I had a K&K forever. And then I bought a Shadow. And I haven't really dialed in the Shadow. And I also have a little LR Bags preamp that a friend of mine got for me. And I think it sounds great. So I kind of just alternate now that, you know, there's not a lot of there's not live music happening. Like we done some live streams, but like the last thing I did on Upright was this Halloween stream, and I used the Shadow for that. So it's Shadow preamp that I feel like I need to like play on more to dial in, you know, to get the sound really sculpted the way I like. But it sounds good. And then it says, what bass amp and cabs do you use? I have a few different ones, but for a long time I use a Gallien-Kruger. I have a couple different Gallien-Kruger heads. I have a 1001, which has kind of been a standard one because it's very dependable. And I used that with 410. And when I was younger, I played like a 15 and 410s on top. But then I kind of just use 10s more often now. So I have like Gallien-Kruger 410 cabs and the 1001 RB. And they also made an amp called the Fusion 550, which had tubes in the preamp. So that had more of a tube, warmer sound. But I like the sound of the Gallien-Kruger for upright bass. It's hard to beat a tube sound, but I like the sound. But if you're playing through like a nice tube amp, it's hard to beat that. But that's what I use, the Gallien-Kruger. And then I've even used more recently a little Fender. Have you ever tried one of those Fender Rumble amps?
I did not.
It's like a recent thing made by Fender where they're combo amps. So I have one of those. I actually, with AGGROLITES, we were playing a festival on the beach. Like it was literally on the sand.
Uh-huh.
And they said, don't bring your backline because it's way too hard to get it over, carry it over the sand. Everything's going to be fully backline. So I went up and we're on the beach and I jump on the stage and I look and I go, okay, bass amp. And you see a little combo amp. And I'm sure you've come across little combo amps as backline. And that works fine for like jazz, you know, something low volume. But if you're going to be bumping, you're going to be playing something loud. I looked at it and I was like, oh man, like this is a little combo amp and we're out in the open air outside on the beach. Like this is not going to do the trick. So this is with bass guitar. This is,
But you liked it.
This is with bass guitar. So we're out on the beach and I was like, oh, this little thing I'm used to, I guess, you know, with developing the technology, they can get more and more into a smaller package. So I plugged into this amp and I turned it up a little bit, expecting that I was just going to have to dime it, like really dial all the way up to get a good sound. And I turned it up a little bit and it was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And I was like, whoa. And then I turned up and I think I turned it up like halfway and it was boom. And I was like, whoa, this little thing puts out a lot of sound and it sounds good. And it's got a horn in it as well with a switch on the back. So you can opt to have the horn on or off. So I find if you're using a preamp blender box, you turn the horn on and then that's good to get your click sound. You know, it's got 2 10s in it and then a horn to, I think I could get a really nice sound out of it. I was playing with a guy named, we talked about earlier, I played with Matt Armour from Blazing Haley. So I recorded an album with him about 5-6 years ago. Really cool songs. I recommend everybody to check that out. Matt Armour's album. Just look up Matt Armour. Cool songs. And again, we say he's a good singer. He's not a growler. He sings and it's cool songs. And I had a really good time playing with those guys. The drummer, Steve Hoke, and the guitar player's named Barney Tower. Great players. And I feel like we played together very well. Once we started playing together, there's certain people you play with that you get like a nice swing.
Yes.
And it's when you play and it starts to get, you get playing with them on a regular basis, you get comfortable. You start to really lock in. And I feel like we had a nice, when I'd start playing with him, I'd be like, yeah, we got a good, feels good. Like we got a good, this band is like moving in a certain way.
The pocket, baby.
I'm talking about the pocket, baby.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I got inspired when I played that festival with AGGROLITES. I go, man, and the thing is super lightweight. So I bought one. And it was very convenient for a band like Matt Armour because it's very much like, I wouldn't say his music is trying to be 50s, but the setup is exactly what a 50s band would have been, meaning there's a drummer, an upright bass, and the guitar player, Barney, plays the Telecaster, and he does like really cool leads and interesting lines and stuff, and Matt singing and playing an acoustic guitar. So that's pretty much, you know, that's a 50s instrumentation right there. So a little amp. This thing puts out a lot for a little guy, but I mean, I bought it because I was playing gigs with them, and it was easy to travel with it. It's lightweight and little. But those are the two things that I use. If you're going to be playing and you want a lot, you want bigger speakers. I use the GK setup with 4 10s or 8 10s. And 4 10s is
you don't use 15s anymore, right?
Not at all. No, I had a cabinet and I sold it to a friend, and I don't miss it, to be honest.
I don't like the 15. You know, I play orange, and I usually play 8 10s. But I tried 115 with 4 10s, and I didn't like it.
It's too boomy.
There was something wrong about it. You know, I couldn't make the sound that I liked.
Yeah, I liked it when I was young, but then I kind of just switched over to 10s, and I like the punch of the 10s. Now your orange amp,
any 12s?
huh?
Have you tried any 12s?
Yeah, actually, with Galley and Kruger, they make a 212 cabinet. So sometimes I'll use that in AGGROLITES, where I'll put 212s on the bottom and 410s on top. So I don't like the sound of all 12s, but you know, reggae basses, you want some fullness. You want some big bottom.
Yes. How often do you mentioned rotor sounds? How often do you have to change those strings?
Do I have to change them?
I mean, how long do you use them? Like, do you use them for a year and change them, or?
It depends on how much I'm playing. Like when I was playing with Tiger Army and also like Rezurex, you know, I was playing a lot of gigs, and you're putting mileage on them, and they start to just not sound as right. You know, they start to get like a dead sound, not as much definition, and they don't project as well. So I would be changing them. I mean, it would just be a matter of taste, but definitely like maybe it could have been every 4 months, 6 months.
Oh, okay.
Like not a year, but now, I mean, in this era right now, when we're not playing, I haven't changed my strings in quite some time.
Yes.
Jackie Below One says Class D amps can achieve a great size / power ratio. So I guess he's talking about the newer electronics. And that would be James Dawkin. I still use the 410, 115. I think it gives a louder sound for outside festivals. Yeah, for sure. It's definitely loud, but I think the 15, obviously it's a much larger speaker. So the response, it's going to give you a boom, but I like the tightness of the 10s.
Yeah, there was something about it I was not that crazy about.
I haven't even tried a 15 in a very long time, so I can't say. I just sort of like I said, I had a 15 cab and I sold it to a friend of mine a long time ago, and I haven't even played through a 15 in a very long time, so I might revisit it and like it. I don't know.
When you tour, do you usually bring your own bass, or you rely on a backline?
Well, I can tell you, I was bringing my bass everywhere, that same one. And then with Tiger Army in 2005, we went to go to England, and I had a bass, a big fiberglass heavy-duty case that was actually borrowed from Matt Freeman. Was nice enough to let me borrow his case for his upright bass. And we got to the airport. It was early 2005, and we got there and they were just like, nah, no dice. We're going to fly to London, Heathrow. And they were just like, nah, you can't bring that. It's too big. And we're like, well, what do you mean? It's oversized. You put in the oversized. They were like, no, that's oversized. And you can't bring it. We're like, isn't there a fee? And we're at the airport to get on the flight, and we're being told, no, can't bring that instrument there. So obviously this was a huge panic. And my friend who had dropped me off at the airport was luckily not that far away yet. So I called him, and he just made a U-turn and came back, and we had to put the bass back, and he drove it home, and we flew over to England and just had to communicate to them that we needed to rent or borrow a bass. So that's what we did on that tour. And from then on, I didn't ever want to take the risk of having that happen again. So I never tried flying with the bass again. So what I did was I just took my strings. I would take my strings and my pickup and my little preamp box. And sometimes I would even take my bridge with me too, to see if that gave me a good action that I like. So the answer is I don't. If it's on the ground, yeah, I'll take my bass. So I have this my old K bass, and then I had a King bass that I used, the blue one that I used later in Tiger Army. So I'll take it on the road as far as its ground travel, but if we're going to be flying, I borrow or rent.
So how many basses you have? Upright basses?
I have 3.
3, okay. What did you say? King, and then what? New King or the old King?
This was a King I got while I was in Tiger Army, so I think it was around 2006.
So King double bass, the one from Jason Burns.
Correct. Yeah, with Jason. Yeah, I actually worked there for a while. I worked with Jason there, like working on the basses.
Oh wow. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
How was that?
That was cool. I mean, you know, you're putting your hands in, doing the work, sanding the basses. You know, it's cool to be part of the process.
Yeah.
See it happen. But yeah, I had it was a King, Tiger King, because it's the maple. It's a real nice color blue. I got to choose the color that I liked a lot. And so there's pictures. I played it on the 2007 Warp Tour. There seems to be a lot of pictures for that. So I like the color of that bass. But that is meant to be electric, really. It doesn't have a lot of sound acoustically. My K bass is.
Is that this bass? Oh no, this is the bass.
That's my K bass.
Oh, okay, that's a K bass.
So that means we didn't fly to that gig. That's my K.
All right.
Love the sound of my K, and then I have the King bass, which is actually at my dad's house because he likes to play a little bit too. So that one's over there, and he could play it. And then I have another bass. It's a Schuster is the maker.
Okay.
Anton Schuster. So this bass has a little bit of it's a bit of a movie star. It was in the film Swingers. Did you ever watch the movie Swingers from the late 90s?
I did. Yeah.
Vince Vaughn and Jon Favreau and Alex Desire is one of the singers of HeadCat. He was in that movie too.
Oh, okay.
So the movie's called Swingers, and that's exactly the time that we were talking about when swing music had this like resurgence
96 or something, right?
Huh?
That might be like 96 or something.
That sounds right. It might have been 96, 97, right around that era. I think that was kind of what put Vince Vaughn on the map. Vince Vaughn started his career with that movie, as far as I know. He came out. I didn't know who he was. I saw the movie, and I was like, and he's funny, right? It's very deadpan. And they were reflecting kind of like a scene that truly did exist in LA at the time, with swing bands playing. There used to be the Derby. It was a legendary venue that was on Hillhurst and Los Feliz. It was like right on the corner, and then now it's like a bank. But yeah, right?
Yeah.
That deserves this. Yeah. No. But that was an awesome venue, man, because it was a historical place. It was a unique building. It had this high, like, domed ceiling. I actually played there with Danny Harvey before, I don't know when that was, 2000 or something. We played a couple things that time. But the point is that bass that I have it was in that movie.
So that's what Big Bad Voodoo Daddy are playing? They're playing that bass? No,
it's not from the band. There's just a scene. The movie's about guys that are buddies that are like out doing things. They love the nightlife, and they're going out and they're checking out swing bands and stuff. And there's a scene where they're like hanging out in a guy's apartment, and there's an upright bass. And that's the bass that I have. It's not the Big Bad Voodoo Daddy's bass. It's the bass that was basically in the background.
Ah, okay, got it. I don't remember that scene. I have to watch the movie now again. So was that your bass back then as well?
No, I just got that recently.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
And what bass is that?
It's called a Schuster.
That's Schuster, okay.
It belonged to Alex Desire, the singer of HeadCat. One of the two lead singers of HeadCat. There's Alex Desire and Greg Lee. So Alex Desire was in the movie, and he bought an upright bass at the time, wanting to learn it. And then he told me, I just never really learned it, and it sat in the corner in my house in like the living room, looking cool, but not getting played.
Yep.
So I bought it from him.
James Doken, he asked, Djordje, are you thinking about King Moryton? Yes, when I asked Jeff, like, is it a new king or old king? That's what I meant. But apparently it's a new king.
King Moryton?
Yes.
That's one of the models?
No, that was a brand.
Oh, okay, different brand of bass. Got you. Okay.
Yeah.
No. This is a King double bass that was made by Jason Burns, based in Orange County.
Yes. I didn't know that you were working there. I thought, for some reason, I always thought that you were always a full-time musician.
No.
One thing that I wanted to ask.
I didn't work there very long, and it was kind of like part-time. I would go in and do stuff.
That seems like fun.
But I did work.
One thing that I wanted to ask you, like creatively, like how do you create your own bass lines? And I would like you to explain what is the difference between creating bass lines on bass guitar and upright bass. Because with AGGROLITES, you play very interesting reggae lines, which is much different approach.
Right. Well, generally in reggae, you can establish a pattern that's going to repeat throughout the song. You know, and it can be very melodic. So probably the best known guy for that is Aston Barrett, Family Man Barrett. So he was, he and his brother were a rhythm section, Aston and Carlton Barrett, the Barrett brothers. So great, both of them, some of the best ever, in that style of music. And then Aston Barrett, he creates lines that are very melodic and kind of like, some of them are so beautiful. It's like just a melody into itself that's happening within a song that's got its own unique vocal melody. So with reggae, you're creating something that is going to be generally something that repeats. So you want to make it something that fits really well in the song, and is also, you want to make it catchy, and it's definitely not something that you're going to really improvise on. You might have a little bit of room to improvise. You're still playing the same pattern, and you might be able to fluctuate a little bit, but generally you're just playing. You establish that pattern, and then that's what you're playing. It's a repeating thing in the song. So that's how that works for AGGROLITES. But as far as upright bass, again, I like to try and be melodic and create something different. But sometimes now I like just playing very, very simple. Pocket. Get deep in the pocket and just play, even sometimes there's a band called Go-Go Bordello.
Oh, I know. I recorded something. I was supposed to record something with Eugene. We're friends, and he actually hooked me up with a band here. Yes, and then we did some music like for a cartoon that is coming up, and he wanted Romani style bass. They wanted Romani style bass, so that's what I played for the cartoon. It's I like Go-Go Bordello. I like Eugene. He knows a lot about music.
Yeah. So the reason I brought up Go-Go Bordello though is that's electric bass, but a lot of the bass lines is really just 1/5 going on for a long time. Boom, 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 and they just keep boom, boom, boom. And their bass player Thomas, I love to watch him play because even though that's all he's doing it and I've told him this. We've played festivals with them and stuff, and I go, man, with the way you play, that you just go but the way he does it is just like just super solid. And I've told him that. I'm like, oh man, I love to listen, even when you're playing the most simple thing, just like going on, keeping it very simple. It just makes you make that face where you go,
yeah. It's hypnotic.
Yeah, hey, and again, it's pocket. It's super deep. The pocket's super deep.
Some Cloudberry wrote, "Congratulations, longest stream so far."
Hey, Cloudberry, we're just getting started. So when we're going into this, you asked me to do this. I looked, and the shortest one was like 1 hour. And then I saw the longest one was like about 4 hours. And I was like, man, how would you talk about anything for 4 hours? I don't have the attention span to watch something that's 4 hours long. I talked about it for 4 hours. And I thought to myself, okay, I was going to say this at the beginning. Djordje, we're either going to do the shortest one ever. We're going to cut it off at like 57 minutes. Or if we went past the hour mark, we had to get into the longest one ever. And we're there, baby.
We're there.
We're going to go. Hey, we're going to go till my computer battery like explodes. I brought a backpack because I was prepared for this. I got a backpack right here, and I've got like emergency supplies. So I've got like dried foods and a water supply, and I'm actually getting ready to hook up to an IV. So we're gonna keep going.
All right, but I would like to, I think that we're close to the end. Now when we hit the 5 hour
mark. Wrong. We have just entered the Slapstream limits.
Well, Cloudberry is still here. Hi, Cloudberry.
Hey, Cloudberry is a trooper.
Actually, lots of people that that started watching from the beginning are still here.
This is a great time to be doing slap streams because a lot of people aren't even supposed to be leaving their house right now.
Yeah.
I hope we're making it interesting for you. I hope it's entertaining.
Yeah, but you know what's going to make it even more interesting if you play something.
Okay. Oh man, I think I'm dizzy from exhaustion and starvation at this point. Oh. Can I get out of the chair even? I feel like my body is molded to the form of the chair at this point. I'm going to play.
You want to improvise? Just play something longer. I want to, people want to hear you, slap and play.
You want to take a break. That's what's going on. I'm here to punish.
James wrote, put on the coffee and get snacks. We're here with you both. And Cloudberry wrote, still no ghost of memory. But, play whatever you want. Just play long.
I don't want to play long, though. I'm not letting you take a break, man. You're not taking away from me. We're just going to yap. You're not. I'm just making stuff up at this point.
I love it. I love your playing, man. Is there anything that you wanted to talk about that I haven't asked you?
Like I said, we're just getting started here, so let's think about this.
I have one more question for you, but you whatever you want to say, I have time.
Ghost of Memory, I don't remember what key we played it in. Do you remember what key do you play it in? Yeah, that's it. I don't know if it's the right key though. It's really just the same. There's nothing really fancy about it, really. Oh, no, it's not that. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Right?
I think so. It's been a while.
That's what I'm saying. I haven't played this song in at least 13 years. That's something also that you learn playing in different bands and playing for a lot of years is you go to see like your favorite band, particularly like when you're young, you go to watch your favorite band and you might like a song it's kind of obscure for them, but you have the understanding. You think they just know all of their songs and can play any song at any given time. You're like, play this song, and they're like, man, we haven't played that song in like 7 years. Oh, Cloudberry's getting a little cheeky. Okay, Cloudberry. Molin? What is that?
I'm not sure.
What do you mean, James Dawkin? So the Tiger, I don't think that's the key we played it in, but if you don't remember and I don't remember, then we just made it the new version, and that's great.
Oh, well.
What did James Dawkin want with is it Molin?
Yeah, James, let us know what Molin means.
Can we discuss current economic and its relation to Industrial Revolution conspiracies? I wasn't really aware of conspiracies during the Industrial Revolution. I thought that was more of a very recent development. And Charlie's back. Hey, Gutierrez. Say it.
Gutierrez.
Roll that R, though. Gutierrez.
We still don't know what Molin is. James, if you can let us know what Molin is, we would appreciate it. And Jeff is ready to answer that question. Anything else before I ask you my final question?
Let me think about it. It's only been 5 hours. We went over tape. We went over bass players.
Molin is something related to Calavera.
Oh, it's a song. The song's called Motin. Oh, Motin. He wrote Molin.
Ah, okay. Is that something that he wanted you to play? Do you remember that one?
James Dawkin is not being very clear with his statements. Day of the Dead, track 5. Yeah, it's a song. Yeah, Motin. That's what he's talking about. It's Motin. Motin.
And
so let me say, lovely, Mark Skold. Let me ask you. I have a question for you. So
sure.
You actually have a very extensive music education, way more so than I would say almost anybody in like rockabilly, psychobilly world, right? Most guys don't have the background of playing classical stuff or even jazz. Let me ask you this. Do you come from like a musical family? Your parents musicians or?
Well, my mom was a music professor. So she did teach music during her, work life. And she did, she finished conservatory, the same one that I finished. My dad was a professional dancer, and I would say that my dad was more actually into music than my mom that studied music. So, so I would say that they were interested in music, but I wouldn't say there was lots of music in the house. Occasionally, they would, take me to an opera or like a concert, but not that often. I wouldn't say that it was something that I really got from them. Although my dad did, he was on tour in the 50s in US, which is really crazy, from coming from Yugoslavia at that time.
Right.
And he toured US and then played Carnegie Hall and all the biggest venues. And there was a time when, 56, I believe, and then he bought, some Elvis Presley's records that I heard, and then I was into it. I mean, when I was 9 or 10 or something. Mm-hmm. But he was not really into rock and roll. He bought it because he was interested in it. Although Elvis came to one of his shows when he toured in Germany, when Elvis was stationed in Germany. But yeah, my dad was not into rock and roll, but he told me
Wait,
those.
what was he playing then?
Sorry?
What kind of music was he playing?
He was a dancer.
Ah, so what kind of dancing?
It was traditional Balkan dance.
I went to turn a light on. It's getting a bit dark. So Elvis saw your dad dancing in the mid 50s. That's awesome.
No, that was like when he was in Germany. So I guess that would be either late 50s or early 60s or something.
Okay.
Well, I thought that was the coolest story ever that he told me, but he didn't care about it. So he was really not into rock and roll.
Right. So not a lot of music in the household, despite a dancer and music professor for parents.
Well, I mean, when you say like that, you know, you would think like, yeah, it was musical, but it was not really that music was not on all the time or something. So they would bring me to certain, as I said, certain concerts. If there was like an important soloist coming down, I would go see him. But it was not something that was present all the time. Not at all.
I find that, I mean, that's interesting considering that if your mom was a music professor, you would think that would be a big part of it. But maybe she had enough of it at work and wanted some quiet at home.
Maybe, you know, but it was, I think that my dad was more excited about music than my mom, you know, really passionate about music. So it's interesting. And then, you know, I mean, he really knew music very well. You know, when I started dating, you know, some opera singers, you know, he would really discuss with them certain arias, like, you know, he would sing a little bit and talk, like, you know, so it was, you know, he really knew music well.
Yeah.
So, but he was not into rock and roll. So, but he did. He, you know, appreciated.
He didn't approve of when you started listening to it. Did he frown upon it, or he was like, my kid's into it, that's cool?
He was cool.
Open to it?
Yeah, he was open to it.
That's cool.
He would often say, like, you know, I'm older, you know, there's a generation gap. I do not understand these things, but I support you. So.
Right. I kind of feel that way about some music that I hear the young people listening to now. I understand that it's a generational thing, and I'm like, yeah, I don't like that.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
The direction of music, we play a big acoustic, a giant acoustic instrument, and nowadays people can just make music on their laptop, you know? I met a guy who actually had his job is making music for like a news program specifically he makes television music. And I said, oh, cool. What's your instrument? Do you play like a keyboard? He goes, no, I actually don't know how to play any instruments. I go, your job is making music and you don't know how to play any instruments. How does this work? And he said, there's a program where you could actually draw, like with a touch screen. He gets notes. So essentially you're playing a computer, but this is something that he does full time. He never learned any instrument. Weird.
It's great. You know, the things
becoming cyborgs.
Yeah. There's like a new thing that's happening now when they ask you like to compose music for a certain TV show or something, and then you write a melody and a chord progression, and there are actual programs that can give you variations from those.
Mm-hmm.
Pleasant variations. So kind of like a new. That's crazy because there's some soul in it, and there's
artificial intelligence music.
It's crazy.
What music are robots going to be listening to in 10 years?
Yeah, we'll see. Some slap bass, thanks to the Slapstream live from Slapsville.
They're going to take some click patterns in directions we never even imagined.
Yeah, I can't wait.
I can't wait for that. Can I tell you? Jeff was worried about how many times could he talk live, and you're here for 5 hours. Hey, 5 and going, Nikki Lugosi. And speaking of Lugosi, and famous people watching dads. This is a true story. Bela Lugosi used to watch my grandfather playing soccer.
Oh, wow.
That's true.
Cool.
And you could look into it. He was here from Hungary, and he wanted to kind of establish a thing for the Hungarian community in Los Angeles. And football was a part of that. Soccer, what we call soccer, football in Europe, was a part of that. So my grandfather was from Argentina. That's a big part, obviously, of the culture of Argentina. And they played, in a park league. And Bela Lugosi, my dad told me this when I was old enough to know who Bela Lugosi was. He's like, yeah, I used to go. My dad, your grandpa, would go and he'd be playing in the league at the park, and Bela Lugosi would just be sitting there by himself in the stands watching.
Wow.
So Elvis watches dad dance. Bela Lugosi watches grandpa play soccer.
That's pretty cool. People seem to be impressed with the 5-hour mark,
Funky Almadina. Hey, who? Dude, I'm just curious. The stream has been on for over 5 hours. Dude, we're breaking records, man. I want to set. We're going to set the record. Like I said, I got the IV plugged in.
Set the record. You want to make sure that nobody breaks the record.
I want to make sure that nobody has the physical or mental capacity to even withstand the length of this stream. I want to just break people down.
I think that Cloudberry is he's here.
Dude, Cloudberry's been consistent and persistent.
Yeah, you see,
Cloudberry every day is Halloween, and we're like, no, sorry, I don't know how to do that. And then he was just like, no, I said every day is Halloween. Okay, and then and then forgot about Ghosts of Memory. We started talking about this, that, and the other. Betty L. Back, y'all. Welcome back, Betty. I gotta say, I missed.
Well, Lugosi was not here through the whole stream.
Who has been?
Came back.
Is there anybody that's been here the whole time besides the two of us?
Besides Cloudberry?
Dude, it's Grover Washington and Bill Withers. It's just the two of us.
Yeah. Well, Antonio Chiachia, he lost the first half an hour.
I only lost 30 minutes, meaning they weren't here for the first 30 minutes.
James is asking you, do you remember a band from early 2000 called Aftershocks?
I don't think so. There's a lot of bands that we played with, and I don't. That's not ringing a bell right now. Where would they be from, James Dawkin?
Well, James said, personally, I died 2 hours ago.
The ghost of James Dawkin is currently asking us about a band called the Aftershocks. So he's coming from the spirit world to ask about he's coming from the afterlife to ask about the Aftershocks. And I don't know where I would know them from.
Nikki, he's from Argentina.
Nikki Lugosi. Okay, so you're gonna know what I'm gonna tell you. Crazy. I'm from Argentina. Soccer is crazy. They all went black with the death of Maradona. Great story about Bela Lugosi. My GF went to Europe, where Bela was from, and it has a bust at a castle. Okay, so they got a bust at a castle for Bela Lugosi in Europe. He doesn't say specifically. I'm assuming Hungary. But Nikki, my grandfather played for Argentinos Juniors. So that was actually the same team that Maradona came up on before he went on to play on other teams. As a kid, the first team he played on was Argentinos Juniors, and that was the team that my grandfather played for. El Semillero.
That's a cool story.
Cool story, bro.
And Sale Torima is giving us Grammy for chat.
Yeah. Hey, I like the fact that people that are hanging in there, they don't even have questions anymore. They're just like, dude, you guys are still talking. That's all they're talking about, the fact that we're still talking.
Well, Nikki, Nikki, I already wrote, sorry. Comments started, going like crazy. People are joining us now. See, like
I said, we're just getting started. I brought my survival kit. I've got a small pickaxe, a backpack, some dried.
he's been here the whole time.
Rocco Ruiz. So to
Yeah.
answer Nikki Lugosi, yeah, my grandfather was from Buenos Aires. Bravo, Rocco. El Semillero. Yeah, baby. That's it, dude.
Oh, James said that he was there like for the Quake City Shake, and he was with the Slandering. I remember Slandering.
Slandering for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
And Barnyard Ballers and Meteors. But Aftershocks, okay, so Meteors and Barnyard Ballers and Slandering? That we all played together on one show? When was that, James Dawkin? What year was that?
Well, I think we have to wait for the answer. But in the meantime, PR is asking, how much bass could a bass player play if a bass player could play bass?
All right. How much wood could a woodpecker peck if a woodpecker could peck wood? That's a paraphrasing.
Is that the answer?
I think we're all getting a little delirious, and I'm enjoying it. I'm going to start hallucinating.
It's 1 a.m. in France, and I wouldn't lose any words from both of you. Cheers.
Jackie Bolo. Merci beaucoup, Jackie. So, hey, let's see how late we can make Jackie stay up. That's the challenge now. It doesn't even matter what we talk about. The point is to just keep going and going.
Dashna wrote, hi, glad you guys are still alive. I thought I missed it.
Oh, I know Tashnov. She's talked, she's a dancer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The show, James answered, the show was in OC.
Well, wait a minute. He just said Key Club.
Oh, really? Okay.
I thought he said Key Club.
Sorry.
Am I making that up? Monster Mash 02. I don't know. They did the mash. So, James Dawkins, let me ask you this. Are you still playing? Are you still playing? I'm assuming you're a bass player if you're willing to hang out here for 5 hours.
Well, 5.5.
Are we at 5 and oh yeah, we're getting close, dude.
I think that we answered all the questions. Let me see.
They did the mash. They did the monster mash.
So James died 2 hours ago.
Yeah, but his ghost, his spirit is. I think if you leave, Djordje, I'm just gonna chill and like stay on here. Like I'm gonna start serenading James Dawkins.
Oh, he's asking you, ever see Grandma's Boy, and do you like techno?
Okay, so now he's making reference to an Adam Sandler film. I did see Grandma's Boy a very long time ago. I think that's a line from the movie, but I don't really remember.
Oh, okay. So I'm not familiar.
Like techno, you would if you had robot ears. Okay, I think he's making fun of techno, which is now known as EDM, electronic dance music.
Jackie arrived after James' death and still here he's sustained. Everything is all right.
Dude, Jackie is hanging tough like New Kids on the Block did in the late 80s.
Well, Saleh has been with us through the beginning. He's just asking for a coffee.
At this point, we're just reading comments about people commenting on the length of this stream. We're not even talking about anything anymore.
That's what YouTubers do, right?
Comments.
Cloudberry is asking you best horror movie.
Ooh. I mean, I can't say there's people that are really into horror films, and particularly it's a big part of the subject matter for psychobilly genre. But I can't say, do you have a favorite horror movie? Let's make this a panel discussion. What's yours? Okay.
I do like lots of horror movies, but I wouldn't say that I have a favorite one. But I do have a favorite horror comic book, and it's called Dylan Dog. It was very popular, and it's Italian, and I'm a huge fan. Actually, I do have a favorite horror movie. It's called Della Morte dell'Amor.
Ah, okay.
I love that one.
I know the name, but I've never seen it.
And I love it's Italian, and I love it because it was connected to Dylan Dog comic book, and that's yeah. So I'm a fan of that. Yeah, I still buy them. I have all the numbers from the very beginning. I started collecting those when I was 9 or 10, and then never stopped. Antonio, where are you from? How do you know about Dylan Dog? Whoever I talked to about Dylan Dog, they know here. Nobody knows about it.
His last name is Italian, so I'm assuming he's in Italy.
Okay, got it. Dylan Dog isn't from Stephen King. No. Oh, okay, he's probably Italian. Charlie's asking you, do guys like the fact that Barry from Hellbillies is a hard Power Rangers fan?
Do we like that?
Oh, this is okay. This is. I know who you are now. Sorry.
Torino Adelini. Mi chiamo Antonio Andolini. Mi chiamo Vito.
Yeah, okay. James' answer to your question, he still plays upright bass.
There you go. All right. Yes to the F.
Sally is asking you to play La Cucaracha.
Okay. Strange. I got to say, I don't know if that person, even if the person really is making a reference in Calavera, we used to have a song that was called Cucaracha, but it was not the traditional old song in Spanish, La Cucaracha. It was because our singer lived in an apartment in Hollywood, and man, it had a cockroach problem.
Oh.
So he had a roommate, and it was almost like a joke because there would be so many roaches that the roommate would make a joke. He would see it. He was from Mexico City, and he would see like a cockroach and make a big deal of it every time, like it was the first one he saw when the place was filled with cockroaches. So he'd be like, "Cucaracha!" Ah! So he made a song out of that. It was an instrumental song, kind of like. Then it would come to like a break point, and then you go "Cucaracha!" Ah! and then continue playing.
Funky Al Medina is asking you, when is your birthday?
Okay. She's asked both of us. When's your birthday?
Oh, mine. Mine is June 10th. 77.
I'm September 18th.
Such as fun player music. I got it. Oh, okay. Nikki is asking you for an advice. So this is a Dear Jeff section. I got a question. What do you recommend for an upcoming band like the most of ours from everyone here to stay on the road and expand their music nowadays as making psychobilly?
I mean, what is the answer to that? Well, first of all, there's nothing on the road at the moment, but to expand it, you got to make something that appeals to people, right? That's as simple as that. It's got to be something that a lot of people like, and to grow it. So as we were talking about earlier, I don't know is Nikki, how old are you, Nikki Lugosi?
Wow, check out who joined us.
Yeah, baby. Finally. Hey, the party's just getting started right now. That's what I'm saying, dude. We're going to see how long we can take it. James, why don't you come over and let's play some music. Bring your drums, set them up in the living room, and we're going to play Ghosts of Memory over and over again.
Marky Mark is asking you, Jeff, did you ever play with Barnyard Ballers?
I don't know if he means did I ever play in the Barnyard Ballers or did I ever play a show with the Barnyard Ballers? So
I think you can answer both of those questions.
I'm going to answer both of them. Answer number one, did I ever play in the Barnyard Ballers? The answer is no. I have never played in the Barnyard Ballers. The second one is we did actually a number of shows with Barnyard Ballers. So getting into the early 90s, Cosmic Voodoo would play, around LA, Hollywood. And at Barnyard Ballers, we met Rich, a.k.a. Spike, I think his background was he came from like industrial music, and then he found out about Psychobilly, and he got really into it, and they started the Barnyard Ballers, and we used to play shows together. So they're a band that would have been around starting, shoot, I don't remember, but yeah, we did play shows with the Barnyard Ballers. They were one of very few bands at that time. I never played bass for the Barnyard Ballers.
James requested more rock.
Hey, put your money where your mouth is. Let's link him in and let's see some drumming. I was saying there's things that I would like to play, but it's much better to play with the accompaniment of a drummer. And who better to play with than Mr. Wasted James Mesa if we're going to be talking about this kind of music.
Mr.
James,
we talked about you quite a bit. You should have been here through the whole time.
We were talking about you earlier, James. You got to watch the entire thing to find where we were talking about you. I'm not going to tell you where. And in fact, I don't even remember where it was. You were part of the Slapstream. You were surfing. You were riding the wave of the Slapstream.
You were in Slapsville.
Absolutely.
Exactly. So any more questions? Viewers? There's more and more viewers.
You know what's funny is the viewers are just coming out right now. Like
Yeah.
all these questions, people weren't asking questions or anything for a very long time. Now everybody's coming on.
And now I can hardly keep up. Oh, Nikki Lugosi answered your question. He's 31.
Okay. So, I mean, the answer is what we were talking about earlier. If you're going to you got to think about like the style of music that we do. Oh, wait. My band Ghost Bastards playing here in Latin America. We went to Psycho Carnival, Brazil, and played with Guana Bats and lots more. I'm from Argentina and keep on trying on working worldwide. Okay. Ghost Bastards. So, I mean, the answer is what we were talking about earlier. You got to create music, songs that go above and beyond, right? Songs that are appealing, that people can, that are appealing to people. So that doesn't matter what kind of music you're doing. You got to make good stuff to grow it. So what else do you say? This question is for you too, Djordje.
Which one? Sorry.
Nikki wants to know how to continue to expand and grow and keep being able to tour, playing the music. He's asking for advice. My advice is you got to create stuff that's, you know, appealing to a lot of people. For instance, Stray Cats is a band you would now call like neo rockabilly, right? But how many bands that play that style made it as big as the Stray Cats?
It's a tricky question. I mean, I would
Only
say
the Stray Cats made it that big.
it's a tricky question, but I would answer: be focused on writing good songs.
Exactly.
Songs are for the priority. Number one, and number two, I would say bring something unique. You are from Latin America. Maybe you should bring some of the Argentinian traditional music or some instruments that maybe psychobilly doesn't have usually, and then you can combine those worlds and then create your own unique sound. Because nobody wants to hear copy of the copy of a copy. You know, people are connected to stories nowadays more than anything else. If you have a cool story and great song, that's it. And don't be focused on touring that much. I think there are other ways like to promote music. I mean, especially on internet, you know, like music videos, I would say could bring you to more successful touring than just going straight to and play. I love playing and love touring, but I don't think it's smart these days to go on tour if you're not prepared for it.
Yeah, you got to make something that really resonates with people, something that appeals to people. Great songs.
Valhalla was recorded with Michael Rosen at his studio, bass and drums.
Yeah, I know who PR is. Do you?
I don't.
PR is talking about the Valhalla song. PR, Paul Roman, baby. Who else would know it? So yeah, he's saying it was recorded with Michael Rose at his studio. So yeah, that's where we recorded Straight to Valhalla bass and drums. Me and James Mesa.
That's the song that we were talking about, the Quake song.
That's Quake song. PR. I know who you are, PR. Unless there's a random other PR that just wanted to interject that he knows where the bass and drums for the Quake song was recorded.
Charlie, what happened to the Pfoten Torm? Do you know that band?
I mean, I remember the band, but like, I have no idea. I don't know what happened to him. That question is not for you.
No, it's not for me.
Okay. The answer is, I want to answer the question. Answer is, I'm not sure. I remember the Photon Torpedoes, but I don't know what happened to them.
You see, Jackie suggested reggaeton, Billy. You see, Nikki, or add tango, like maybe add some tango. Yeah, sure.
Now we're just getting.
Or Psychobilly Cumbia.
Nikki, Psychobilly Cumbia reminds me of Rezurex Nueva Vida vibes. Oh, that's a song that I sang lead on. You asked me earlier, did I sing? I sang on some Calavera songs, and on the Rezurex album, I sang the song Nueva Vida. So that's something I sang on.
So you see, like, just like create something unique. That's the whole thing. Might be out of subject, but do you guys know any interesting EBM and slap bass bands? I don't. I'm sure there are good fusions existing. Slap upright bass is awesome for so much styles. I would agree, and I think that slap bass makes like every style makes it like cooler. And
so I don't even know what EBM is. Do they mean EDM, electronic dance music?
I would say he probably thought about that.
Electronic bass music, EBM.
I like that.
Hey, we can create new genres.
EBM. Well, considering the time
electronic bass music.
This. See, and Jackie suggested reggaeton Billy for Nikki. So Nikki, maybe you should try reggaeton Billy, and then you can give us a suggestion how to make it big and to work.
I don't even know how to make it work. I can't. I'm imagining reggaeton Billy, and I'm going to leave that up to somebody else to put that together because I don't even know how. Fireballs from Australia. Why don't we hear a lot from the Psychobilly Down Under? Those dudes are pretty rad. Okay, yeah, Fireballs.
Fireballs also opened for Tiger Army when we were in Australia.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, that's classic. Why don't we hear a lot from the Psychobilly Down Under? I don't know. These are questions that I really don't feel I have the answer to. I don't know why we don't hear more.
Ex guitar player from Wild Roses.
Yeah. Don't forget about TLE, The Living End.
There is some slapping in a song by metal band Sonata Arctica. Well, thank you, Cloudberry.
Hey, if we could listen to the song. Actually, I'd like to make a note of that because I'm curious to hear it. What was the name of the song?
He didn't say the name of the song. He just wrote the name of the band.
Sonata Arctica.
Yeah.
James just texted me. He's on his way over, and we're going to do a big jam session. So you just got to wait. It's going to take him like an hour and a half to get here, and then we'll set up. I'm down to be here for the whole time.
I play in an electronic psychobilly surf punk fusion band, and I never found both inventive and good band to inspire myself, which is great for inventing new stuff, but inspiration helps too. That's interesting. Jackie, I would like to hear that. If you don't mind, send me some links, on Facebook or at contact@artofslapbass.com. I would love to check it out, and especially point out the songs that are with slap bass. Jackie wrote Doom Trap songs. Oh, Trapabilly. It's funny, Nikki, it's funny you're mentioning Trapabilly. I actually recorded some Trapabilly with the singer from Gogol Bordello, with Eugene. and we were supposed to tour actually and go on tour with that project, but it did not happen because of the end of the world thing.
So what is Trap Billy? Is like trap meaning like that style rap?
Yeah. And he actually made it sound like pretty cool. I'm not sure if this album is out, so I will tell you about this in private.
Trap Billy, okay. Now we're getting silly.
Train from Australia, I guess so.
Yeah, Zombie Ghost Train. Well, Zombie Ghost Train doesn't play anymore because Stu moved to Nashville, right, and is doing his own thing.
I think so, yeah.
Stu, a man called Stu. Yeah, because James was playing drums with Stu when he would come here, at least. James and Thomas were playing bass with Stu from Zombie Ghost Train. So
Cloudberry wrote that there's a slap in both songs, Cinder Blocks and one more, I guess. And all right, so we'll check it out. But please send me a link for that. I would love to not to forget about it. And I do not want to. Maybe I'll right after I finish with this stream, I'm gonna watch the whole thing again just to make sure that I didn't miss something.
I was thinking the same thing, but it's not over yet, though. We got to keep going. And then as soon as it ends, I'm going to start it from the beginning because I want to make sure I didn't leave anything out.
Exactly.
There's a lot of stuff we haven't covered. There's a lot of ground to still cover.
We should also do one of those. Do you know, like what YouTubers watch something and then they just commenting on that?
Oh yeah. Like they play back a song and then it's essentially like Beavis and Butthead, like watching a video and commenting on it. Yeah, for sure. Some of those things can be very funny.
Just watch this. Maybe we should do that next time. Just watch this live stream and then just comment if we missed something.
Yeah, and it's you, the two of us, watching this live stream and then commenting on it.
Yes. Oh yeah. Thank you, Nikki. Video reactions. Yes.
The director's cut. Yeah, we'll have video reactions to ourselves talking for this whole time.
Betty is asking you, who was your childhood celebrity crush?
I like how the questions are just get completely off subject. Mine was Marshall Little, bass player. That was my celebrity crush as a child. I'm trying to keep it on subject.
Okay.
You like that? I made a joke. So who was your celebrity crush?
When I was a kid?
Yeah.
Let me think. Oh, I did like Kelly from Beverly Hills 90210.
Which one?
Kelly, Jennifer Garth.
Hey.
I like her.
I went to high school with Brian Austin Green from Beverly Hills 90210.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, he was older than me, but when I was my first year of high school, he was a senior.
Okay.
And that's right when the show started getting going. So then he I think he stopped coming because the show became popular. But he was there. I remember seeing him there in the early days. North Hollywood High.
All right. That's the one on. Is that the one where Slash went?
No, he went to Fairfax.
Okay.
Fairfax is where Slash went, and I think the Red Hot Chili Peppers guys went there.
So that's the legendary Rock and Roll High School.
Well, there's Hollywood High too, which is not too far from there. Hollywood High is on Highland, just south of Hollywood Boulevard, and then Fairfax is on Melrose and Fairfax. North Hollywood High is in. Who's Betty L? When did you get into the most trouble as a kid? This is just getting silly now, Betty L. I want to hear a story from Betty L first. Betty L, tell a story. Were you a mischievous kid, Djordje?
What's your secret talent? That's another one.
Well, apparently it's talking for a really, really long time, and the secret's out, so it's not even a secret anymore.
Yeah, the secret is out. I'm glad you were saving your secret for the slap stream.
Yeah, me too. I'm riding the wave, baby, all the way till the end. That stream, I'm surfing it, waxing down the surfboard. So Betty L, what's your secret talent, Betty L? That's what I want to know.
She answered, "You don't want to hear my stories."
Yeah, I just asked.
Anybody else have any questions? You want to play some more?
But just like this, I just want to go like a think. Come on.
I have one more question for you. So just don't forget about that one. Like, you know, when we're done with all these questions, you tell me, like, is there anything else that we missed?
I mean, I'm completely delirious at this point, so I can't say there's something that we talked. I mean, we've covered a lot of ground, man. If there was like a map making of Slapsville, Jeff, will you ever grow your hair out again? Hey, you know what? Sometimes I grew out my hair once when I was about 24, I think. I just let my hair grow. I had never let my hair grow, not even since I was a kid, except for I had that bowl cut when you're a little kid. You ever have the bowl cut, Djordje?
I don't think so.
You know what I'm talking about, where the hair grows and it's just like, whoop.
I know, but I never had it.
Oh, man, I had it for sure. Anyway, I grew my hair out and I was like, how
again?
Huh?
Are you going to have a psychobilly haircut again?
I don't know if does you mean a psychobilly haircut or like grow it?
I'm not sure, but you can answer both questions.
It's kind of a flat top, right? Like, what is it? It's not far off. It's just a short one. See, look, I got that angle. I know what you mean, Lalo.
Asking me to turn on the lights.
Dude, I don't have electricity. Don't you know what's happening right now? We're solar. It's just the power of the sun. There's no electricity in here.
Yeah, I like that. You know, when we started, you know, it was all bright, and now it's all dark.
Well, I asked if I'm ever going to grow my hair out again, dude. My hair's already longer than it was when we started talking. You noticed me, like it was a little bit short. I think I need to cut it just from when we started this thing.
Just to make sure.
Grow it.
This is the same stream. All right. Are you ready for my last question?
Hang on. Okay, now I'm ready. I had to think about it for a second.
Okay. So Lalo is asking you, I saw you with Calavera live for the first time and you had long hair.
Yeah, that's when I grew out my hair one time when I was about 24 years old. And I let it grow and grow, and it grew like a big, like it grows like a plant. It grows like up and outward, and it's curly. And then it went, yeah, like that.
Oh, maybe it's time to bring it back. That would be cool.
I mean, it's still, for the most part, it's still growing mostly. So I'm happy about that. But as long as I have the ability, I suppose now's the time, because I might not have the ability to grow it out in the very near future. So,
Marky is asking you, I saw you play with Tiger Army at the Warped Tour Chicago 2007. Didn't recognize you now. See, shaved sides. And you actually know Betty. She wrote, we actually met near the end of your time with Tiger Army when I covered the show for my radio show at the time.
Oh, where's that? Hang on. Do I look more like the 2007 guy now?
Yeah.
I do, right?
And Nikki wrote, another question, but as always, I want to give Djordje and Jeff a big thank you for this, feeling like a friendly evening with all our favorite artists.
Nikki Lugosi.
Where is Nikki from?
Argentina.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So it's
Gracias a vos.
And thank you, Jackie. Nikki is right. Thanks a lot for this and for all those streams. Welcome. Make sure to subscribe, all of you. Don't forget about it.
We're documenting.
Last question from Jackie. Can I go to sleep?
No, the answer is no. You already let us. Yeah, ne pas. You said you're gonna hang in for a long time, so this is the inspiration to keep on going till the lights go out, till the wheels fall off, till the computer explodes.
We're gonna make YouTube algorithm.
Dude, we're going. This is the longest stream I've ever even heard of. I haven't even ever heard of a stream that's this long, except for those like 10 hours of music that you're supposed to go to sleep to.
Oh, okay. Well, this, you know, this is gonna live on YouTube forever, right?
Dude, YouTube's forever, man.
Yeah. Cloudberry is keeping track. He said like 10 minutes for 10 more minutes for 6-hour mark.
We're gonna get there.
And
We gotta get there. You still said you have more questions. I could ask you more questions, but you said you had another question. Yeah, you can't sleep.
Thanks for that. Oh yeah. Okay. So Jackie, yeah.
Ne pas.
Yes. Oh, sorry. So what is the question for me?
What?
You said that you have a question for me.
No, I thought you said you had a question for me.
I do. I want to ask you what inspires you to still inspire you, like to do what you're doing, you know, with music.
Well, the answer is, like I said before, I just love it. Remember I was saying before, there was a guy who was like, yeah, I think when you're young, you just like get up on stage and play music to try and like show off for people. No, that's why he did that. And that's why he stopped doing it, because he wasn't doing it because he loved it. He was doing it because he thought it was cool to stand on stage and play in front of people.
And
like you're drawn to it, it's called you.
That's how I feel. I feel I don't have a choice. You know, I have to do this. Yeah. And but another thing, like this whole situation, did it kind of make you question your own choices, or it kind of cemented your own choices as far as music and music lifestyle go? Because, you know, when this whole thing started, it was just, we heard from, you know, many people, just find something else, you know?
Well, there's actually some bit of controversy in this era, in the COVID era right now. I guess some people in the British government are encouraging people to, people who are artists, so not just musicians, but other types of art. They're just like, well, you know, try and find something new. And there was a funny post from one of the Gallagher brothers, the guys from Oasis. I forget. I think it was Liam Gallagher. So he made a funny post. I found it hilarious. But yeah, I mean, it's a good time to try and be creating things, because what else are you gonna do? Yes, trying to be encouraged to do other things. Like, it's not going to go away. It's just this is a temporary time, and there's definitely a shift. More stuff is going to be online, but you know, is it going to alter the entire course of human history where nobody's going to go out anymore? Like, I don't think so. I don't think that's the answer.
I agree, but definitely changed our lives. So really hope this vaccine going to work.
So staying inspired for me, to answer your question, is just things. You get drawn to different things, and I'm always like looking to hear music that's new to me. When I say new to me, is because generally these days it's not really new music that I'm drawn to. It's usually like older music, you know. So I'm digging back, and that's what appeals to me. Is stuff that, and there's something to be said about music that's so good that it still sounds good years and years and decades later. So I love music from, you know, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and I've been playing guitar. I've been listening to a lot of Brazilian music and actually learning to play guitar, which is interesting for me, because you can, rather than like playing bass is cool, but playing by yourself is, you're playing one note at a time. Whereas when you're playing an instrument where you can make chords, you can basically there's harmony there rather than just playing a single line. And evidence to that of it being interesting is how many solo slap rock stars are there in history? None. Do people want to watch a guy playing slap bass by himself? No, but you could play a guitar by yourself, and people will check that out.
I mean, it's tricky, you know. There are people that play solo bass like very good. I mean, nowadays example would be Adam Ben Ezra. He makes things like very interesting. We actually played a show together. I played my solo show first night, and he played his solo show the second night. I did have a band that was backing me up, and he played all by himself. I went to his show, and it was interesting. You know, he played like 1.5 hours or something.
But
it was a cool show, I gotta say.
That's just a guy playing bass?
Yes.
Bass guitar?
No, upright bass.
Does he have like effects and start doing loops, pedal loops?
He did, yeah. He did a little bit of that, yeah.
I mean, that's one way people do. There's people that do that. They create little loops or a laptop backing.
Do you do that?
I've never actually done that. I've kind of messed around with a little bit just like for fun, but I've actually never really put anything together where creating a loop. But that's a good way to practice, I would think. If you've got something, you could create a loop that's keeping time and make it more interesting.
Are you into pedals and effects much when you play?
No, actually, I don't have any effects pedals at all on a bass guitar or upright bass either.
I kind of plan to get a little bit more into that, and I'm very interested about that territory, but I just never have time to, you know, to get into that. Let me see.
No pedals whatsoever. I tried a bass EQ pedal one time. I met Jeff at Howard's Bar, Long Beach, end of 2012. Yes. Okay. We were standing right next to the DJ booth, right? The only time I actually talked to Jeff was some club in LA at the Battle of Ninja Mans and Madsen show. My Jeff story. Okay, so that was a long time ago. Will we ever see Djordje and Jeff on stage at the same time? Bass Off. So that's something we can make it to a movie. I'm thinking. Like, did you ever watch Face Off with Nicolas Cage and John Travolta?
I did, yeah.
So we could have Bass Off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You want to be Nicolas Cage or John Travolta, though?
Well, we both have to be both, right? Within a different time.
Yeah, we got to cut each other's faces off and switch them.
Yeah.
And then play each other's basses with each other's faces. Sounds like a horror movie at the same time.
Exactly. I saw Jeff with Tiger Army at the 2007 Warped Tour, also on the East Coast. I guess they're all sharing. They're sharing your, Jeff stories.
There they are.
I think that I want to, I think there's no more questions.
Somebody's doing construction over there? Are you building a base? Are you building a base with your feet right now?
Exactly.
You stay that productive, like you do the Slapstream, and then you're actually constructing a brand new base with your feet off screen.
I will. I have like this nice background, but around me is complete mess. So I'm gonna post a video while I'm doing this later on my social media, so my Instagram and Facebook. So if you guys want to see it, follow me. Follow Jeff. Yeah. All the links are below.
Wait, they're not below. They were below. Jackie below says a Crossroads tribute, bass versus bass. Do you catch that reference, Djordje? Because I do.
Yes.
Steve Vai versus Ralph Macchio.
I know. But I think that Steve Vai was the one that was actually playing all the guitars, right?
I'm pretty sure it wasn't Ralph Macchio.
I think that's it. I'm out of questions. How about
I mean,
you?
I'm gonna be out of questions, but I'm kind of about to just face plant directly onto the floor right now.
All right, we got like a 6-hour mark.
I could use some food. Hey, we're setting the record though, dude. We did it.
Definitely did. Definitely
This is
did.
insane. This is insane. Nobody ever wants to do this ever again. Nobody's ever going to want to do a slap stream with you when they see this 6-hour thing.
Was that your goal?
To make nobody ever want to watch the slap stream?
Kill the slap stream.
No, I don't want to kill the slap stream. How does that help me in any way, shape, or form? I'm a slapper. I want the slap stream to flow on and on. That's why I'm here for 6 hours. 6 hours and counting. I'm in it to win it.
All right. Thanks for doing this. I'm glad.
You have a kid, right?
It's what?
You have a child, right?
Here around me?
You're a father.
Oh no, I do. I have 2 kids.
Well, let me tell you something. They graduated school and they've moved out.
All right.
Out of the house. You missed it.
I'll keep that in mind. See, Slapstream is bigger than all of us.
We're all part of the slap stream. We are all just droplets in the ever swirling stream of slap.
Veni Vidi Slapstream.
Yeah, everybody's delirious and hallucinating right now.
Djordje was clean shaven at the start of the show.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You were clean shaven. My hair was shorter. Your kids still lived in your house. They've grown up and they're in college now.
All right, man. Thanks a lot for being, part of the slap stream for the 25th episode for 6 hours.
Dude, and counting.
You brought a lot, and I can't wait to see you play live.
Yeah, man. We're gonna do the
longest, this was the longest we talked, like combined everything we ever talked in the past.
I don't even think I've talked to my own mother as much as this combined cumulatively. This is crazy.
Now we're practically family.
We're definitely family, and I'm gonna see if my mom's even still alive anymore. Don't know.
All right, man.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course.
And I'm sad to leave Slapsville. I got to take a left in Slapperton. I'm going to head onto the Slapperton Junction Highway and head back to Clickleberry Manor.
All right, you're welcome anytime. And then make sure not to miss any of the future slap streams.
Yeah, man. I want to see the next one has to be longer than this, though.
I doubt.
Yeah, I knew we could do it.
Cool, man. Thanks again, and see you next time. Hopefully live.
Last question. How do you say thank you in Serbian?
Hvala.
Hvala. Hvala.
Languages, you're excellent.
Thank you. Hvala.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nema na čemu. See you next time.
All right.
Thank you. All right. 25th episode is officially over. We're all going crazy with all these slap questions, and we set the record 6 hours. I hope by now you are propose and help with any design for Slapsville merch. Oh, Nikki, I need that. Yeah, let me actually feature that question. Nikki just wrote, I propose and help with any design for Slapsville merch. I'm actually working on it. I have one design done. If somebody has any suggestions, let me know. And I would also need help with After Effects because I don't know how to do it, and I need help with these little intros that I had. So if anyone can help out with that, please send an email at contact@artofslapbass.com. And for all of you viewers, please make sure to subscribe. Subscribe button is somewhere over here or around, and click on all notifications so that you can actually get a a notification that I started a live stream or posted a video, it would mean a lot for me. And if you feel like donating, links are below, PayPal and Venmo. And make sure to check out Patreon. I offer tons of cool perks, and it's a cool thing. You want to be a member of the Slap Bass tribe. And don't forget, never fret. Slide it in smooth and keep it in the groove. This is Djordje, your friendly neighborhood bullfill cat, and I'll see you next Saturday.